stationary, even though it's not.
Right.
This
And
doesn't make any
someone,
sense. You treat it, just treat it. Just act like it is because, no, it's not. You just act like it is, just for
right.
your safety.
And someone
Well,
just
you
told
think that
me,
there'd be like a heavy duty like training going on for like, okay, so now you're going to hit this runway, but it's not in front of you really. It's coming up. Now you have to calculate the degrees that you're off from the tilt and from the spin, and then it's going to be there. Now don't worry, just go ahead and land the plane, even though you can't see the runway yet. It's just silly. I don't know how the argument ever gets past that point, as if that could be ever a hand wave. Well, let's move on to refraction. No, don't move on to refraction. It's over.
and I can just remember how someone on the flight sim teams we could talk to, how he said, funny how someone can actually play a flight simulator where the Earth is round and still claims it's flat.
Yeah. Yeah, some flat earther that's really good at making games just for fun should make a real ball spinning. I've always thought about that even without the flight simulator, just to have an animation of like what the actual speeds would look like from the distance, and how like it would just be a blur and you would be going different directions, or like a ride that simulates it but like scales it down like 1,000% so you're not too sick. The tilted world does that to a certain degree, but like the 500,000 miles an hour that they say the sun is going, it's just the funniest thing ever. And you have no parallax that like because trillions of light years, because the stars are so far away, you don't notice any change in your relationship to them. That there's so many things that kill the ball that this discussion. I mean, when I found out about this 3 years ago, I couldn't believe that it would go on more than a couple months if everyone was honestly looking at it. But obviously, there's been a lot of work done to make sure that the argument continues.
So actually, this is so funny because this gives you a scale of how the horizon actually should be according to what you see at the ground. and and what reality is. So this is actually pretty nice what they did. They created a flat Earth simulator to show you how the globe Earth is just a fairy tale, and how the real Earth would be how the real Earth would be looking like if you directly compare it to their horizon line, which is completely fake. So wait, I'm gonna send a video where I actually have the right zoom or the right angle, because this is actually not that what you see in the first video would be considered a fisheye lens. You know, I mean, you can see how much you can see. That's actually like a GoPro or almost. So I'm gonna send in something which would be without a fisheye lens.
Right on. I'll check it out when you post it. I have to get off now and do some other things, but it's been fun. I get that out of my system, a little flat smack, and everybody.
All right.
Talk.
This is so fun. Oh, I can still even go higher. Yeah, let's go higher. The weird thing is, if I go higher, you can see how actually the horizon wants to keep on rising, but it doesn't work because I have a limitation to rendering the map. So it's such a fraud. All right.
Yeah, I've just linked the first flight simulator game, which was called Jet, by a guy called Artwick. Bruce Artwick. And he later formed a company called Sublogic Corporation. And so he was the guy who was approached when Microsoft wanted to make their flight simulator.
All right. Look at this one.
I'm going to play it.
Yeah, look at the video I sent in. You can actually see what the horizon of the globe model, where it should be actually, and how it should be curved. And yeah, you can see that they're using a flat map in flights. So again, globe model in a video game where they supposedly tell you that they're using a globe model, debunked. It is a flat map. I wish they could give me more rendering distance, because then I can actually show that it would go on flat, you know. But I guess that's why they do it on purpose. Because if they would give you more rendering distance, you would actually see that it would just go straight on flat. Anyone here? Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
I hear you, bro.
All right. What do you guys think about the video I sent it in?
I just got here.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
I hear you, but I don't know what you're talking about.
So the
Right.
video sent in is from Microsoft Flight Simulator, which supposedly is being marketed to be a game where you actually fly around the world, right? Where you have a globe. So I've elevated really high into the air, where you come to the conclusion that there's a rendering distance. So the server only loads the map to a certain point because it's actually streamed. So the whole game map is always streamed while you're flying, because the whole map of the world would be pretty big on your PC. So they actually need to stream it. So there's a limitation. But what I want to show in this clip is that you actually can see the fake horizon that they put on there with that fake, what is it called, atmosphere. And you can see the map beneath it, which is completely flat throughout.
All games are flat. All simulations are flat.
Right.
Yeah, but they make it look like with some trickery that you would actually think they curved the map, even though it's never curved. It's always flat. And it makes sense because it needs to be flat. If it wouldn't be flat, all the calculations with airports and so forth wouldn't be right.
Yeah,
But
that's what NASA says.
It just
NASA
blows.
says to treat it like it's flat and stationary. That's what they say, right?
Right, but it just blows my mind right now, because I actually thought, at least with throwing away the spinning, the motion, and so forth, they could at least wrap it around the globe. But as you can see, even that is not possible, because I guess it would mess up all the data of flight charts, airports, etc., flight routes and distances.
Yeah.
So
Yep. Makes it way more complicated.
Yep.
You gotta
So
jump
there you
through
have it.
a whole bunch of imaginary hoops for it to be a sphere rather than a flattened stationary.
All right.
That's what we experience. That's how we train you. We can't even do it in the video game. Video games don't even do that like this. It's too hard.
Yeah. The thing is, actually the illusion which you can see in the time lapse video I posted with the guy flying over it, it's actually because then they have the fisheye effect, and then it's just. I mean, I know a little bit about how maps are being generated, and then it's just the flat map being generated in front, and it looks like you're actually going over a curve, even though there is no curve. You're just going straight with that illusion of this fake horizon is giving you that it's actually. It's so simple. It's such a simple way, but it can deceive you so easy if you don't really, look behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Maybe this whole thing is a simulation. Simulating the simulation. Simulation within a simulation. A dream within a dream.
I mean, I don't know. The thing is, which would be weird is if it's a simulation, then the relationship I have with the creator and what he did for me would be really weird. Like it would be like a cheat code or whatever, or like I don't know. It would be just weird, to have that spiritual thingy going on in a simulation.
Yeah. Simulation theory basically simplifies it too much. It's way more complicated than that, but that's like the things we use to try to understand it. But yeah, of course, it's way more complicated than that. This whole consciousness thing, we can't recreate consciousness in a video game or whatever, but yeah, there's layers to it. It's much more.
So now I have even more fun flying in the game, knowing that I'm actually still flying over stationary plane, even though, they just give you a little bit of that illusion of a curve. That makes me happy right now. Because I didn't actually look behind it,
Well, that's actually a bad simulation if you're actually trying to train pilots, right? Because that's not what they experience in the actual reality of their field when they're actually flying planes. So they actually shouldn't do that because that's different from what they experience. You should keep it as real as possible in the simulation.
Right. The thing is, it is still flat. The map is flat and you're flying over a plane, but the only thing that they make is this, if you look at the video I posted, is that fake horizon that you see in the distance. And that your eyes automatically, because of also the wideness of your angle when you sit in the cockpit, so you have a wide angle most of the time as a standard setting for the camera, you always will see a curvature because you can see that fake. I don't know how to explain it.
No, I got you, bro.
Wait, let me do something in Photoshop. So it's actually pretty simple what they did. You still have the pizza, but you make a fake horizon, so the pizza looks like a globe.
Yeah, you can make anything in a computer. Like just because most games don't use it, Minecraft and Fortnite and most.
Yeah, but I thought
or flat doesn't mean that you can't make it look like how they say it is. That doesn't make it real, right?
I mean, I thought at least they could make it round, but I mean, now I found out it doesn't even work. They can't do it round. So, I mean, I should have known it already, but I thought, because of computer technology and so forth, they can do it, but nope.
Yeah. Yeah, you can make anything in a computer. You can make literally anything you want to do. That doesn't mean that's our reality. We can test that.
Right.
You could make a game on a square where you're playing on a square or a triangle. You could literally make it anything you wanted, but again, just bring it back to real life.
Yeah, but
What
the thing
we
is,
can confirm, right?
the thing is, they can't do it with that game with Microsoft Flight Simulator because you actually need the real sizes of distances with airports and so forth. You know, that's why they couldn't do it. That's why they need to fake it somehow. And they know if they faked it, you know. But I did a great job, man. It looked like if I never thought about it or never tested myself, I wouldn't actually notice it, you know, that it's fake. I would actually believe that they made it somehow wrapped around the globe, but it isn't. So props to them, you know. Good fake. Nice try.
Yeah. Right. I mean, $50 million a day, I can come up with some better graphics, even though they don't use them as much as they should. But yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, good job. Good job.
You get a participation trophy.
Me?
Sure.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
What does that mean?
I don't know. I heard someone say you win. Or
You win. What?
What?
You win what? You win the Special Olympics.
I'll take it.
All right. I don't know what he's getting at, but okay.
You get a trophy. You get a trophy.
No.
It's the
It's
Special Olympics.
Oprah at the Special Olympics.
Yeah. Do you feel better now?
A little bit, yeah. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Cool beans.
Speaking of beans, what's for dinner?
Certainly not beans. That would be degenerate.
So I guess it's not cool beans to eat beans.
No, never.
Hmm.
Is there anyone there?
Hey,
Yes.
how's it going?
Yes, I was wondering. Gosh, there's an echo. Can you hear my echo?
Doesn't sound too bad.
No. Last week, QE was going to have a debate with a astrophysicist. And the astrophysicist then abruptly ended the debate right at the beginning, saying that they were going to reschedule. Has anyone here heard about that rescheduling yet?
No, not yet.
No.
No. No word from the astrophysicist at all?
Nope. Didn't hear anything.
See, it was my suspicion that after Huey introduced the subject with as much efficiency and directness as he did, I think he panicked and thought better of having a debate. Did anyone get that impression?
Yeah, I think he's scared.
Yeah, I think he was scared off.
Like a message from somebody saying don't do it or whatever. It's career suicide.
Career suicide. I bet it would be. He was from Princeton, he claimed, right?
Yep, that's correct. I think it was a she, supposedly.
Well, from the voice, it was a he, but transgender person.
Ah, they are. It is in Princeton. It is.
Yeah. How interesting. All right. Well, good. Thanks for letting me know. I would have enjoyed that debate.
Yeah, I was looking forward to it as well.
Well, I expected it to be over quick. I expected the guest to probably leave early, but not that early. Like first question.
3 sentences into the debate was early indeed. I think it just dawned on him that this was not a good idea. So I don't know how he would have defended his profession.
Is this physicist connected to this Richard Dawkins guy?
Yep. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was here earlier and he said the professor has to be addressed as they, them, because they are transgender. And I think he was saying that they will be coming back.
He will? Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I take it all back.
He had plenty of time to do his homework.
It's been a week already,
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Good news. All right.
I wouldn't hold my breath, Hildika.
No. Well,
Sorry.
I know. And in the back of my mind, I said, why would he put himself in that position? Because it's being recorded, broadcast. It could certainly be used against him.
Yes,
law.
I would love to listen in on that. There was a student of physics, a German, quite a young man, and he spoke to Wolfgang one day for about 3.5 hours, and it was a really, how can I put this? The conversation was held really in earnest. You know, I couldn't fault this physicist. The detail and the breadth of it was like astounding to me. It was so interesting. And Wolfgang was so patient. You can really appreciate. Mm-hmm.
Was he, I wasn't privy to that conversation. Was he moved at all intellectually from his concepts, his beliefs?
Yeah, well, I was convinced after listening to that he would come back here. But I think he was a third-year student, and I think he had found some cracks in the Globe Earth narrative, which was what brought him here to begin with. So I thought he started sounding quite desperate in the end. And then he excused himself and he said he's hungry and he hadn't eaten. Because that conversation just felt as if it went on forever. But it was a really respectful and a really valuable conversation. Just to listen. And he never came back. He may eventually.
I would think that would be quite a difficult situation when you're actually in the midst of getting your degree. That kind of internal conflict would be very unsettling, I would imagine.
What do physicists do anyway? Do they go into research or teaching? What are their options? Or they attach themselves to some place where they can develop new astounding things in the furtherance of humanity. You know, what is the value of it?
Physicists can work for CERN or NASA on fake government contracts and make fake stuff.
No, physicists. It's actually it's the problem. And that's what he was claiming to be, an astrophysicist.
Mm-hmm.
He was really smart, and he wasn't that guy. He never lost it. He was really struggling with it, but you know he struggled in earnest. I have to say, I felt quite like sympathetic towards him in the end, but he didn't commit to anything. If he did, he didn't give it away, and I was always hoping that he would come back. But it's as you say, Ildiko.
You remember his name?
I don't. I don't.
Sounds like a cool kid.
I mean, on the rare occasion where you get somebody who has really has got a really deep insight, not somebody like me, you know, but who is really studying it, and especially when light came up. Wow, that for me that was I learned so much right there. Because I yes, light. Light and gases in the upper atmosphere.
How did he describe light? How did he describe light?
Oh, it was so involved, Ildiko. I should have had a pen and a notepad, because for me, with my unscientific mind, you know, I can merely I have so much to learn. You know, when it comes to the science, I dread if I have to run into somebody, you know, who is more versed in the science than what I am. I don't want to sit here and have to put my foot in my mouth. I've simply got too much to learn.
There's very few people who can master the complex concepts of modern physics.
Mm-hmm.
Very few. I've run into very few.
Yes, for me, that was like a real eye opener. I mean, average people don't really pay attention to physics, or I don't.
No.
But I'm grateful to encounter, you know, that kind of conversation here, because, you know, I just feel that I've got so much to learn. I didn't.
Or unlearn.
Yes, when the unlearning is done, then the learning can begin.
Yeah. When I was younger, I often delved into concepts of physics, and I was particularly intrigued by light, the nature of light. There's a certain, even modern physics admits to a certain metaphysics about light.
Mm-hmm.
In that, You're breaking up. Could you repeat that?
All I'm saying, no, like cool, the timing and the reflective properties and how it works. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. So there's aspects of physics that touch onto realms of metaphysics, where they literally have to admit the limitations of the physical world, and they have to delve into realms of, pure imagination. And there's talk of God, even within physics. There are physicists who are quite convinced of the existence of God.
Well, Ildiko, I work with people who are steeped in, not metaphysics, chemistry rather, I would say, because I work in a psychiatric facility. And apart from the psychiatrists who are all about the chemicals and chemical interventions, there's a whole other field of mental health which is purely based on, they call it talking therapy. But I've encountered, I have a good friend who's a professor of psychology. He has a doctorate, and when I put certain ideas to him, then he doesn't want to go there. He did say to me one day that my ideas are in the realm of metaphysics. So I think definitely in education, and especially in higher education, along with learning, you also get told that these are the boundaries, and you don't step outside of those. So I said to my friend, imagine I came to you and I said to you, I have the things that bother me the most is, why are we here and what happens after we die? And he almost physically recoiled from that. So I said he said to me, well, I would send you to a priest or, somebody in theology. And he said, but I would never deconstruct, your religious beliefs.
Religious beliefs.
Yes.
It's all about the nature of it's all about really the avoidance of the nature of consciousness itself that I find absolutely repugnant about how psychiatry, psychoanalysis has evolved. It's evolved away from self-understanding towards just trying to legitimize themselves as a science, reducing themselves to chemical therapy for illnesses.
Yes, they want to stamp their authority on it and say that they are the experts, and you shouldn't break your pretty little head over these things. But
the whole way that they've reduced consciousness to the subconscious, to the level of the id, this sort of seething cauldron of uncontrollable impulses, animalistic impulses. That's it. That's all they give us as a clue, as an idea of the range of human consciousness. I find it pathetic.
It's also completely lacking in empathy, because even though that transference has to occur, that must also only happen within strict boundaries. It's I did say to my professor friend that I think there is literature out there in the world that is 20 years ahead of the state-sponsored, state-sanctioned, syllabus. And he somewhat agreed with me, about that. You don't have to be an expert with a degree to talk about life, to talk about the big ideas,
No. And authors like Dostoevsky or Kierkegaard or you name it, philosophers, they were the true explorers of what it is to be human. Not these, the reduction of the human potential to diseases, which they come up with a new disease every minute, new psychological impairment. They're good at that because then they can medicate it.
Hey, can I interrupt for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm enjoying the conversation so much, but I just got to ask both of you ladies. So when when a daughter loses her mother, or a mother loses her daughter, like this is the strongest bond two humans can have, right? And then she goes to the psychiatrist or whatever, and they diagnose her with some sort of mental illness. Like there's something wrong with her because she's sad, right? Isn't this like the biggest mistake in all of like psychiatry?
Well, even grief has been taken, and it has been so that they will actually say to some people, what you are having is an abnormal grief reaction. They even want to prescribe to people that these are the limitations of, within these boundaries you can have grief, but when you go outside of that, you're manifesting something which is abnormal. Sorry. So, there's something you're doing it wrong, basically.
Everything is to bring you back to functionality, social functionality.
Yeah. Yes, within the set framework, set by who? Set by who?
And yes, as if that were a measure of what is healthy, what is permitted culturally,
Yes, you are always being prodded to hand over authority to, whatever institute. Some acronym. Space belongs to NASA.
Yeah, exactly. The experts, the infamous experts.
Yes. Virology belongs to the CDC.
You know what I just always... Oh, sorry. You know what I always find quite interesting? That when you learn in school about the map of the Earth, they always use a flattened out map of the so-called globus. Like they wrap it around the globus, but to show you actually like the whole map, they unwrap it. So they show you a flat map. What I always think is how inconvenient a round spherical Earth would be, like completely inconvenient. Everything would be messed up. That's why it apparently doesn't even work in a flight simulator. But for real, we actually should come together. If someone has a knowledge about making a video game, we should actually make a video game where it would be where you put in every circumstance which should occur on a spherical Earth into a flight simulator, and you actually need to land a Cessna on a rotating, non-stationary plane sphere. Like that would be so hilarious, man. I mean, how many tries you need to actually land that thing if you ever can manage to do it? But yeah, I just love this stationary Earth. I don't understand why I'm still debating it. Maybe because it's so much fun.
Well, the reason why we debate it, I think, is because the truth is on our side. So no matter how dumb we are, we can still win the debates, right? And it feels good to win all the time. So we get this dopaminergical response, right? That dopamine hit, like, oh man, that was fun. Let's do that again. And then, there's always a new group of Globers coming in, like day after day, week after week. And we just get to smash them because they think they got the truth. They think they're going to win, but they don't.
Hank, can I just say, I made a comment earlier tonight. Most of the Globers who come in here are young men. And I just think the psychology of young men today is something that is really sad to behold. I mean, it is, their place in the world is so uncertain.
What a terrible life.
What society is accusing them of. It's as if they have to walk around with their heads almost bowing down to the ground, and they must be apologetic, and they must make way for all these all these weird things that have come up, like in the Overton window, and the blatant accusation that especially white men, but just any men in general, are basically, you're all Hitler, So sometimes when they come in here, I know that they have been brainwashed as surely as I had been. So I feel like we really need to handle them with care sometimes. Show some little bit of empathy.
Right.
For the Globers.
Yeah.
That's true.
I do. I do try to do
You're
that
breaking up,
approach. I try not to cuss at them. I try.
You're breaking up.
Now?
I got you.
Well, just say it was lovely talking to you, Ildiko. I wish I was here more when we could have these kinds of conversations. I saw, are you still there? I don't know if she's there.
Yes.
You are. I saw a list of 100 books to read before you, before you leave this morning. And one of the books on there was a Dostoevsky book. I think there was only one. I think there could have been more, actually, but the one that I do recall was The Brothers Karamazov. I attempted that book about 7 years ago, and there's a long part of that book which is purely talking about man and his relationship with God. Because that book was it was a time when people went to the monasteries. And those people were in power. They absolutely ruled their communities, the monks and the people from the church. I still have the books. I have to confess, I couldn't finish it. It was a real slog. Maybe I will make another attempt.
It's difficult.
Anyone who has picked that book up will know.
What is it about?
It's about a family with, was it 3 or 4 brothers? and the father, who was quite wealthy. And then the one brother, he takes up his calling. He's very, very religious. And then there's one brother, it's almost like a parable. There's one brother who's really, he goes off to the city and lives a very good life and meets with some misfortune. And it's the way the three brothers interact and the way the father controls them because he has all this wealth. And then when he reaches the end of his days, like, who is he going to give everything to? And so it's the interaction between these brothers. And that's about what I can recall.
Yes. It pits different philosophies against each other, different worldviews against each other through narrative. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna get it now.
Tolstoy and Dostoevsky were marvels of. They were the true psychiatrists. I think the way they had so much insight into what it is to be human.
Did you guys ever hear of Erich Fromm?
Of course.
German. Yeah. Okay. That's one of my favorite I can't say the English word.
I don't mean to slow down traffic, officer. I didn't mean to slow down traffic. Speak up, I can't hear you. I just didn't want to cross the double white line in front of a cop. You're good. You'll run up. Okay.
Somebody's getting a ticket.
Night, sir.
Did you avoid that ticket?
Sorry about that.
How you doing, Hank?
Yeah, I try not to do. Yeah, sorry. I try not to do illegal shit in front of cops. Sorry.
He's going through a drive-through.
Thought we were going to hear you get a ticket.
No, I don't get tickets.
You don't?
Not since that last one. Jeez.
More obedient.
I played Grand Theft Auto for like 3 hours. Yeah, I killed the fuck out of them cops for like 3 hours.
Yes. So thank you for
that.
that.
If you ever get a ticket, you're pissed off about it. You should always play Grand Theft Auto.
That right?
How big is that now? About 73 gig?
Yeah, it's a big ass game. Yeah, you're right. It's huge.
It's terrible.
Okay, so somebody said something to me earlier about being kind to the normies. Yeah, that's my philosophy. Be kind to the normies. Now, if it's a glober, right, or globetard, as some call them, yeah, you can rough them up a bit, right? Because they kind of need to be slapped around, smell the sauce, or grind your knuckle into their sternum a little bit to wake them up because they're just dead asleep.
Yes,
right?
but
With the globies, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Their level of ignorance or their level of not knowing it astounds me. I mean, I can sit here now and say that, but I do. It makes me feel sorry for them. You can carry on now. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I kind of have that, Christian philosophy embedded into me because, raised Christian, so I'm culturally Christian, right? So it's kind of like be kind and do to others and that sort of thing. And so it's kind of like when you witness to someone, right? You don't go to a prison and, say things like, oh, I wish the government would be harsher on you guys, right? You go to a prison and you empathize with them and, you be kind to them and, then you can witness to them. But it's kind of the same thing with a glober when they come, or when a normie comes in here and they don't know. I try to be a little kinder to them, and I try to call out flat earthers who are roughing up the normies, right? And it's okay to rough them up a little bit, but don't slap them around. Don't drag them. And John, and other people, sorry for calling you out, QE, but they kind of, drag them in the back of their truck and do like donuts and stuff. And they really rough them up sometimes. But I try to take the kinder approach, and maybe that works for some people and some people it doesn't. I've had it work really well with some people, and then some people just, I guess they need the violence.
But somebody on here tonight said that there are a lot of alpha males in here. It wasn't a flat earther, and I thought that was quite an astute observation.
They were a simp. That's why they said that.
Yeah, why not? Why not be an alpha male? The problem with that.
Yeah, you never go into a room and be like, I smell testosterone. There's a lot of alpha males in here. Like, no.
I mean, I'll be honest, man. My generation is pretty non-alpha male. They're pretty, full of fear and being afraid of so many things. Like when when I was in class, for example, like some people can't even talk to another class,
For the most part,
or people that they don't know. So weird.
For the most part, it seems like it takes an alpha to really be the kind of person to be able to go out on a limb and stand on his own, and shout at people about the truth, and that's just what it takes. Like there's not too many other, so yeah, of course.
Let's take a stand.
Like
Agree. Yeah.
Yeah, but the arguments are so good. The arguments are so good these days. You don't really need to be an alpha or whatever. You could they have got nothing to stand on. You know what I mean? Personally, I think anybody can do it. But if they got the bravery to just say it, tell the truth.
You just got to take these globies to the woodshed.
What's that, Logos?
You just got to take these globies to the woodshed.
Yeah, I don't think it takes an alpha to do that anymore. Personally,
right?
You do need to be confident.
Hold on. Should we treat the guy who comes in here doesn't know anything? Should we treat him the same as Xanax?
Glober or Flatty? Which one you talking about?
If one guy comes in here and it's the first, a normie, right? Someone who was just like us 10 years ago. Should we treat the normie the same way that we treat a globetard, like Xanax or Daily T?
Well, hell no. You got to treat them with kid gloves a little bit.
Yeah.
Sure.
We have to give him the time.
Alpha's got to lead. Let the betas follow.
Right.
I'm Omega by choice.
There's a massive lack of fathers and a lack of patriarchy, and that's the big problem, the war on masculinity. A lot of people don't see that.
Being Omega means to see which ones are
if you look
going
at
the right way.
Sorry, bro, I mean to overtalk you. If you look at alphas and the animal kingdom, they're not just walking around flexing, right? Most of the time they know they're alpha. Everybody knows they're alpha, but nobody says it, right? And they don't usually have to flex unless they're being challenged. So I think being an alpha is more like having the sword, having the claws and the fangs, but sheathing the sword, the claws and the fangs, until someone like Daily T or Xanax walks up.
And this is what Jordan Peterson talks about being the monster. If you don't have that monster, and if you don't have that ability to unleash it, then you're pretty much useless, because you're going to be stepped on by everything and everyone.
I don't know why, man, but don't be offended, okay? I guess you're gonna be offended, but Logos, you sound like that, what is his name? Simon... No, wait, what? Dude, I forgot his name. So unimportant he is.
You what, mate?
This British guy with the globe at his is his background. Simon Manden? Is it that one? I don't know.
Nah, that guy's a complete gimboid.
Simon.
Yeah, Sky Manden, right? Sky Manden.
Sci-fi.
Yeah, he sounds a little bit like you.
No. I can't possibly sound that retarded.
Hey, do you guys want to hear a joke?
That's true.
No.
Yeah.
What's the difference between people in Dubai and people in Abu Dhabi?
People from Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but people from Abu Dhabi do.
Yeah, you got it. That's my favorite joke for like a week.
Oh lordy.
Abu Dhabi do. Anyways, how's everybody? How's
Alive.
how's
What are you
Dogecoin?
You know what's funny about Skyman then?
What?
That she actually has a flat Earth map in his background for his videos. Like a really small one, but still there is one.
Well, he's mentally challenged. What would you expect?
I think he's bored or something. Like, isn't it strange? I saw that somewhere recently how they all have like this same thumbnail made by the same thumbnail creator. I think it's like they like paid to do these misleading videos.
So you're saying he got trolled basically, and he hasn't figured it out yet?
No, I think he's a Mason. Probably. Some scumbag lodge in Britain. And
Yeah, I've been guilty of this in the past, but we try not to make wild speculations like that unless you got evidence to back it up.
I mean, look at his second newest thumbnail, where he actually makes the one eye symbolic.
But there is another really obvious thing for me.
Okay.
So flat earthers are they have a destination. They are still on a journey. They are reaching for the elusive truth of what is going on. Bull earthers, they claim to know it all. So why do these people devote so much of their time and energy if they are so secure in their knowledge of, this is what it is? You flat earthers just have to wake up and, accept facts.
I think it's tickling something in there. So
I've heard, just real quick.
That's the same.
I've heard it said that homosexuals say that the heterosexual men that fight the heterosexuals the most are the ones that are the most insecure. Thanks.
That's the same question I ask myself if I look at preachers preaching about the message of Jesus Christ, and when then people in a city come and they cuss them out and scream at them and say they're homophobic and so forth. If they're really so wrong about what they're saying, why do you even care in the first place? Why do you freak so out? Why do you show so much pain from inside out? That's always what I don't understand, because I never see a preacher doing the same, cussing and freaking out and screaming suddenly. I mean, maybe there is some preacher, but then he's not really a man of the Holy Ghost. So that's something I find quite interesting. If people really know that they are atheists and there is no God and they're not really attacked by these words or convicted, so why do you even bother? Why do you even go to the preacher and try to attack him or cuss him out or tell him go away or whatever? If it's really such a lie that he's telling you,
I think it's to do with their subconscious and their following of the archetypes and that they lack.
Yeah, I think it's just a mirror, because the Bible says it all. If the word is being preached, it's it's a mirror of the natural face that you're being faced with, what you actually would be, but you know that you aren't because you're full of the world and sin. And that's why it's making you hurt so much to hear the truth. Wait, let me get that short verse.
Sir, are you German?
Yes, I'm a German. Germania.
Man, I've heard my whole life that Germans are so wicked people. They hate the Jews and they're all Nazis. But here you are, a Christian German. And I kind of wonder, were all Germans, or most of them Christian during World War II?
No, most Germans, I know Christian Germans, but they don't care about truth. If I tell them the Pope is a satanic, they don't care. If I tell them religion, and most religions are paganism and go back to Jesuit roots, they don't want to research it. If I tell them, look up what Catholics are actually doing when they bow down to statues and they praise Mary and so forth. There are so many hypocritical Christians that just think, okay, if I go into church on Sunday, it's all good. I don't need a personal relationship with God, so forth. I just need to do my little rituals and then it's good. So, but the verse that I would try to say is it's James 1:23, and it says, "For anyone who hears the word but does not carry it out is like a man who looks at his face in a mirror. And after observing himself, goes away and immediately forgets what he looks like." So yeah, but anyways, no, not all Germans are Christian. In fact, there's so many atheists in Germany. And I'll be honest, man, Germans have a really hard shell, It's really hard to actually get people deep in topics. Because Germans are really they're really comfortable in the ways they're living, They feel very comfortable with the reality that they presented to. And that's a funny gift.
So what do you guys think about what I just said about homosexuals claim that the most anti-homosexual men have like homosexual tendencies that they repress, and then comparing that to globetards who like fight flat earthers like day in and day out? Do you think they have like repressed like flat earth tendencies?
Wait, what was the question?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My check. Okay, so the claim is by homosexual men that the most anti-homosexual men are the ones who struggle with their homosexuality, and they fight the homosexuality in others because they're having trouble fighting it in themselves. If you apply that same homosexual logic to globetards who fight flat earthers day in and day out, if it applies to them, then these globetards are suppressing their own flat earth tendencies.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I would say kinda, yes. I think it also has to do with the spirit, because there's a certain feminine spirit out there that also captures men, the Jezebel spirit. And I think it has a lot to do with, things in the past, so forth. But it's all healable, Nothing is forever. But I think, you could actually compare it like that, yeah. I think it's just a fear most of the time. Like many globe earthers just have so much fear inside of them that they don't really, can let go of the ball, so to say. So Christians who hate atheists are secretly atheists. Oh man, that's a smart one. Makes a lot of sense. Can someone explain that to me? So Christians who hate atheists are secretly atheists?
It goes into what Hank was saying. That what you fight, you're insecure about because it's probably what you really are.
Oh, yeah, but then we would talk about hypocritical Christians who say it's okay to worship Mary and bow down to statues and do all things that are actually, forbidden according to the word. So I would say if you're actually a Christian who received the Holy Ghost and you have a relationship with the Father and you know that there's fruit coming out of that relationship, it's pretty hard to convince you from any other worldview, So, literally, someone could give me like every gold, every money, every control, that you can have in this world, and I would still choose God. I would still choose that relationship that I have. There's nothing that I would, change it through or whatever. Like there is nothing. Doesn't work. But yeah, the world is changing. What I would like to get people to know is they should actually research, like if they're into New Age movement, like spiritual things regarding like meditation, astral projection, and tarot cards and so forth, they should actually go into reading about the roots of all these things because they actually come straight from satanic books. Actually, all based on satanic stuff.
The occult.
Yeah, the occult. That's why so many people are misled into New Age beliefs. Just another trick of Kingdom of Darkness, which is ruling over this earth. So if anyone can explain me the video, send it in a physiological way, which actually makes sense instead of giving me assumptions, I would actually, change my mind that there aren't demons or spirits living besides us, but because I know it's from other videos and or personal experience that there are indeed spirits inside of people. I mean, even for personal experience with myself, it would be pretty hard to debunk that. Because, like I said, if the devil tries to play God, he will create something like the opposite, the perversion of a Holy Ghost, and use this perversion of a dark spirit to actually control many people as his opposition. Same as God does with his Holy Ghost that he pours out. Because the devil is always he's always someone who he's an imitator of God. So he tries to imitate it as much things that he can imitate to lead the sheep astray.
Yes, that's right.
And that's what many people don't know. That's why the Bible says, test all things, test all the spirits. If they're really from God, because he imitates so much today, so much is being imitated by him that that it's really hard to determine. But it's still possible.
And we live in a time where everybody's trying harder than the next person to virtue signal.
Right.
Seem as if they are empathetic, understanding, peaceful, loving.
Love is so important. It's like the most important thing. I mean, it's actually also what the Bible says. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Well, the people who tend to do the virtue signaling, and they want the bleeding hearts, right? They want everybody to have equality and fairness everywhere. But when they're doing that, they're constantly pointing out the differences in people, saying like, you're different from this person and you deserve what they have and stuff like that. But really, we're all basically the same. And so they're just being,
We are all the same. Everyone is equal.
they're causing division while thinking they are, making it better. They're the ones causing the division.
I'll be honest, if someone says he's different or whatever, like if someone says he's like, I don't know, let's say better than someone else, or he tries to elevate himself, that's a religious spirit, man. Straight up religious spirit. There's so many religious spirits out in the world. So many people like from different religions saying that their religion is better, and if you do not do that and this. But in the end, when it comes to the Bible and the Word, we are all sinners in the eyes of God, and we just need to repent, so to rethink our ways of doing and get right with Him. That's it. But I'm not better than anyone else in here, But I totally agree. Yeah, it's a religious spirit going through the world. That's why we have so much war, especially right now in Israel and with Palestine and stuff. Because it's all because of that religious spirit of proudness, of idolatry. I would just accept the fact that they're all just human beings who sinned against their father. Then we could unite again as a human family. But I think that's something that only will happen after the Great Judgment, that there will be a reuniting of actually the ones who accepted his commandments and the ones who didn't.
So what do you think happens after all of that? Because the book would be all fulfilled and everything, like all the books. So like, what do you think happens after that? Does everybody just continue on in like some utopia, or does it take time and it all becomes corrupt again?
No.
Sounds like a program.
You get a new. The thing is, there's gonna be no sin anymore because you get a new body. You're gonna get a new body. You're gonna get.
I'm not trying to go too deep into like just like spiritual beliefs, like the whole new body thing. I'm just talking about for the world, like
yeah, the ones who
for the world, like what do the people come together and they ditch the governments and all that shit? But then how long does it take before they have a new corrupt government, or does that never happen again?
No. If you I thought you mean what happens after the Judgment Day.
I'm not talking about. No. I'm not trying to make this a religious chat. We try to avoid that in the live stream.
Oh, but I would be a liar if I wouldn't tell you that people are gonna be departed from God. Gonna be, cast in outer darkness and chains of darkness. Gonna be or hell or however you want to call it. They're gonna be disconnected.
You're talking about the end of the book. I'm saying after the book is fulfilled, like the earth isn't gone, right? Like what happens here on earth? What happens after the book is fulfilled?
But the wheat needs to be burned, right? So you have a nice garden, but you have a lot of wheat between there. That wheat needs to be burned. Because God is like a great farmer, So the things that don't bring fruit are going to be put into the oven. That's what we need to understand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into like the whole afterlife topic and everything, but when it comes to the Bible, and I don't want to get too much about the Bible either, but I'll touch around the edges a little bit. Like, it's pretty clear, in my eyes anyway, and I think most of yours, that what we're seeing here right now is stuff that's like written towards the end of the book. You know, it's like we're seeing all the signs of like revelations and all that stuff, you know.
Right.
So if we're towards the end of the book, like what's after this? You know, like aside from, you know, most people die, but you know, even according to the book, they say like 144,000 live. So like, what about them? What goes on with them?
Apparently, there is a promise. The day of God, the day of the Lord, the New Jerusalem will come down from heaven, and the firmament and whatever is above that we see is gonna go away, and the city of God will come down from heaven. There is a promise.
After the day of the lawless one, the sinners are going to be cast into hell. The ones who didn't didn't rethink, repented, are going to be separated, disconnected from the divine source, God. They won't love anymore. They won't see any of their loved ones anymore. They won't feel the way that they're actually breathing or living anymore. They're just their existence is going to be disconnected from God. So-called
I'm
hell.
wondering, when the city of God comes down from heaven, who's gonna come out of the gates of the city of God?
I guess his son,
Yeah, but don't you guys question?
the one who was already there, the one who was always king.
But isn't it fair?
The Most High, the Lord, the Most High, the one that sits on the throne of God.
Yes.
Guys, 1 second. 1 second, please. There's another guy trying to talk, but he's coming in really quiet. So maybe
Yeah,
we
isn't
can
it
ask
fair to question these writings and books, considering they've lied to us about other things that we didn't question before?
The thing is
right.
about the structure that is above the heavens is that it's been described by many nations and many groups, not just by one book. It's been spoken about
the
by
universe
basically
has
all
been
nations.
described by many nations and many books. And
Right. Can I answer that?
Please.
So how I look at it is that actually there are a lot of historical proofs which align with scripture, which was written down in the Bible. I don't know, for example, I can look up where God already judged, what was it? Man, I can't remember right now. Sodom and Gomorrah, you can find the city with the sulfur boils and stuff.
Is it fair to say
and
the book and other writings, religious texts,
and
were around?
one second, let me finish for a second. And when I actually think about God, I would actually think that he could be capable of, deciding to keep at least one thing where we can rely on, which is his word, because it would be really, really hard if there's going to be if everything is going to be.
English. I don't think that was written in English.
No, it wasn't.
Is it fair to say that text was around before the globe deception, and that's why it's so strong?
Right, but the thing is
that it? But is that fair? Does that make sense? I'm trying to give it credibility, and I have a struggle. Like, I'm all for.
But the Bible also says you don't need the Bible. The Bible also says you don't need the Bible to know God.
Okay.
The Bible says.
Why do people stick to it so loyally?
Because it's the word of God. It can it will help. It's like I look at this like for every product that you buy, you have like a little book that explains you everything, how to use that product in the right way.
How do we know it's the word, the real word?
I can just tell you from I can just tell you from my experience, which I had between me and God, and what he.
I can tell you why I believe
through the word, And the thing is, that I can't explain to you this revelation that he gave to me and this relationship, because it would be the same as when I try to explain you why I actually love my mom, right? I can't describe a certain love to a family member to you, right? Because it doesn't work. There are certain things you can't explain or put into words, which will still be experiences, right? So I can either lie to you and just tell you that it's all made up by me and I'm telling you just lies right now, or I'll be truthful and I tell you it is the word and I have found nothing else in my life which gives you revelation. Yeah, sure.
Let me answer that question. Yeah, I'll try to be quick. All right, so when you're doing like spy versus spy stuff, you always get like an authentication, right? So back in the day, they used like clay seals, right? And they would press the wax, right? Or a ring seal, right? So this authentication is so that you're getting the correct orders to the correct person and you're not doing the will of like some other agent who's tricking you, right? In the first sentence of the Old Testament in original Hebrew, the letters have meaning like words. And if you take those letters, it literally like tells you about the New Testament, right? That hasn't even happened yet. And we have copies of this in Greek before the birth of Christ. So that means that before the birth of Christ, his future was told about. And because the Greeks have that copy of the Old Testament because of the Hellenization of Israel, the mixture between the two of Israel and Greece, right? We have that authentication message, and I can't remember exactly how it goes, but it talks about the nail in the hand of the Son of Man or something like that.
Is that text or script? Greece has it.
The original Hebrew text, it's in the scrolls. Like you can get
where are the scrolls?
an actual, you can get the Torah scroll. Like they're expensive, but you can.
Jones. I'm trying to figure out where all this stuff's at and what it all means.
Yeah, dude, you don't have to be Indiana Jones, right? You can get a. If you want to be, then get you a whip and a funny hat and go kick ass, bro.
So the point I was pointing before, someone brought another point. The actual structure up in the heavens is actually there. There's scriptures that describe it. The Bible also speak of it. It's one of the scriptures that speak about it. But the actual physical thing, the thing that is being described in the books, is actually there. So, in the books it's one thing, and then when you go out into reality, and it's observable. So there you go. It's there, and it's been described. People has had visions of it, and even I had a vision of it and saw it as well. So it's there. There's no question in my mind. And from the things that I've seen and the conclusion that I came to is that it's an actual place. It's above the firmament, above the waters above, and it's actually there.
So do you need that,
and the scriptures talk about it, describes about it, and people in the past have seen it, and it's been down to earth. It's not down to earth right now, but it's been described in the past as something that is being down to earth. And people in the past called it the mountain of God for a reason, and in many nations, the mountain of God.
Why spend time thinking about it if it's just something that? I mean, do you need to confirm it to yourself in order to believe in it and have faith in it, or could you not just have faith?
Wait, are you just trying to saying why you saying this, why you saying that? I'm telling you, it's just.
I came back to religion because of flat Earth, but I'm breaking down religion now.
Who's talking about religion? I'm not talking about religion.
Me neither. We never talked about religion.
You're the only one talking about religion. Is you, bro.
And all that. What? You're talking about
the
Jesus.
Bible and Jesus.
Talking about Jesus.
Yes, it's not religion.
Okay.
That's where you need to do your first research.
Semantics.
I didn't say anything about Jesus. I didn't say Jesus.
Some other guy was talking about.
All right, guys, we're going to change the subject, or you guys are going to go down to biblical because this is starting to spiral, and I don't mind it so much, but when it starts to spiral,
I mean, yeah, but when I'm speaking, I've been interrupted multiple times. And Hollywood, you have interrupted me multiple times already, and the other guy as well. So when I'm done with my point, then you can jump in. Now I'm done with my point. Go ahead.
It always gets crazy as soon as Hollywood gets here, man.
Anyway, back to the flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, unless we're trying to get to these places, like, are you thinking about going there with a balloon or something? Like, how do you get to this place that you're talking about?
You can't get to this place. This place is above. You can't get to it.
Yeah, I cannot get to it, or I can.
It will have to come down from heaven, and then it will be down here on the flat plane, and then you will have to go to it. But it's not down here yet.
What's the point of worrying about it then if you can't get there?
You were asking questions, and I was just bringing that point, but you just want to question why people are gonna say this and say that. Bring another topic, bro. Since bring a new topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you think you can get to the edge? Because if you can't go up, can you go outward, south?
Oh shit! Hollywood going back to his old shit again.
I mean, I'm an explorer. And I'm trying to figure out where we can go.
Yeah, I get it. Are you gonna get mad because flat earthers don't go and try to find the edge?
No, I mean, this guy, and he says he knows all about it, but doesn't know how to get there and where it is exactly.
No, nobody knows all about it. Nobody knows all about
if you repent.
Break it down for me. What do you know about it?
No, there is no knowing everything about heaven or anything. Nobody knows everything about that. No one.
You said you thought about it a lot and figured it out and confirmed it to yourself, right?
I never said that.
Right. What did you say exactly? I'm confused and maybe forgetful.
Yeah, you're very confused, and you just put in stuff out there. So just mute yourself for now before I mute you.
No, I'm asking you to say what you said.
Hey, let's move topics. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
No,
since you're not gonna listen, we're not gonna touch it.
Your name says you're here to lurk. Try not to be a moderator. You know, you're not here to moderate, are you? You're here to lurk.
Yes.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
So change his name to here to get banned.
Let's move it on to the next topic. The new guy might have a question. Go ahead.
Well, I'm wondering where heaven is in the flat Earth.
Yeah, Hollywood, you brought out the edge. And,
really, bro?
No.
You don't know.
Heaven.
You don't know where the heavens are.
Bring it back.
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, let's bring it back. Okay, so where would the heavens be? Like under your feet?
I don't know. Probably not.
Right in between your ears. So you know about naming rights.
I'm thinking above, but what above?
You know about naming rights, right?
Just above something where you can't go, or what? I don't know about naming rights.
So whoever names something coins the name first, right? They have the right to it. Like, there's no Mexican word for technology or computer, right? They just say technology and computer.
Computadora.
Tecnología,
right? Someone else.
Computadora. It's almost the same thing.
Coin that shit. Okay, so it's transliterated. Or, yeah? You guys just rubbed that little Spanish on it, right? But it's the same word, right? It's not a separate word like you guys say soul, we say sun. That's a separate word, right?
I will say yeah.
Okay, so like I said, they don't have their own word for it because they didn't come up with the naming rights, right? Someone else named it. I don't know who named it, but someone else named it. Right, so the computer wasn't invented by Mexicans. They don't have the naming rights. So they just transliterate it to, what'd you say, computadora? Some shit like that?
Computadora.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Right, so it's the same word. right? So the heavens, right, in ancient literature, right, that would be like above your head, right?
Yes.
I'm just trying to help out Hollywood before he like steals a yacht or something.
I don't know, man. Heaven's head. That's not really the similar.
Steals a yacht to go to the edge.
Oh, is that what we're doing? Really?
No, we're not doing that. Hollywood has a tendency to come in here and, get like really pissed off and
He's
start
only
giving
been
us
banned
that.
like 10 times for it. He's only been banned
He
like
gives
10
that
times
half.
for it.
Sorry, bro. He gives
Well,
that
I'm
like
just saying,
half.
he should know better.
He likes to come in here and give that halftime coach speech like, "We're down by 10, guys. We really got to get our shit together, and we got to get to the edge."
No.
Look, if you guys don't want to figure it out, that's all. It's all on you.
And if you look at the original word, all it means is superior waters, semiim.
What are you guys here to figure out then?
Oh, I'm going to ask you a question, Hollywood. And I want
What else do you want to know?
it's going to be funny trying to listen to you try to answer this shit.
All right.
Is the universe bounded or unbounded? Meaning, is it infinite or finite? And I want your proof of which one it is.
I don't know. How about that?
Okay, so it was proven, by Zeno. I don't know if you ever heard of this, Zeno's paradox. The Zeno's paradox, Achilles and the tortoise.
Recollection of what that is.
Okay, so it was proven by Zeno that this question cannot be answered with math or logic or geometry or anything. It's an unknowable question. We can't answer it.
That's why
So when you say that there's an edge, it implies that the Earth is
there's an edge
encased in
there's
something,
an edge
right?
of my knowledge, bro. We already get over the semantic shit, so I'm done.
It's not semantics, dude. Like
Dude, it's not
for
a
the
fucking
Earth to have an edge, that means it.
Cliff.
Listen, it doesn't
You're
matter if it's a cliff or whatever. It means it's in. Oh, I'm saying is it would have to be embedded inside of something else, right? There'd have to be something larger that the Earth would be inside, right? What is okay in the heliocentric model? What's Earth embedded in?
Dude, literally, what happens if I'm on a football field and I run to the edge of the field? Like,
Can you just answer the question? What's the Earth embedded in? What's the Earth embedded in the heliocentric model? Nothing, right? A big empty nothing. It's inside of something, right? That's why it has an edge. The globe is an edge. You're standing on the edge. You're walking around the edge. Like I said, when you say edge, you're implying it's inside of something larger.
I don't know.
Where does that end? Do we stop with that inquiry? Like, where's the edge of that? Then where's the edge of that? Then where's the edge of that? That's why this is just a big waste of fucking time.
Using that word against us, then I understand that, but I don't
Against
understand
who?
why you're. I don't understand why you're so.
So it shows their lack of intellect.
Of the word edge. Don't you want to know what
Because
it's like?
words mean things.
Past Antarctica, if that's even what's there. Like, don't you want to know what's at the whatever you want to call it?
Oh.
I would
don't
like to
want it.
know.
I don't
but
care.
Do we know? I don't know.
Yeah, but do you want to? That's the big difference between you and.
Yeah, but we don't know.
I don't care.
Yeah, I understand that.
I don't care because it's irrelevant to the question. It really is. It doesn't mean a thing. Don't you want to know what's at the bottom of the Marianas Trench?
You know, Britain was just a fairy tale to Caesar at some point.
Yeah, I want to know what's in the bottom of the South Pacific. Like, I want to know where, like, the 7 Spanish galleons that sunk off into the Pacific Ocean. I want to know where they are. There's a lot of things I want to know, but
Right, that's
I'm not going to be able to know them.
I can't believe you don't want to know what's at the edge, though. It's pathetic as a flat earther.
Because it's irrelevant.
What if there is no edge?
Then that's something to know, isn't it?
There's no edge. How would you know that? Because
you would go somewhere and you wouldn't come back.
Well, that's going to happen anyway.
We should do that. We can do that for free.
Yeah.
I'll send you to Camden, New Jersey, and you can yell nigger, nigger, nigger.
You'll never come back.
Nope, you will not come back, and you will not have found the edge either. Maybe the edge of sanity, but
or they might think that he's the craziest fucking white nigga on the block, and they would freaking make him part of their gang.
yeah, I doubt that.
Once you're part of the gang, you never come back though either.
Yeah, no, there's only one way out. There's only one way out of the gang.
Yeah, there's only one way out.
I mean, no offense, but like honestly, I have to consider that you guys are all on the bad guy gang, like as a safeguard to myself.
Oh my god!
Like that's the only that's the only rationale.
It was nice knowing you.
We're the bad guys, right?
Well,
but
I
you
mean,
come in here talking about stealing ships. We're going to hijack some yachts so we can go to the Antarctica, right? But we're the bad guys, right?
No. I never said that. I said there's a potential that you are, or something like that, right?
Well, there's a potential that you're Santa Claus, motherfucker.
I know, but I'm saying you have to entertain that idea, don't you? Or else you might be wrong.
How do you write about something that can't be known, right or wrong, about something that cannot be physically known at this time? Where's there a right and a wrong in that?
There isn't.
So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about I don't trust any of you.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We don't trust you either. Have a nice life, Hollywood. Okay, now we're up to 11 bands. How long has that been going on?
Ever since I've been here. That dude comes in here and it's like, bro, you don't quit pushing that like illegal shit like we're a bunch of like criminals trying to steal yachts and shit.
Every time Hollywood comes in, he gets muted or banned. Every time.
Yep.
Usually it's just muted. He gets muted, then he leaves. He comes back a day later, asks to be unmuted, leaves, comes back a week later, gets muted again. Rinse and repeat.
No, he was all right when he first came on the server, but like, man, he's doing the long troll, man. You hear when he brought his like friend on?
You know what? I think that sounds familiar. I don't remember anything about it, but that sounds.
He brought a friend. His friend didn't really say anything. He was just totally spiraling and triggered, man. Like totally, like. I think they were like swearing at each other. That could have been somebody else. It's pretty. It's like convince my friend he's a flat Earth. Like, dude, you're not even convinced. Like,
no. I think you're talking about Chemtrail now. Because he did that.
Recently. Him too, yeah. But yeah, remember his friend was like he was going to beat him up.
No, Chemtrail's way cooler than that other guy. I can't believe you guys.
Oh, it's just a friend thing. Chemtrail came out here with a friend, and his friend was like going to beat him up. What's flat Earth have to do with making money? That was his
There's money.
Look into
the important thing in this life. Yeah. The root of all evil.
Anyway, how's everyone else doing? I haven't been in here in quite a bit.
Very good.
Me neither.
Awesome. I haven't heard Jemsy in a while. What's up, Jemsy?
Everything good. Been here, just lurking a little bit sometimes.
In Boston? You didn't move away yet?
Nah, I went to New York for like 5 days or so, and then we drove there. I was gonna go see Elijah, but the family was, let's go here, let's go there, let's go here, just driving around.
Okay. Yeah.
New York anyway.
You're the man. They're not going to go do anything you want to do. Forget that.
Yeah.
That's all you expected it to be these days, or was it like falling to pieces like everybody says, or was that just a joke?
It was normal, but there was a shooting in Times Square when we went there. So we were gonna go to Times Square, but at the moment we were gonna go there was like a shooting. People got shot, and we decided to go some other place.
The guy that ran out of gas, that guy?
For 4 days. Once a week. We're having dinner with some family, and just now, and they're saying bye. So I've been talking to you guys, and I was doing the dishes and talking to to you guys. What's up, Indio? You're staying inside home, insulated. You're always working and stuff.
Yeah. Lately, yeah, that's been working crazy, man. That's nice out anyway. I'd rather be outside.
Still going to the gym? People wearing masks in the gyms? Because there's a lot of policy changes.
I'm pretty I feel pretty good because I see more and more people with no masks. Like, I mean, not even like carrying a mask or one around their neck. Like they have absolutely no mask in sight. So it's making me feel better.
I felt I usually I update everybody with like all this little stuff, but I haven't. It's been maybe almost 2 weeks now. I was so happy. The school district that my daughter goes in, they made it so that all the students that it's optional, like no more mask for them. Like, there's not a lot of places in the country I don't think that are like that. So like, she's a first grader. Like, first graders shouldn't be forced to be wearing a mask all day. Like, especially definitely not out on the playground. But
Dude, even the normies are turning on the narrative, man. Like, because, like, you know what I mean? The data's in, man. Like, this is going to go down as the worst public health mistake in the history of the world. Like, we could actually have we could actually have a real pandemic, right? A real, like, crazy disease that's killing everybody, like the movie Pandemic, and nobody's going to listen now.
Dude, yeah, it's the boy who cried wolf, right? And then,
exactly.
And then not only that, but like now they've also trained you, like if a real one hits, like, oh, you can protect yourself by wearing a piece of anything over your face, because that's what they told you at first, right?
A piece of anything, yeah.
Of anything.
I just listen over the last couple of days, man. Just the thought just keeps popping in my head. Like, remember when they were saying like, "Don't touch your eyes." Fucking touch your eyes, you're gonna get corona. You're gonna be on the ground flopping around like a fish with foam coming out of your mouth. I literally had, like, in the first couple of days, I had people like, "Hey, don't touch your eyes," like freaking out on me, like, what the fuck, right?
A real
happened to that
will start spreading, and everybody's gonna go and buy up toilet paper again, and instead of fucking, like, I don't know, like something that you might really be able to use, like, in that case of a real pandemic, you're not going to use these stupid masks, N95s even. It'll be those at the very minimum. You're going to have fucking suits and I don't even know.
In the movies, right? They're in like space suits, right?
Yeah.
Biohazard suits. Everybody's going to buy a biohazard suit. Yeah. Walk around like Martian.
Boy, we're all going to be a bunch of bubble boys.
I went to a convenience store
when a real pandemic hits, because this shit is clearly just social engineering.
I went to a convenience store and walked in and without the mask, and there was like 5 people in line. Nobody said anything. I grabbed my stuff without the mask, made the line. Nobody said anything. And then when I made it to the cashier, the guy said, "Where's your mask?" And I said, "I burned it." And he was like, "Oh, okay." And I said, I need to breathe fresh air, so I burnt it. And he was fine. He serviced me
Walmart tonight for the first time in like a week. And the last time I was there, everybody but 1 or 2 people had masks on. And today, it was just the opposite. Only like maybe 3 or 4 people had masks in the whole store. I was so happy to see people finally waking up.
Dude, what totally had me all screwed up in the head is I've been...
No, hold on, Lou, hold on. Nobody is waking up. They said that the masks, like...
Yeah.
He said that wearing the mask indoors doesn't do anything. And who else? And the New York Times called out the CDC by saying there's not a single reported case of somebody catching a coronavirus indoors from being too close to somebody. Well, those 2 events, I guess, must have heard it or something. Because Like as soon as that shit kicked off, everybody started dropping their masks. They're like, but it isn't because they woke up; it's because they were given permission to take them off.
Yeah, as soon as the CDC said that they recommended, that it was okay to lift the mask mandates, then right away a lot of communities were like, yeah, let's do that. I've been waiting for this.
Plus, there's Texas. Then there's Texas, right? Texas got rid of masks 2 months ago, and they had 0 deaths 3 days ago.
Right, that's got to be a big part of it, right? That I think Florida is another example like that too.
Yeah. Listen, there's studies that have come out that have compared direct comparisons of masks versus unmasked, and the places that have masks have more so-called cases of coronavirus. Listen, I know why it is. It isn't coronavirus. It's because the way, you have all those false positives, but people are coming with actual respiratory illnesses caused by the fucking mask in the first place.
What's really funny right now, though, is because we're in this transition period where, the CDC stopped saying you don't have to wear a mask, so all of those, extreme liberal, virtue signaling people, they don't really know what to do right now. They're like, the ones that when they poll and they're like,
Wojaks, dude.
The ones that they poll and they're like, I don't know if I'm quite ready yet, and they still want to wear their mask. And my local news station did a poll about travel, booking summer vacation plans, and they said that. It was a pretty large percentage. The most said that they were ready to book up, vacation plans, that they had already booked them. Another large percent said that they haven't booked them yet, but they are willing to. There was 10% of people who said they're not quite ready yet, not ready to travel or have a vacation. All these motherfuckers are wearing a mask inside of their house still. They are.
You know what? They all should be imprisoned immediately. They're the Wojaks that are stealing our reality from us, dude.
But the bad thing about that, the whole thing is you're just talking about this vacation stuff and that is the people that lost their jobs because of this bullshit. And now there's a lot of people unemployed and there's a lot of people that lost their businesses and stuff. And there's a lot of people that got cheated unfairly out of their income and going and having a vacation or whatever, it's a terrible situation we're still in my opinion, because so many people were so unfairly lost their jobs and, just the whole system, it just went upside down for a while and it really did screw a lot of people bad.
And they took which jobs, huh? They took very specific jobs, the restaurant industry, the ones where you get tipped, the cash, that cash they can't track. Very specific. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, you're probably right.
People who are making more money than they've ever made in their lives by not working. You got the bonuses that are coming from. You got a federal right now of $300. It was $600 of every week. An extra $600 or an extra $300 onto your unemployment, and then there's also state incentives depending on what state you're in. So depending on what state you're in, you might be making way more money for not working.
Well, it's funny money anyways, dude. Fuck them.
So you can't blame those people. You'd be an idiot. You'd be an idiot to not fucking take that, right?
Right. Of course.
Take as much as you can and pay as little taxes as possible. Actually, just take it all.
When you take your stimulus check, they got you in their computer.
The maze, bro. They like the mazes, dude. Everything's a fucking maze.
Anyway, they got it set up so that there's a lot of people who, the virtue signaling, even a lot of that it's fake virtue signaling. They don't.
It's not even real people, bro.
They don't really give a fuck even a little bit. There's. They just they like
you can script that online.
They like being able to say stay away from me or I give me my space or having smaller crowds, or like, oh, because I go along with it, I'm vaxxed, I don't have to wear a mask, but you got to, and all that shit. They just it's they're
Jacks,
separating
bro.
big time. They're making two different classes. We're going through, like, we're gonna see segregation again. You know what I mean? Like, we defeated that in the 60s or something like that, and we're about to go back into it.
And instead of being color segregation, it's going to be vaccination segregation.
Released by the Overlord.
It's just messing up. It's that scratching noise.
What were the CDC rules that were just released?
Well, that was maybe a week ago. I mean, they basically said that, they've got it contained enough because of the vaccine, where people who are vaccinated don't have to wear a mask anymore unless they are indoors in a crowded area. People who are not vaccinated should continue to wear masks. But what's hysterical is people who are vaccinated are still wearing masks, and people who are not vaccinated are not wearing them because we don't buy this bullshit.
Probably by design too, because
probably, no doubt about it. Absolutely, 100%.
Yep.
There's no debate here.
At this point, I find it really ridiculous when you look around in your town. You see all these testing places still up. Like, who's getting tested at this point of the game?
What test? Which test?
Why the fuck would you ever get tested at this point of the game? You're either going to get vaccinated, or you've decided you're not going to get vaccinated. So all this pushing of, like, we need to make sure people know that the vaccine's available. Like, they know, motherfucker, they know.
Be safe. Get vaxxed.
They're giving free stuff if you take the V shots. You go to places, you bring your car, you show, and they got, like,
free
rides, donuts, free sodas, free coffee.
Yeah. Available. Like, they tried to play it out like it was going to be in, like, high demand and, like, low supply, high demand. They couldn't get that. The people don't want to fucking take it, for the most part. Unless you're in these, like, in the big cities, in the highly liberal Democrat areas, like, then all of a sudden they're just so retarded they've been brainwashed.
Dude, my grandpa had fucking these scumbag people around him, and he's a 96-year-old man, dude, or 95, and they fucking gave it to him, man. I'm so pissed off. I'm just...
My wife,
What
her
do you do,
grandmother, they gave it to her, and she's been sick since then. She's like 86 years old. She's been, like, really sick.
Actually, this is a very serious question. I thought I remembered, is kidney failure one of the side effects of the vaccine?
It could be related. It could trigger it. Obviously, it's a combination of things.
A lot of side effects, bro.
Yeah, there's so many side effects.
Because dude,
your fucking lungs getting eaten out. All the rats died, dude, at the UP.
The kid at work that I'm training,
died,
the kid that at work that I'm training, his mom just told him that she all of a sudden has kidney failure, and but she also just got vaccinated for COVID like a couple weeks earlier.
She thinks it's helping her.
It could trigger a lot of things. It's obviously the body. If you stay healthy, some people barely anything happens, but some people are from a long life of whatever they got going in their bodies, and then they get this juice.
There's been a lot of people reporting a lot of adverse effects, and I'm wondering if kidney failure is one of them.
Only 1% of the side effects have been being reported, I heard the other day, too. So there's a whole lot more side effects going on than they're telling us about. A whole lot more.
So to answer your question, I know there's been doctors that attach liver failure to that, but kidney failure, I will say it's related, but I haven't seen papers and actual those doctors saying it, but it should be related for sure, because even one of the who was a Mimus here said that his mom got one of the V shots, and then her gallbladder failed a few days after. So organ failure is definitely related to the V shots.
Yeah, it very well could just be an organ thing. Yeah.
But dude, the kid right today, he was like, he just got a text message from his mom about it today at work, about how she's got kidney failure. And he brought up that she had just recently been vaccinated and asked if that might be one of the, if it might be because of the vaccine that she has the kidney failure. And,
listen, people have gone blind, shoulder damage, gallbladder damage, even damage in the brain and stuff like that. So liver.
Point that I was making was he the way he said it was actually pretty good. He said this whole time this pandemic's been going on, and he still doesn't know anybody who's died of COVID-19. But now he knows somebody who got vaccinated for COVID-19.
Never even existed, dude.
Have you guys seen the hearing in the Texas State Senate with the doctors?
What happened?
Tell us, please.
They had a couple doctors. I've only seen a few of them so far, but these are like professional doctors. Like some of them aren't even anti-vaccine, and they are so against the COVID one. Because back in, I think it was 2005, the University of Texas tried to do a trial on animals, I think it was hamsters, with the coronavirus, and it killed most of the animals.
And all variants.
And then this round, they skipped the animal trials, and I think they just went to, I think they did a phase 2, and then the phase 3, which we're still doing. And there's been over 5,000 deaths, which have been documented, and they only document about 1% of side effects.
Right. The thing is, in that trial you're talking about, those animals that were tested on, died horrifically. They didn't just die; they died.
Yeah, it was like holes in their
hardcore deaths,
brains,
getting your fucking lung eaten from the inside out. Type of grueling deaths.
It was disgusting, and usually for trials, they'll shut products down. I mean, I've seen trials where they shut them down after one death.
Yeah, I mean, the
5,000.
Yeah, the swine flu one in what was it, 72 or something like that, or maybe the late 60s, 69 to 72, somewhere in there. There was the swine flu one. That vaccine, 13 people died, and they shut it down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to bring someone in to move from this topic, but be right back.
Yeah, it might not be a bad idea.
It's a shitty topic, but it's the reality, dude.
All the idiots that took it, I told you so, bitches.
I mean, if you just want to go to your grave early, just go grab it, man. Have at it, dude.
I screamed from the rooftops on social media, and everybody wanted to mock me. Now you can't have a baby? Too fucking bad.
Yeah, wait till we start hearing that stuff, because that's going to be, that's going to be another
sterilization is one of them. One of the side effects. It's on the fucking thing. There's empty pamphlets. These things come with pamphlets, and it's fucking empty. You can't. What? Where they show ingredients, all that shit? It's just empty.
Are you shitting me?
No joke, no bullshit. There's this lady, it's on video. She's opening one of these shitty vaccines, and straight up, it's just empty. They have it on video, bro.
Nice. Nice.
It's a
No,
blank
they
piece
give
of
you
paper.
paperwork. They give you paperwork, and they tell you like if you have.
That's
an
supposed to
audit, you
be
just need
like
to
illegal,
take
but you know, these people don't give a shit.
I don't know what is it, but there is a trend that they actually inject the people, actually put the needle in the arm, but they don't press in the needle, and no contents are going
Talking like
into the body.
Like the presidents who go get the shot.
No, I'm talking regular people. Like, there's many videos about this. If people just are recording the moment, like in the let's say the
They're
Latin
faking the
American
shot on
countries,
random
South
people?
America. Yeah, random people. We're talking about old people, adults. Mostly, the videos I've seen is mostly old people, and they just inject the needle in the arm, and then they take it out without injecting the contents.
Optics, bro. Optics. It's a show.
I mean, optics.
Got an agenda. Boys have their agenda.
I'm just speculating the reason, and I know of nurses because I've been through this. I have this conversation with nurses and people, and they have to do their job, but they don't want to give this stuff to people. Even doctors talked about this. So there's a possibility that some
Their thing.
people
They
that
should be
actually
standing up to this shit. They doing their
some
research.
people might be. I'm speculating, but some people might be just giving the injection, but without pressing in the injection, and just that's what I'm thinking of. Because I don't know why else they will be doing something like that.
Like trying to save them.
Bro.
But when you check the people that are in the comments and commenting about this, there people are actually complaining about the person not getting the shot. They're saying, look, they're not doing their job correctly. They're not giving the shots to the people. And most of the comments are like people saying that they're trying to keep people by not giving the shots. So it's very, very weird was the whole situation. There's so many layers to the whole thing that even that is happening. It's just another thing of the layers.
The maze, bro. Got us in this maze.
But I was trying to bring someone in here, but he was just a troll.
During these times of despair, I often reflect to the music of the past. Listen to Jethro Tull while he kicks fucking ass.
Wojaks, dude. They're everywhere, man. No internal thought, bro. How can you have no internal thought? No, seriously. No internal thought, bro? What the fuck does that even mean? Autopilot? Maybe you should get the fucking shot. Get the fuck out of here. You're ruining it for everybody else anyway.
I know. I don't even know how you could fall for it. Like, I just try to imagine.
Great Wojak. What else can we identify him by? I mean, if you're not internally thinking, you're not even really here. You're just fucking I don't even know what it is, dude.
Mic check. Can anybody hear me?
1, 2.
Sounds good.
Oh, man.
No internal thought, dude? That's a fuck thought.
Who doesn't have internal thought?
Yeah, no shit. Like I heard that talked about maybe a month ago or like a few weeks ago.
Dude.
Like, who in the world doesn't have any internal thought? Seriously.
What are we talking about here?
How many percent did you say?
Apparently they're admitting it. You could just Google this shit up and they're like, yeah, no internal thought. I'm like, what?
So, that little voice in your head that tells you, that tells you, like, don't kick her while she's on the ground, Sharkeisha. That little voice isn't there telling you not to kick her while they're down? Is that what they mean?
While you're handling a sharp knife and you're cutting fast, and that voice that says, like, be careful, you're about to cut yourself. You know what I mean? Like, there's none of that.
No, what's happening, lunatic? If you don't have internal thought
about that voice.
You're not thinking internally. How do you even make a decision?
They don't teach
When I
about
put on
the
seatbelt-
conscience anymore. Like,
When I go to
remember
the back.
Jiminy Cricket? You learn about your conscience.
Yeah.
And like the
I
little
wanna live
kids,
to
like
be
they don't know what the fuck
103.
that is.
I'm gonna live to be 103.
Wojaks, dude.
No siree. I'm gonna live to be 103. Jiminy Cricket, he's a bad little mammer jammer.
I'm guessing that the people who answered that they don't have that are too dumb to understand the question.
Wait a minute. Do cows have eternal thought? Do
I
cows
get
have
that nervous,
internal?
that nervousness.
Dude.
Cows?
Look, a cow is being a cow.
Yes.
Humans need to be a human and fucking think. If you're not being human all the way, dude, and you're just not thinking, you're out. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, cows thinking, but they can only do so much.
Yeah, at least it's a cow, though, bro.
Right.
Talking human, man.
No, I get you. I get you.
Like the dog is being the dog, all right? But the dude over there, no internal thought, bro? The fuck? Look, I don't even know what to do with them, bro.
Sometimes too much thought is bad, though, you know?
At least the guy's thinking, dude.
Yeah.
We need thinkers around here. We don't need Wojaks.
Yeah, just a mad scientist of the world who, like, F shit up sometimes, depending on what they got going on or what they try.
I mean, yeah, you know, intelligence can create burdens, but dude, zero thought? I mean...
No, I'm with you 100%. You gotta be able to have some type of thought process.
What happens if I club the zero thought dude over the head? What happens? Does he not know I clubbed him?
Whammer, are you high right now?
Not unless he says it out loud.
Whammer, are you
He's like,
high?
ow! Just club him again. Ow! Who did it?
Whammer,
dude.
Are you high right now?
Oh, a little bit.
Okay, I just heard you say like dude and bro like so many times. I'm just teasing you. But I'm like, this man is high.
These Wojaks, man, they're everywhere. They're up and down your block. They're fucking everywhere.
He sounds like Flat Earth dude, doesn't he?
You know, these people at Wall Street Bets are convinced I'm Hollywood. Can you believe that shit?
It's gnarly, dude. It's ride away.
No, but seriously, this is a serious topic. No internal thought. When you start to think about this, bro.
Yeah, when you think about no internal thought, you think about it, and there's like no internal thought. It's like playing like Super Mario World with Yoshi, and you're on like, you know, like Star Road. It's all tubular.
I have to point out that the one of the adverse reactions of the V shots is it's brain damage. So you know there's a possibility there that once you take too many of those, maybe your brain is not working properly anymore, and you just I guess the body might be just working on other.
That's almost like a guarantee if they do what I think they're gonna do. Like with the all the talk about booster shots and shit like that. You think get people to just keep taking this over and over and over again? Yeah. Dude, like
what the fuck?
Oh, man.
Are we trapped at home at this point? I mean, you're not allowed to go out. I know in Cyprus they've rolled it out to the point where you can't go into a cafe without some shot, some heroin shot up your ass.
Shit is open, guys. What the fuck?
Not in America. That will never happen in America.
Seriously. How do you shoot up heroin? You got to go get a needle and shoot it into your veins. That's what they want to do to you. They don't give you a pill. No, fuck no. They got to shoot it into you. Right into that DNA. I mean, what are these people? What?
Oh, that's another thing. So, like, our summer music festival and, like, ethnic festivals and stuff like that scene here in Milwaukee is a big thing. The biggest one is Summerfest, and they announced all the rules about that recently. And so, of course, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask, and you can just go in. You just gotta, prove that you're vaccinated. But if you're not vaccinated, you have to have a negative test 24 hours before you enter the gate.
Whoever's enforcing that's a Wojak.
No way. No way they're checking.
Yeah.
Show me an article. There's no way they're checking.
Is that PCR test still?
There's no way they're checking your paperwork. Not yet.
That's the rules for it. It's coming up.
No way. I gotta see that actually written down.
Dude, what do we? I mean, this is happening.
Well, I gotta say, like in the
No, it's
Spanish
not.
news and even in the
Nightmare
English
reality.
news, they add in this: if you are V-shotted, if you already have full eating, if they always adding this to the end, you can go back to normal life. If you did it already, they're adding this into many situations. If you did it, if you're fully V-shotted.
Do we need to go figure out how to like get papers now? Is this the deal?
No,
took up some papers.
No, and don't even talk like it's a thing yet. It's not, and it's not. It's not. The EEOC.
You got Wojaks around here, man. There's way too many of them.
The EEOC has admitted that if you have a religious or personal belief against the shot, they can't make you take it. Period. They have to accommodate it. So no jobs can.
Not going to the
that's
fucking. What is
really
it? Not going to the show, I guess.
Yeah,
No,
that's
they
really what
can't
it's going to
enforce
boil down to. Yeah, that's really what it's going to boil down to. We've had 5,000 Greek New Testament copies for a long time. We knew this was coming. It's not a fucking surprise. There's the people that were like, nah, that's bullshit. But yeah, I mean, I think it might actually come down to it within our lifetime. And it's ridiculous to even say it out loud, right? It sounds ridiculous when I say it. But what if you have
We're
to
like
just
a couple months away. They're rolling it out.
No, what are you talking about? They try every time they try to pass it, the bills get killed. That just happened in OC in California.
Keep
They tried to
taking
Florida?
a jumper. At some
Can you
point,
not
it's
rumpus
going
me,
in.
Whammer? Can you not rumpus me, dude? Thank
I am
you.
rumpusing you.
Well, I'm
Go
so
ahead.
tired of the negativity, y'all, because we're gonna fucking win this shit, and y'all are such Debbie Downers.
What do you want to do about it?
Yo, we're gonna fucking win.
What do you
Florida made a ban.
Getting
North
out
Carolina.
here.
Stop. Florida made a ban. North Carolina made a ban. California, they were trying to roll it out with the businesses. That shit got shut down. They're losing. So we got to stop talking like it's happening. It might happen in 100 years, 50 years, 20 years, 15 years. It's not
Feed the
happening right now,
militia
guys.
at this point, bro.
Right,
Just to
you're
shut
right.
it all down.
They'll party without a mask on. It's time to celebrate.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
going
I mean,
anywhere with a mask.
I agree with you, Sky. The only thing that I'm kind of worried, hopefully I'm wrong about this, is that there is such a thing as shedding. I don't know how to use that term, but people like it's been done with monkeys, that people that get the V shots can make other people sick eventually. And I don't know what's gonna happen in the future, but I just hope people don't start like falling down dead. And I mean, like, so in many households, some people are gonna get the V thing, other people don't. But then if something actually happens, because inside of some of these products, they have found like parasites and organisms inside. I don't know if those are weapons of war or biological weapons that are being injected into people's. That's been going on for a long time. But if this stuff is gonna be passed between people in their households and stuff, and people actually start getting sick from this, it could get ugly in the future. I hope not. I hope my speculation is totally wrong.
Well, I heard
How it even fits with germ theory. You know what I mean? Like, how does that even it does? You know what I'm saying? Like, if germ theory is a myth, then how does?
No, not germ. I'm talking about actual parasites, organisms that can, take your body as a host and be in your body. And if these things are being manipulated by men, which is been done for a long time, this language has been spoken even in Congress about these bioweapons and stuff. That is, the source of this situation that we're in today. But the show I think the show is gonna continue for some time. I just hope they're just done with it. but I think they don't take these steps just for nothing.
They're never done, dude.
Yeah. There's something deeper going on. But
They'll
you know,
say
I'm
a
just speculating,
variant is
and I'm not an
mobbing
expert.
around, and these people, they never stop.
All I'm saying is they're passing laws right now banning this stuff. So even if people get sick, they're going to have to undo all the laws. So
Hey,
point
you
is,
know
it's
what?
to
We used to have
celebrate.
rights. Also,
Point
you
is
know,
to-
sweetie. And guess what? They romped right over those.
Okay.
What happened to those? You know,
So you're just
you
gonna
can
hide in
travel
your house?
unmolested.
We still
freedom
got
of
rights.
speech.
Are you just going to hide in your house, even though things are open and you don't have to wear a mask? You're not going to party or go to a bar, or go to the club?
Oh, I'm going to the bar. I'm going to the party.
Okay, then don't cry like you're locked in your house.
I'm not crying about it.
That's not what's happening,
Isn't the
y'all.
new isn't the new ID the new real ID kicking in in the United States? Isn't that a thing? And they might attach your papers, your up-to-date papers into it, your medical records and stuff. That's a talk that has
You're
been
just
going
gonna
on.
have to get that brain chip.
Brain
Be
chip.
Wojjacked.
Anyways.
It's not a funny thing. This is real, guys.
Yeah, it is real effed up, is what it is. The whole freaking thing.
Can't get someone to hear. I mean, Wojak can't even hear you anyway. So there's like a large part of the population. You can hit them with a brick. I don't know. You can hit them with a brick and give them the facts, and whatever. They're not hearing it.
Do they get the black eye from the brick and they still don't hear
They don't hear it, bro.
it? I know, just messing.
They don't hear it. You could throw them off a building. Just fucking toss them off a building. That's one Wojak. I mean, people get killed by the shot, right? And they're like severely fucked up. And they're like, yeah, it's helping me. It actually strengthened my immune system. Doctor knows best. Apple a day.
The bee apple.
Oh, yeah. And there's so much crime going on at the same time.
Oh, I think crime's taking a major jump these days. I see it all around me.
There's no cops anymore. There's no FBI doing anything. They're just, you know what I heard? I heard there's like purple-haired, long fingernailed, fucking greaseball FBI agents rolling through places, like that with that look, that look.
With the purple-haired, fingernailed gothic look, and they're just rolling through having a party or what?
That social justice crap, that super ultra left look.
Yeah.
Hear that shit's up in the FBI, like fucking doing raids and shit. Oh fuck.
You gotta be
giving orders and shit.
Like getting orders from Edward Scissorhands.
Our FBI is worthless. Worthless little thing. Whatever it is. What is the FBI? Bunch of bums.
Oh, the FBI? You mean the people that forgot to investigate all the hard drives from 9/11 after the insider trading happened?
What about Clinton's, the body count? How many murders, huh? How many times you gotta murder someone and call it a suicide? How many times? How many times do you get to do it, right? I looked at it, it's like, oh my goodness.
You just become part of the club, I guess. You do it as many times as you want.
That shocked me the most when I first was looking at stuff, is that Clinton body count. I mean, wow. They're just running through people.
Yeah, that was shocking. I agree.
Yeah, didn't that one guy like zip himself and lock himself in a suitcase?
Yeah, shot like 3 times in the back of the head, or like the head's chopped off and they say it's somehow suicide, or it's crazy shit. Shot by like a shotgun and, you know, died of hanging. Just all rigged, but they're dead.
Yeah, they are. That's one thing's for sure.
I think that bothers me the most is it's such blatant killings and there's no... I mean, dude, you could just go fucking find it. I mean, there's some serious investigations and it's like, what? There's no investigation right now? I mean, no one's on trial? You could just...
Well, you see, the best way to hunt birds is to get 2 with 1 stone. So while you're getting the American populace like hooked on these heavy narcotics, you can also take the money that the American people spend, right? Because it's on the black market, they're going to spend a lot more, and you can fund all these black ops. So 2 birds with 1 stone.
Oh, all day. They want you to come get that NAR. That fucking, those drugs. And oh, by the way, whoever banned me from being able to grow a plant? When did this happen? Because I wasn't aware of this one, right? Like, a plant.
Harry Anslinger?
How in the
You know
world
Harry
did we
Anslinger,
allow
that guy that wore the...
Wojak.
The guy that, you know, didn't wear the funny hat, but he seemed like the type to wear a funny hat.
Dude, that shit
Harry
pisses
Anslinger.
me off, man. Really bad. I want to fucking grow some plants, bro. Anything I want. There's no restrictions on what I can grow, what I can pick. Who allows this crap?
Well, the American people were tricked, right? Because they said it was marijuana. Like, marijuana, what is that? Right? And then when they found out that it was hemp, we just voted against hemp? Like, what have we done?
Talking hemp. What about poppy and every other fucking plant? It should be. I mean, the relationship we have with this stuff has been maligned and retarded. That shit's supposed to, you know, no doubt, any of that stuff getting up here and whoever's grabbing it, you know, they're pumping that stuff full of rat poison. You have no idea what you know what I mean? What God or whatever put it here for you. I mean, that's for you.
Petroleum
right?
medicine.
These things aren't like supposed to be middlemanned and you're restricted. I mean, wow, it's just incredible to me.
Yeah, just that's how it works. Wage war on the people, wage war on the foreigners. The people for
Roboting.
Did you say
Just
robot?
getting cowed and wojacked into submission.
If you say Wojak one more time.
I will never stop, bro. It needs to be said. All of us. We need to identify who this non-thinker is out there. Everybody needs to say that word. It's the only way to identify him. And they hear that name, you know that? When I say it, everybody laughs and they remember it. It's one of those names that just hits you. Start saying it, guys. There's a Wojak.
What does that even mean?
It's the meme, bro. The non-player character.
Oh,
you know, the NPC.
Yeah. I don't think I saw the meme though.
It identifies it perfectly. NPC, you know, that's not catchy enough. Wojak nails it, and that's actually his name, Wojak.
The non-player player.
I don't know what you call it, all right? Non-player character, non-player fucking... What is it?
We're trying to get that out of you right now, that's all.
Just one thought. And you know what the worst part is? Is you have people around you very close. Wojacked to the max.
Whoa, Jack, calm down, calm down. I want to know to what level of ridiculousness do we have to look forward to next? I mean, this is really, it's wide open at this point.
Well, Jeb Bush could be the next president.
I mean, they could lay.
You got a bright future.
Yeah, they could lay anything on us at this point. Virtually no reason.
Can you imagine Jeb Bush doing like a fake Texas accent like George did? Right? Like, we're going to Iran, boys.
What? Why not Dwayne Johnson or even Elon Musk for president?
Dude, at this point, I'd take Dennis Rodman. Fuck. At least we wouldn't have to go to war with North Korea.
I know shit.
Yeah, Dennis Rodman sounds he's fit for the job.
Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? I mean, think about that. If we had a choice between Jeb Bush and Dennis Rodman, at least we would know we might still go to war with Iran, but it won't be Iran at the same time as North Korea. Right? That way we might have a chance of surviving.
All right, Mike Tyson for president.
Okay, now you're just being silly. You're just being silly now.
You can't help you have a lift. I'm getting punched in the head too many times.
I would like to thank all my constituents who voted for me.
Did you see him on Joe Rogan's that time he ate that big handful of mushrooms? He was munching on like an eighth of an ounce of mushrooms while he was talking to Joe Rogan. Just kept chewing them and sucking on the juice, telling Rogan how good they were. Getting just lit up. And then that Elon Musk smoked some weed with Rogan that day, and then his phone starts going off, and Rogan goes, "Who's calling you?" And he goes, "Just my friend saying, what are you doing smoking weed?" Oh my God!
After that show, the Tesla value dropped because people saying that he smoked weed, and a lot of stockholders didn't like that.
Yeah,
bro. This guy comes out. What was it? They said they banned Bitcoin in China while it was dumping last night. I mean, these people, the lies aren't even. There's no rule of law anymore.
Elon is a face of that group, but he doesn't control the markets. It's just like he has privy information. But they, in the cryptocurrency, they liquidated like $1 trillion in the past week.
It was the most that's ever been liquidated in one day ever in the cryptocurrency is to like yesterday.
So should I get in right now?
I think
I would wait until around 20,000. There's something called the Wyckoffsky study or something. It's on BitBoy. Go check it out. This guy, Wyckoffsky, something like that. You'll see it in the BitBoy's video today. But anyways, this guy had proven, stage 1, stage 2. He had charted exactly what manipulation, the exact chart and how it works in stage 1, stage 2. And guess what?
Yeah.
It matches up exactly with the just like this end last maybe like. I don't know, maybe it's the one out daily chart of Bitcoin. It matches it perfectly. You would be shocked. And guess what? The last part of it is a big dump, and we're right at it.
Can I interject here a moment?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Flat Earth.
What's that?
No, go ahead.
I just want to interject that I'm a little bit concerned that we here who are so well versed.
You're concerned, huh?
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned.
Don't be a
right?
Wojak, bro.
Let him speak, bro. Come on.
I don't know what a Wojak is, but basically we have been training for some time to disentangle what types of information are preferred or proffered, like PROFRR.
We get
based on spectacle, based on appeal to authority fallacies, and based on no verifiable or.
What do you think about appeal to authority? Just
well,
that
it's
alone.
basically derived.
Bro, let him finish his point. Come on. Bro, come on.
Okay, so
take it easy.
Actually, I love that question, and I'll get to it.
What's wrong with the question?
But basically, like, if you guys are looking at your computers, your phones, to figure out what is worth something, like in a fundamental economic sense, you're basically just falling into a NASA type pitfall, except it's with fake money sold by demonstrable frauds who not coincidentally also happen to be in the space business. But as far as the
point they were just making.
Oh, word.
Exactly.
Sorry, that's the point.
That's exactly the point they were making, my friend.
Well, someone
It's
was
a
asking
market
when they should get
manipulation.
into. Yeah, somebody was asking when they should get into crypto. I think it was Hank. The answer is never.
Bro,
like
it's the same
asking, when
thing.
should I get into-
If there's 20 gas stations and one has cheaper gas, you need gas, right? So you go put. You want to save some money? Yeah, you put the cheaper gas. If they're selling something for baby food formula in Target and it's cheaper in Walmart, you want to save a few bucks. Yeah, go to Walmart. But how are you not gonna participate in the system?
You're playing the money game.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Gas and baby food formula.
Here's my point about the whole.
Wait.
crypto thing.
Gas and baby food formula are both real physical objects that have demonstrable utility in some type
utility
of
in
configuration.
blockchain.
There is not. There is no utility.
It's hectic sending money from here to Singapore.
I agree with Craze completely. Like, actually, like, the crypto is actually. You guys think you're beating the dollar? A lot of you that are into the crypto. Not all of you, but a lot of you think that you're somehow beating the fiat system. Your crypto is only worth something based off of what the dollar is worth. Okay, so it's all relative to the dollar. It's worth what you can cash it in for in dollars. So you're not beating anything that way.
You know those
It's double fiat.
Secondly,
value,
It's double
right?
fiat.
What is value? It's supply and demand, right?
Right.
Ultimately, that's all it really is.
You know those gambling sites you can go on and they give you free money to gamble, but it's not real money, and you win all this money. That's how I viewed crypto, personally.
That's perfectly.
It does have a
accurate. That's
utility.
totally
Listen,
accurate.
The same kind of money.
there's a utility right now. If I want to send money to someone, my family member in Singapore, what are my options?
It's
Go to the trading post, or to
it's not. It's
the
not.
thing called.
It's not
Very
convenient.
hectic. You gotta
It's not
pay up.
Easy and convenient enough. Like, I mean, for a large transaction, maybe, yeah, but like, it's kind of like downloading a torrent. Like nobody does.
Is anybody
Very easy and quick.
recommending?
What do you
Is
mean?
anybody recommending holding on to fiat currency that doesn't have any backing of gold or any of
It's
that?
the same thing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
what's the
Buy
difference?
tools, buy heavy machinery, buy land. All that other shit is literally intrinsically
Talking about commodities, basically, right?
People
No,
have
I'm not
bills
talking
to
about
pay.
commodities.
Things with inherent
Commodities.
value.
Commodities
smart.
are a reified. They are a reified version of the things that are valuable.
Yep.
Commodities are the
Yeah.
paper, like legal straw man fiction versions of the things that they
Doubt.
claim to be. Like
Just
if
meant
you-
like cows, pigs,
Yeah,
and
that's a smart idea.
anything.
People still need to pay their bills.
Anyway, but my thing also though is like if you look at if you look at what the whole blockchain basically, blockchain is about putting the whole idea is to move everything in the world onto the blockchain where there's a ledger for absolutely everything. So it's more surveillance basically.
It could have been.
When you buy crypto, you're supporting more surveillance.
It's true, bro. It's true. But it is encryption technology. It's from point A to point B. I trust that my message will get to point B. And yeah, my value can get there. And that's a utility. I mean, that's kind of cool. It has something that's kind of cool. Don't get me wrong. There's a huge scam going on. I'm not just.
It's a more in time.
Can I get a couple words in?
It's real quick.
Yeah, absolutely not.
It's a more up-to-date version of the economics of the past. That was everything in analog and dollars and physical. Now we have this system that a lot of services are online and that kind of stuff. So they're upgrading the economics of it. It's basically the same scam system that they've been running for a long time, but now it's in a digital sense, and it goes with the whole system that everybody's in.
Ark of the Beast, dude.
Hey, can I give you guys a little bit of outlaw wisdom?
Hank is gonna say something.
Don't covet anything you can't. Don't covet anything you can't steal.
Yeah, kind of like that actually.
Hey, can I get a word in?
But steal how? Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I just want to get a word in. So I've been doing business with people for like 20 years and collecting every single piece of silver I come across. My family has had silver for a long time. We don't collect much gold, right? But we do think that silver would be useful, right?
Absolutely.
I got enough cars that I can't put any more cars in my driveway. I have a shit ton of bullets. And
silver is a crazy setup, by the way.
Electronics, gold is going to be valuable.
Supposedly, the ultimate liquidity
but still,
never gone to zero.
Can you guys let me finish?
Yeah.
You can trade, silver for gold. If I wanted gold, I could just trade the silver for it. There is an exchange rate. It's just, what are you more likely to spend? $100 bill or a bunch of tens, right? You're most likely to spend a bunch of tens, right? So I got a shitload of silver. I got a shitload of cars and motorcycle and, tools, right, passed down from the family. So, at what point can I no longer diversify into, like goods, right? What am I going to buy? Some more toilet paper? No. So I have to, keep diversifying and not put all my eggs in one basket. So eventually I might even...
Selling diversification. Sounds so good, huh? I don't know if I buy it, though.
Well, what do you think? I should get more 22 rounds? I've got thousands of them.
I say go all in and let it ride, baby.
You think I need more 5.56?
I'm joking. Hank, I'm joking.
Well, it depends on how you think the end is going to go down. Is it going to go in a hail of gunfire, or is it going to be fire from the sky? Is it going to be radiation? Is it going to be an EMP? Is it going to,
get shot in your arm?
Is it going to be a hurricane? What is it? What's going to end your world? That's
shot in the arm.
It's just a financial reset, guys. It's just a financial reset. So what I've done is I've tried to put my eggs in as many different baskets as possible. Right, and the last one is cryptocurrency. It's the last one that I'm thinking about because I don't need any more bullets. I got enough bullets to survive like 10 generations of bullets, dude. Squirrel hunting.
Wait a minute. You could take all the money that you put into crypto. I mean, you could do some like day trading, right, and make some actual money, and then develop a small cottage industry manufacturing building on your property to build
a farm, bro.
Those bullets might be worth 10,000% higher.
We all need our own farm.
Oh yeah, bullets.
That's the
investment in bullets alone.
Utility.
I guarantee you, I've already made a shit ton of money off the investment in guns and bullets.
Yeah.
What about our own farms? What about that?
What I'm trying to say is, don't think about what you can do to secure your own material situation. Think about what people in your community need and put money into that so that they can secure their own material.
Yeah, they need seeds and they need tillers, but I don't think people are smart enough to like till their own property, only plant one plant and share it with their neighbors. I don't think they're smart enough to do that. So if I bought them seeds, they'd probably, they'd probably flush the seeds if I bought them some seeds.
Yeah, but you won't know unless you try. And meanwhile, if you spend the money on crypto, you're literally spending it on nothing.
Well, you said day trade, right?
I mean, that is possible. But
Cash
it
out.
still,
I mean,
it still
sell. This is all we're doing.
requires, it still requires that you find a sucker, though.
Well, that's in anything, though. Buy and sell at a higher price, lower price, right? I mean,
okay, let's say you bought a goat
when you go to Walmart,
for
you're the
$800.
sucker because Walmart buys it for a cheap price and then you pay a premium for it.
Yeah.
Right. That's true. And then because you never learned how to patch holes in your own socks or patch holes in your own pants, you're now dependent on Walmart to provide you pants.
So
if we ever cut ties with China, we're going to be walking around with no underwear.
If someone grabs $80 of fiat money, right?
Only a complete moron couldn't sew his own pants up. That's ridiculous.
We all understand, moron. Yeah, that's Wojak. But hold on, we all know U.S. dollars are worth. I mean, dude, this is funny money, and
So why double down on funnier money?
dude, it's just all funny money. I mean, look, the law needs to be reestablished. Something physical needs to back something. Just virtual everything, and this is ridiculous, right?
Okay, but paper dollars are still more physical than cryptocurrency.
Still figure out a way that meets all of the demands of currency. Fungibility, denomination, etc., etc. You could do it with gold. You could even do it with gold and silver. Those are far better than paper. You got crooks running the thing, and they love to do this shit.
Dude, I guarantee you my CCI high velocity rounds and my 5.56 rounds, I bet they go for a lot right now. I hear that like 9mm rounds are going for like $1 a round. I think I paid like 20 cents a round for those back in the day. So,
dude,
I'm doing
what, 80%? The international index of fucking like goods basically have gone up 80%.
Well,
and how long?
Even your 9mm rounds aren't fungible until you sell them. So if you just hoard them, it's still literally valuable.
Nothing's really. I mean, that's kind of goes for everything.
I'm just holding. Yeah, I'm just holding.
That's one thing that will be worth money in the latter days. You can bet on that.
Food is the only thing that's intrinsically valuable.
Currency serves a purpose, but
22 rounds plus 22 rifle equals, food
and protection.
Needs to have a finite resource, bro. We need a healthy. I think at the very least, we need a healthy dollar, bro. Healthy fucking token of exchange. It needs to be physical. Period.
Decentralized.
Oh, absolutely decentralized. Anything centralized is blown up.
It's kind of not going that way. It's going in a way where we're gonna have a worldwide economic system that is gonna be connected in many ways. And what you see, the big guys are holding the precious metals. They control, the resources, and they control the demand and supply. But people are gonna have access to this new upgraded economic system. And it's gonna look pretty. It's gonna sound pretty. It's gonna be convenient because you're gonna have your own bank in your phone, and that's where the system is moving. But it's similar to the old system, but it's an upgraded digital one. But that's part of the game that is being played. But I was saying
it has to be physical, bro.
I got disconnected.
Need physical.
If I can grab $80 and put it maybe in a stock or a cryptocurrency, and those $80 go 10x or 100x, then I could grab that money and maybe buy things that I need, food.
How are you getting out, though, right? You have to go back through
maybe-
that centralized source.
Yeah,
Right.
maybe I
Yeah,
need a car, maybe I need more gas, maybe I need a small property, like.
Centralized source is always going to be run by an elite. It has to be in a way that no government or power, bully or drug person gets to.
They own the resources. They own the services.
We're in democracy. Everybody gets a vote.
This whole crypto thing, like, don't be fooled. Like, the people who have always ruled the world will not lose that power. They're going to
no.
They're going to crash whatever coin it is that you buy really big into, and then start their own, or they're going to somehow buy it up and turn it into their own, or whatever it is that they do. But like they
can lose power. That's the thing, right? They're human.
That coin.
They're human, bro. They can lose power for sure. Absolutely, 100%. This is the big psyop.
Not a
what are we talking about here? We're talking about people, thugs.
Bitcoin has every earmark of being part of the plan. Okay.
Oh, for sure.
There is nothing about Bitcoin that says this is a grassroots movement fucking thing.
It was the start. It has to be perfected. That one is the first one.
Everything's so murky around it. Who created it? Does the guy's Japanese name Satoshi turn into Central Intelligence? Maybe.
But
that's a bunch of BS.
Oh, is it?
Now that the idea is out.
Are you sure?
Think of it this way, guys. If your ability to buy and sell daily basic necessities is
Didn't make it up,
completely
brother.
dependent. Hold on a second. If
All right,
your daily required necessities are contingent upon a functioning, high-powered electric grid and widespread internet access, it's way more fragile than if it only relies on dirt and gasoline.
Needs to be physical.
That's just a fact.
Needs to be physical. Some currency of exchange.
That just makes it easier for idiots. And then the ones who control idiots are easily going to manipulate it.
Back to the Wojak.
So why is anybody here arguing in favor of it?
Of what?
Crypto.
I'm a for trade. I love trade. The thing is, you don't want idiots to be scammed. You want to protect them. So you want there to be easy value for idiots to know how to use. This is the beauty
He's really
of having
protecting it.
power, and everyone will trust is mainly belief. Maybe
Well, the
knowledge.
reason why people talk about it is because honestly, it is a good moneymaker, like right now. But don't think of this as a long-term investment. You better have good wits about you and get out like at the right time, because
It's already started dumping. Biggest dump in crypto history happened yesterday, bro. It happened already.
Not yesterday.
Trump dumped whipped.
No, but I don't think this is the end of crypto. You know.
Well, it's the bearish engulf. I mean,
Didn't
it's
it
the
bounce
weekly
back like
bearish.
10,000 in a
That's
day?
signal.
Didn't it bounce back like 10,000 in a day?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, that's it. Drop 40 or 30.
You gotta look at you gotta look at the market cap, because there's many tokens, a lot of things in it, right? And they liquidated around $1 trillion in the past week.
I'm saying, bro.
There was a huge cash out from the pump that it was in it. They pumped it up a lot. A lot of the coins were pumped up, and then a bunch of people cashed out. $1 trillion was cashed out.
People were wiped out, dude.
What I would say is, like, if you like okay, I haven't done any of this stuff, but I wish I would have.
That's all I'm doing.
It feels like it's a little late to get in, you know. Like, but anyway.
Yeah, a little bit, but not really. I mean, if we're talking about a great reset, Lou.
My point is, no. So you play the short term game. You make yourself. Let's say you started early. Let's say you started with $1,000.
Bitcoin's projected to go to, right, bro?
No, what I'm saying is, What I'm saying is just always play it like you would play the house when you're gambling in Vegas, okay? You go in with a certain amount of money that you're willing to lose.
Don't be a Wojak.
You put that shit in. And every time you make that amount of money back, you take it out.
Stop chasing those trades, boys.
So you just keep that same amount riding. Maybe you leave a little bit more in there, right? Like whatever, you up the ante a little bit, but keep taking it out. And when you take it out, don't let it just sit there in a bank account. Turn it into something. Buy property. Buy tangible things.
That's how the game is set up, right?
Tangible gold, tangible silver, tangible.
No, isn't it set up like that, right? You always need a little bit more, and then you get hog whipped.
But turn that stuff into like actual physical things that you can, visit or like hold in your hands.
Yeah, I
like,
agree.
There's even a next level beyond that, which is take the physical things that you've bought with your trading advantages and turn that into a working relationship with the people around you. If you just buy a bunch of motorcycles or bullets or anything, you're still basically in the same like fiat for fantasy world as you were before.
What do you mean working relationship? Like it has to be of use?
Yeah, I mean basically like, okay, so let's talk about bullets, right? The price of bullets went up. And what that has done, besides making some bullet hoarders potentially rich, is it's also meant that a lot of people who suddenly became interested in personal defense because of like how crazy it is to live in the world today, basically excluded from the market because you can't.
They got priced out.
Shoot accurately. Yeah, they got priced out. So if you sold a bunch of your bullets and then learned how to start manufacturing primers so that the cost of bullets went down again, not only would you be constantly receiving cash flow from desperate people who want cheap bullets, you'd also actually be helping.
You would never actually make a dent. It'd have to be a very collective type of a movement because this is how they control it, though. They control the whole supply-demand idea, the scarcity. That's their principle. That's their model. So if you show up the big dog, the big hog, rolling out, trillions of or billions of some kind of good, yeah, they're going to show up at your door.
Nah, man. Like if there was someone.
Oh, you don't think so, huh? They're run by the mafia, bro.
That's the danger of the physical goods. You have too much, someone else will want it. We'll find a way to break into it.
Yeah, it's baked into it, right? No army can guard a cave full of rubies, and that's all. Every man has been put into that position where he's trying to guard his cave full of rubies.
Let me put it this way: even Hitler had to keep some Jewish composers and musicians alive because he knew that they were the only people alive in his area who could produce the music that he wanted to listen to.
You're rowboating, bro. You're rowboating really bad.
That was really bad.
You guys get my point?
Even Hitler, bro.
No. You totally missed the point.
They're never going to lose their value. Precious metals, because they use them in all electronics. Precious metals is still the main number one investment. I don't care what anybody says, because gold.
Totally, dude. It's never been to zero. How are you going to argue that? It's carved out a base for the last 30 years. Silver has. I mean, shit. You can go to sleep easy on that stuff.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It always has a use, a technological use for electronics. High-tech, computer systems, everything uses precious metals.
5% of the real gold that gets mined out and used. Really small.
Oh, I got a shitload of copper wire. You guys, I've been pulling copper wire off the interstate, off the streets. Man, I got an ass load of copper. I've been pulling pennies. I've been pulling copper pennies since Stinky Cash, early 2015. I mean, I got a shitload of copper.
Bro, let's put some of that into XRP. Come on.
No, man, I'm not doing away with my pennies. That's a win-win situation.
Yeah, hang on to that
No,
shit.
I'm just saying, like, if you don't know how to turn copper into circuitry, it actually isn't valuable.
You sell it.
What?
Well, it's already wire that someone discarded or fell out of the back of their truck, or I just happened to pick
Copper,
up,
like,
or out of an old
A
house.
resource? Actually takes someone to go mine the shit?
No, you can get it out, but to sell it expensive, you need to make art, circuits, or something that someone will pay for. Copper alone, like used cables and used stuff, it gets oxidated pretty fast. It needs upkeep. It's not the best material for long run.
Yeah, but it's wrapped up copper. I don't got copper exposed to the elements.
Like,
$1 could be backed by apples. It's better than paper.
Yeah, way better than paper.
No, I'm not arguing that. Paper is organic. Supposed to decompose.
Yeah, but some crooks. We need something with a finite supply. Sure, you could say that has a finite supply, but come on. You can't grow gold in the backyard. Well, maybe you can. You know, lied about everything. Who knows?
Break the cryptocurrency to the next level. The whole thing of decentralizing a market is having something that, because you know that the market supposedly is set that something that's finite grows in price because it's
gold is everywhere. It's a matter of fucking.
Okay, now there's
finite. It has to.
Anytime
there's one thing that grows in value, even if there's always more.
They're never going to allow a finite back anything. They need the infinite supply because that allows them to manipulate like you've never seen.
Yeah, but we generally say something is more valuable when it's almost rare and there's little of it. That's the main reason why gold and metals are like, as expensive as they are.
Who said the gold is the standard? I can't eat gold, my man.
That's right. Okay, now imagine something.
I'm going to give you a bar of gold.
You can cut the 22 bullet out of the rabbit, and you can eat the rabbit.
You can eat the
Wait,
gold.
hold on a second.
You can eat the gold. It's good for you.
Let's say a rabbit has more value. On a real tip.
Okay, but
You're in
hold
the
on a
jungle.
second.
What are you going to do?
You guys are skipping
what else?
the important middle section here. Two things. A,
Water.
the idea that scarcity is inherently valuable is demonstrably untrue, because if it were the case, every endangered animal would be valuable.
No, the thing
Buffalo was endangered. It's pretty valuable.
What do you mean? They are.
Not
There's not many
monetarily.
things of one thing. But I mean, if it has no demand or use, then what's the point?
Right, exactly. It's all based on demand or like aesthetic valuation. But hold on a second. And the more important thing, hold on a second. We're talking about turning bullets into food, right? And you're saying, well, you can just go out in the woods and shoot a rabbit. The middle chunk of that equation that is being overlooked right now, that you have to have a functional knowledge of how to put the bullet in the rabbit and then how to dress the rabbit without
Bro, I've
puncturing the
been
guts.
shooting since I was 5. I know how to
catch a rabbit with teeth.
Take a little off the top.
I believe you know
first
that.
time?
What I'm
So-
saying is, it proves that the item itself is not of intrinsic value, but it's actually the knowledge of how to turn the item into food that makes it valuable at all. The knowledge is what's intrinsically valuable.
So knowledge is the ultimate value.
Indeed.
I was going to go
I
to that.
agree.
The real thing.
Knowledge
that
is
right
what
now-
runs everything.
Value,
It's the
yeah.
most interesting too. But it's the
It's
truth.
one that was
It's really
always
true.
told
Knowledge
about.
wins.
And no matter how much there is of it, there will always be more value for it. The more there is.
However,
One
you
that-
can't outthink a bullet coming at you fired from a gun, right? Bullets show up. You can't
Superman
just
could.
fucking smart it.
So, a nice bulletproof vest.
I mean, that will help. It's gonna hurt.
That's knowledge, man.
It is knowledge. It really is knowledge. Knowledge really is the power.
But they stole us that, and that's why we have like this. The main thing of this debate is that literally they don't let us know the real power of what we could do if we had pure knowledge. Money, will become actually the worst, stupidest thing. Like, it's good for stupid people. That's why we have to doubt it, and that's why we prefer something that's easy to use. Easy to use at the end means it's good for stupid people.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Hank was
got
just
it.
saying Hank was just saying that he'd give seeds to his neighbors, but he believes that they're too stupid to learn how to grow tomatoes.
Right.
I'm serious. I mean,
Well, no, I believe
Blowjacks,
you.
dude.
I believe you. I'm just
Hey,
saying.
the joke
like,
of gold in the Americas. Look at all the Incas. They had gold as their freaking roof. And they were exterminated. They were full of gold. They had silver running down their streams.
Think about my neighbors, right? Think about my neighbors. These are the people that have been to the doctor and got the pharmaceutical medicine, and they've been to the dentist and they got the mercury fillings. Me, I don't do none of that stupid
Mercury
shit.
fillings.
Yeah, like I don't do none. These are the people that drink like fluoride.
Mercury
like,
filling,
even after, well, you know the people have mercury fillings, right? They're silver, but really. Yeah, people have mercury fillings in their head. You know that, right?
I know.
My mom
You get
does.
one? What,
Okay.
root canal? Fucked.
I ain't never had none of that stupid shit. Anyway, I
been
have
robbed,
chipped tooth
dude.
repaired.
By the man.
Anyway, I was trying to say something.
All right, go
So,
for
you
it.
know, I don't see like any of my neighbors like trying to grow any food, right? Once in a while, you'll see somebody who's got chickens, right? But other than that, you know, for the most part, people don't have like the ability to gather food, right? And most people are like drinking fluoride water, and it's like, hey, did you know that that has a neurotoxin in it? And they're like, yeah, but you know, it's what we buy
Tastes
for my
good.
baby. Yeah, it's like I'm pointing out that your child is drinking neurotoxins, and you're like, yeah, but that's what we've always done.
Poison tastes
Okay.
good.
What plants crave.
That's why the farm really is like the most important thing, in my opinion. The farm, bro. Farm always
It's always the
feeds.
farm, 'cause
You have to tend the farm, bro.
to
Was
make
that
them
Hank
all
that
very
said that?
efficient.
Self-sustaining thing.
Sensors in it, and making it with solar panels, have a watering system, good pumps, good stuff for clean watering. And no one can get to do it alone. Like, you have these people in the farms. Yeah.
The farm, bro.
Why do you think Bill Gates is buying up all the farmland? Why do you think Bayer, which now owns Monsanto, why do you think they own a shit ton of farmland? Why do you think? You know,
Because it's fucking the most precious damn thing you can get.
It's power. Land is power. That's the whole thing with the Mother Nature, Father Sky. It's
Bill Gates even own it? Isn't there? Doesn't he own some kind of tax like the rest of us?
Hold on a second. That's a great question. I love
Right?
it. Does
Right?
Bill Gates own it?
Why is
Perhaps.
it?
Very
Grants him-
slippery.
Hold on a second. He has a piece of paper that grants him title to a certain legally described amount of land. But it
then the
literally
same applies to you if you decide to own land or if you already own land.
well, that's true. But my point is that fundamentally, all of these questions of value and ownership are fundamentally predicated on agreements that are based on good arguments between people.
In good
To get back
faith.
to like, yeah, exactly, in good faith. And so to get back to my earlier point, cryptocurrency is an intrinsically bad faith mode of generating wealth. Because every time you make money by selling it to somebody, you're now burdening them with an increasingly costly and decreasingly valuable entity. So they then have to sell for a higher price to someone with less tangible justification because the more the
crazy
price
stuff,
goes
Mando.
up. Yeah.
This should only last till we get to the final block. Till then, it's gonna fluctuate as hell. And that's why it's the whole thing of right now people are in a hype. Though I want to get rich without doing more than sewing it up. That is bullshit. You should never get rich for doing nothing. So once
Did
it
you just
goes to the final block, it's when it starts getting real use.
What is the final block? What are you talking about?
There's only 200,000 bitcoins are going to be.
Yeah, I heard that one too.
20 million block coins that are going to be mined. Each block has 50, so it takes pretty much to get to the last one.
Somebody has access to the updates, brother. Who's updating the code, bro?
In 5 years of supercomputing, the code is going to be super easy to hack. So 5 years, you're going to have to re-encrypt all the basic first ones too. So there's going to be a secondary, as I'm saying, cryptocurrencies started thanks to the Bitcoin to show that it could be really powerful, but it has lots of flaws. It needs to be improved. So let's now see it play. And of course, right now people are going to play the whole bully game. So they put in money, have people have their hopes in it, see it grow, and then they pull it out. Fuck them all, because I got a good sell, I got a good income off it for almost for free, and all the guys that had good hopes on it fucking lost it. Now they're going to have to try to scam someone else, making it another war system. Still,
By selling it to them because there's a demand for it. I don't know how that's a scam. They've agreed to come in and purchase this from you. I mean, this is on their own free will. This is their option. They want to be. A man has the right to be scammed if he wants to be scammed. Sure, you can call it a scam.
That's right.
He is
Totally
buying
right
it.
about that.
Yeah.
But it's a war that shouldn't have been a war. The whole thing with Bitcoin was to, hey, let's do it straight. That's easier than gold. That's easier than metals because we can divide it easily without having to lose material with sawing, cutting, or measuring and weighting and having to melt the metals down. It was way easier to use, more practical.
No, that's bullshit though.
Digital.
You're just talking about
I want to point out what you just said. Your last thing, like what about like predatory practices from companies and stuff like that? That stuff shouldn't be regulated.
Well, like the United States Incorporated.
Yes. Well, that's not an example. But
did you mean that one?
It's also all of the tech, it's also all of the tech giants that basically run everything right now.
I'm pretty sure everybody on the plane has heard the term "let the buyer beware."
Beware, dude.
Oh yeah.
And that's it. That's like the fundamental axiom of economics. But wait, I want to hear about this final block. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay. It's said to be the hardest block to mine. So maybe only supercomputing will be able to block it down. Possibly it's going to take, possibly the last block is going to take close to 5 years to block it up to mine it. So it was to me that block would be really worthless to mine out. As the coin was moving, I no more. Let's say that the whole thing of this value is I get more coins in, I need money to give a value. So if I'm mining a lot of coins, I need to pay them. If I don't pay them, the value of all the other coins go down. We've had a few jumps that were just because of that, because it was new ASIC chips that were pretty fast. That made the value of it drop pretty much because no one was paying. You would have to connect over $3,000 a day. It actually got to be $12,000 a day to keep up with the rate they were mining. No one was putting in $12,000 a day, so it would start to drop. Till last year, that miraculously went way above 30,000. Thanks to also Mr. Elon Musk and a few of his little marketing, which was mainly, let's call it fake. He threw it up, he bought a few, put it into his company. Some people, as silly flies, just went flying towards it, like, oh yes, this is going to be free money. It was only going to be free money because this is the beauty of getting something for nothing. Only if you get it on time. All these weird Ponzi schemes are literally because the first ones could get it, the rest. So there's a limited amount of. It's a good illusion. Tons of people go for them because hey, I want to be the first one. I want to be the one that gets enough people inside of it, gets enough money, and I get to pull out before the rest. So as long as you don't get to the final blow, there's going to be the chance of getting more coins out than the money going in.
Whoa,
So now let's
that's
say
that's the craziest begging the question fallacy I've ever heard in my life, globe included. So basically what you're saying is, as long as supercomputers are able to keep the Ponzi scheme going beyond the reach of human comprehension, it's
The
a fucking
supercomputers
sound
are great.
economics? What are you talking about?
No. The whole thing of the... Did you ever read Satoshi Nakamura's statement for the coin? He literally explains...
tell us about it.
Go
ahead.
You can't base the whole economic and even throw in the cryptocurrency side of things into just Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin is it might be old and busted in the future. Bitcoin doesn't run the economic
50%
systems.
dominance, though.
Yeah, but
It's the
the
big-
thing is,
it's
you
the
can't base supply. you can base.
but it's also the model that every other coin came from.
No,
It's the
that's
thing-
incorrect.
it's the
That's
thing-
incorrect.
It's the thing that popularized. It's the thing that popularized.
I'm not done.
crypto.
I'm not done talking.
I know. Hold on.
Talking about Doge is a better coin.
I was talking, bro. No, you were quiet, bro. You were quiet, bro. So the oh my goodness, the whole economic system is not based just on this. The Bitcoin has no utility when you talk about means of exchange or value or digital assets. Bitcoin is just like they started the blockchain with Bitcoin, but the other cryptocurrencies don't need Bitcoin to work. It's just people are gonna buy and hold it for now, but that doesn't mean the economics. If Bitcoin fails, doesn't mean the economic system will fail.
No, Bitcoin is the reason that anybody has any faith in crypto whatsoever.
No,
There's supposed to be utility, right?
You're incorrect,
Ethereum
bro.
has like a different whole like fucking. It has an entire economy with something called DApp, a smart
and there's
code.
also
contracts, right?
there's another one called
Can't do it with
Chia.
Bitcoin.
There's another one called Ripple. There's different.
There's a whole
ones.
bunch of them. I even built one. Right? Want some of my shit coin? I'll give you one.
I'm just saying that you can evaluate the economic system and the cryptocurrencies just based on Bitcoin. You can't do that.
All right. Well, how is a scam? It's usually very hard to understand. Blockchain, crypto, most of these coins, you are hard pressed to be able to explain each or any one of them within about 10 or 5, 6 words. You just can't do it. And to me, when you can't actually explain something within a few words, there's an issue.
Whammer.
Right.
What about
It's the same with NASA, bro.
Absolutely. That's how every scam runs.
Well,
let's not get it twisted.
Difference from a
Want to know
peso
why? Because I've done a scam.
Could you tell me the difference of real coins?
I'm half joking. Take it easy, guys.
If you've ever seen Cyberpunk or any Cyberpunk movies, you know the future. This is just how it works. You know what? And none of that can happen without the crypto. That's what they're doing right now. They're leading us up into a cyberpunk future. That's what they're doing. If that's what you want.
To the world. The
Maybe
world
they're
being
leading you
connected
guys
by.
there. They ain't leading me there.
I want physical ability to buy and sell. Privacy. I don't need it stored anywhere, locked away. You know, the whole idea was supposed to be privacy, encryption, and all this crap that disappeared. All of a sudden, they centralized it. Coinbase, the thugs, they showed up.
I think the private thing is the best way of doing it, and that's the way they actually do it for themselves. Yeah. But this system that they have, like I think Lou was saying this earlier, it is gonna be connect. You know, they're gonna be able to see everything you do, right? And that's the way
Ledger. You can see anything, any fucking buy, whatever, wherever the money goes. You could see it on the ledger. It's on everyone.
This is what's needed to connect the whole world that they're talking about. But this is the public side of the world, right? The economics of the public side that we see, the governments, the banks, and all that stuff. They're upgrading their systems into this system.
Pretty obvious, right? Virtual
but,
currency.
I agree with you that you're saying that the private way of doing transactions is better, like maybe community-wise or maybe even within a city. It could be better if something
dollars,
locally
like physical
can be dealt privately. But what they're moving towards is they call it a global or a worldwide connected economic system.
You're spitting straight facts, Gemsy. You're spitting straight facts. Like the private is the way to go.
Be private.
That's why I have silver and bullets first.
I can't do something private. Got the man watching every fucking step I make. Fuck that.
Wow.
Silver?
What if you
I mean, if I gave you so much silver that you couldn't carry it away, you'd probably give me something pretty valuable. And no one would
I
ever
think
know.
both can exist. What's the issue? However, I'm not saying crypto isn't, there isn't a scam going on. We just saw it yesterday. The biggest liquidation in history happened. It's obvious. There's a few guys, there's a few dicks running the show. And guess what? We're not in it.
And you know what's funny about that? They give us, in the news, they have Elon Musk as a face of someone to blame.
Reuters.
And he's just a troll. He's definitely trolling us, but he doesn't control the economic system. There's obviously bigger things happening in the private.
Diamond hand means hold, never sell. This is the motto I hear. You're such an idiot.
He's definitely a troll.
When I hear this, bro, Wojak, please.
False prophet. He's like the one that wants to give promises, and the idiots that really are like digging into any bullshit are gonna buy it. And they buy into crap because they do not know the real value of it. So they have like this mentality of let the expert handle it, let the expert tell us what to do. And they just follow like fucking moths to the flame.
Hey, can I ask a
Some
question?
Discord server pushing up Doge, right? Give me a break.
Can I ask a question?
Doge is the joke.
Can I ask a question? What
Think
the hell is a
people actually have
Wojak?
any effect on where the fucking thing goes?
A low jack, I think he means by people that don't think for themselves. That they don't think for themselves. They just follow like AI from a video game. They just follow the script.
Wojak, bro.
Information is being...
The name is Wojak.
Yeah, what is that?
So Wojak, non-player character. We need to start fucking IDing this fucker. His name's Wojak. He's been identified. He doesn't think. He has no internal thought. He just fucking operates. Who knows what's going on?
Is that like Stephen King's Kojak?
The boys got him by the balls.
And bites.
That Wojak character's fucking it up for all of us. It's like being in prison. One asshole fucking shoots the guard. None of us can go to the damn, none of us can go eat or go to the yard. Wojak's ruining our rights or ruining any kind of fucking anything.
Should I give you one different view of what a blockchain really is meant to be?
Well, let's hear the secrets of blockchain.
No, it's let's call it the knowledgeable part of it if it gets right implemented. Okay, everything you do is completely unique. You could put a clone of yourself do the same fucking shit as you do, right beside you, but it will be using a different space than the one you're using. So, if I could actually name the one you're using, your X and Y coordinates for your GPS and your time, exactly every movement you do, it's a unique print. This unique print should have value.
Wait, what? Can't hear you.
He's talking about quantifying human beings in terms of like...
No, blockchain, the data. Only the information of it. So let's sort of say...
No, not data, only the information of it. Bro, you're double speaking right now. You gotta relax on this fucking...
just data, not the real you. There's no way of counting as real the past or the future. They're both imaginary. So all we can get is a snapshot of what we can capture of it. So we'll call images, photos, scripts, whatever you get to do in someone else's version of it. Let's call it close to reality, but data. This is not real. Data is just like digitalization. It's just a digital form of an analogical simulate of voltage, of photons, of light, or whatever you choose.
Sounds like a scam.
Makes perfect sense. No, it makes perfect sense.
Actually, I didn't hear him. I was just fucking around. Go ahead.
All right, so what he's talking about is the reason why data is so valuable today. Like,
what is it?
Data, just information.
Oh, data, sure.
Data mining, all that stuff.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
valuable. It's
information.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar per year market. Like is data.
Collect information.
You guys see the
Correct.
Echo Dot? Have you guys seen that? The Echo Dot?
Put a value to it.
It's
So-
the Echo Dot is $1 right now if you sign up for Amazon Music.
On data, right? Data mine.
Because your data is worth them investing money in you and giving you a free product.
You know how they told you that gold was the most valuable?
They already have the data, bro.
No,
Facebook did a bang up job with that one.
Whammer.
About
You know how they
Instagram,
told you-
they're doing
you know
pretty
how
good on Twitter.
gold-
How many data miners? How much more
Listen,
data?
You know how gold was like forever like the most valuable thing? Like it's what we judge everything on. Well, like data is like 3 or 4 times more valuable than all the gold.
Knowledge.
Allegedly.
What do you mean data? Knowledge?
Like right now, like what if you can trade in data instead of gold or crypto or silver?
Okay.
Like you
my
can
point
trade,
is that-
you can trade in
Well,
data.
books do that, right?
You are playing at the whale table if you are playing with data.
Yeah, I know.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Can't have those books.
How is Google's understanding that I only ever watched Nathan Oakley's flat Earth debate going to translate?
Your data isn't worth as much as someone else's. How much do you think Bill Gates' search history is worth
My data's worth more than
compared to
yours.
yours?
If you could cryptalize it into a chain, you're able to say who wants to use my data has to pay the price. Right now, you're giving it for free. You're using
Who really wants the data? It's
Everybody.
the boys.
So I hear what you're saying. Data is a tool.
I don't want your fucking data. I don't
No,
need to know
listen,
your name
you
or
can
the
have-
size of your penis. I don't give a shit.
It
But
doesn't
there are
matter
guys
how
trying
much
to
money
sell
you
you
have.
products.
Listen, it doesn't matter how much money you have. If you don't have the data, you can't do anything with all your money because you can constantly make bad investments. But if you have the data, then you know exactly what to do, when to do it, where to do it, who to do it to.
So knowledge. We're back
data
in
is-
knowledge.
Yeah, the data is 10 times more valuable than any kind of currency, gold, money.
I
Data is
agree.
the best tool. It's what made everything
No,
you
no,
see
no.
around us right now.
You're almost
Can't
there, bro.
argue
You're almost
knowledge
there.
isn't the. It is. We fight.
No,
what do you
because-
mean? What runs society? Hidden secret societies with secret symbolism and knowledge, right?
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Wait. You're saying they don't worship some fucking sun, the heliocentric model?
Guys, this was fun. I gotta go. Peace.
All right, get the fuck out of here. All right, see you, buddy. I'm joking.
Society is already a reification fallacy. Like there is no they doing it to us. That doesn't exist. That is a shorthand model that people use.
I disagree.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the hierarchy enslaving you, they do exist. They, They.
Yeah, there's a dude. It's a guy. It's not some.
It could be
fucking
several
demon.
entities playing
Oh,
for the
please.
same
Let
size.
me tell you something. There's a man back there, and he uses the demon as his fucking cover.
Yeah, there's some greedy guys.
That's right. But that's the
okay,
nature
so-
of power, isn't it? Now we're talking about
Right.
the nature of
Let-
power.
Let's get to that. So
Yeah.
how do the powerful exert their power?
Knowledge
They fought and
differential.
killed each other.
No, hold on. There's a
Initially, I
knowledge.
guess through knowledge. It's interesting. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so the knowledge differential creates the power differential, and the power differential is what causes people to have the knowledge differential. So we're caught in this positive feedback loop where, we can pay $100,000 and go to college, right? But that's not going to do us very good, right? But we got to get knowledge
me
somehow.
about it.
So So we look on the internet, right, and there's so much misinformation and disinformation, that doesn't really do us any good. And then we go to the library, well, the good books have been burned or checked out and never returned, or they're being hoarded by people, right? So this knowledge differential creates a power differential, and the power differential creates a knowledge differential.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's literally circular reasoning tautology begging the question.
Hold on. Let's hear your side.
Okay, my side of the story is until you determine for yourself what it is that you want at a very specific and particular level of your material existence, you have no basis for judging who it is that you should listen to or obey, and who it is that you should try to command. And in my world, I try to command nobody, even though my name is Craze Command Teehee. And I only obey those who, for as long as it takes for me to learn what they know, and then I stop obeying. Those are my two rules. And so, sorry, I got distracted, but
okay, brother.
So how was my little thing a circle jerk or whatever?
Oh yeah, so you're talking about a knowledge differential and a power differential. My basic point is that the locus of power is always in a persuasive moment. In other words, Bill Gates does not have power over the lands that he just bought until he convinces people that they need to safeguard like a physical what's the word, geographic location with their physical presence and labor. If he fails to persuade them in that, he doesn't actually have power. You see what I'm saying?
So you're saying like if the FBI and the cops and everything, they're like, nah, Bill, we're not going to let you starve out the nation so you can have your dream come true and your wet dream, about depopulation come true. We're not going to let you do it, right? But what does that have to do with my circle jerk or whatever you accuse me of?
Circular tautological reasoning. So you're saying that power differentials cause information difference, but also that information differentials cause power difference. So which one is in fact the causative agent?
It's the positive feedback loop. Yeah, it is a merry-go-round. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's a positive feedback. So the microphone gets closer to the speaker, the microphone picks up the speaker, and then it gets louder and louder and louder. We witness this in nature. It happens all the time. You watch too much porn or gamble too much, you're going to need to gamble more and more and more and more. And then if you get, that endorphin rush, then you're going to need more and more and more and more.
Right, but okay, so I guess you're saying
he's saying knowledge starts it. Knowledge pushes it and keeps it going, and then it just continues into itself.
Yeah, but I think the sort of chink in the armor of this wagon circle, if you will.
Spit it out, man.
Well, basically, human beings are all possessed by their nature of curiosity, the ability to see in 3 dimensions, and enough biofeedback from their muscles and their skeletons and stuff to figure out if they're hungry, if they're needy, and what needs to be done in order to satisfy their basic craving. And so, to me, power always emerges as a result of people being persuaded that there's an easier way. And that whatever.
Okay, so who was persuaded by this? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I love the question.
I was ask the audience who was persuaded by what this guy said. Did he
I don't know.
convince you
He
that?
lost me. I have no clue what he's even talking about. Honestly,
He's saying.
Well, I hate
it's
power, so I
choice.
love confusing people.
I understand what he's saying. He's saying if you dictate what you want to do because you have the choice, basically, right? Like no one
No,
can have
Right, but
power.
were you convinced?
You have
Not
the
at all.
choice.
Were you
That's not what
convinced that he
that's
was
not what
right?
I'm saying at all.
And why are you saying
That's not what I'm saying
persuasive?
at all.
Persuasive
Okay,
means
what-
you have a choice.
Hold on, the
You can
gun has a
persuade it one
role
way
here.
or you can say no, right?
Okay, we're talking specifically about the domain of power, right? And so, because human beings tend to compress events into like symbolic narratives, we tend to say things like Ivan the Terrible conquered France or some type of fairy tale like that, which is as far removed from reality as you could possibly state anything to be. Because what happened is told his like 6 little sycophantic, fucking butt boys in his tent, like, I want you to go out and do all this shit. And then the 6 butt boys like told their 6 squadrons and so on and so forth until you got to the actual guy who had to like drag a cart through the mud. And he literally didn't care about anything except he weighed his options between carrying the cart through the mud or saying fuck this. I'm gonna go
Bro, you're filibustering right now. What are you talking about? I think you just were like
He's
throwing. You're just like a. Okay, does somebody
he's
understand them?
basically
Because please, yeah.
For example, if like he mentioned Bill Gates, right, owns a lot of land, but in the real sense of power, Bill Gates, just because a piece of paper that he transferred money into some bank and he purchased all the land in a way, just because it says in a contract that he owns the land, right? But physically, he doesn't have the power to own the land. He has the workers that enforce these contracts or whatever to say, hey, this guy owns the land. That's why you and your friends can go and take this piece of land from Bill Gates. But he doesn't have power because once he dies, right, where is the power at? He physically doesn't have any power to own any land. It's just an
but
artificial
he's got
thing.
billions. He's got billions. Don't you think he can? Hold on. He's got billions. Don't you think he? Hold on, fellas. Don't you think he knows that he has to hire like a force to enforce the power that he needs in order to control this land? You don't think he's thought about that? I mean, why would you buy rice? Why would you buy rice without having water? Right? You got to have water to go with the rice. He knows this.
Yeah, but the power, where is it? He doesn't own the land in reality, right? When he dies, he doesn't have that power, right?
Dude, he's a
only on the
billionaire.
paper.
He has a trust fund. He's got power. What are you guys talking about?
Those are all certifications. Gemsy is right over the target. Basically, you've already admitted, Hank, that Bill Gates needs to convince with fiat currency a group of men to take time out of their day to make sure that nobody crosses an arbitrary line that he has established with his millions and billions. What I'm trying to say is that if people are so constituted that they are immune to that type of persuasion, it is fundamentally impossible for a guy like Bill Gates to ever own anything.
So it's about choice.
This guy owns stuff that he never seen, never touched, never smelled. Like all this land that he owns, he didn't step on most of it, but he owns it.
One guy there for what you're talking about. One person to like watch over the property. The guy lives in the area, watches over the property. Boom. You don't think Bill Gates has somebody watching over his property?
It could be like a manufactured villain.
Yeah, I still want the recant. You know what I mean? Because I don't think you ever like nailed it down in my eyes that I was doing some sort of circular reasoning thing.
Okay, well, let me try to approach it again. So basing.
Yeah, but I didn't understand it the first 2 times, and I would hate to go through it again, so I'll recant. You're right. My circular
Anyways,
logic
we
is
have a new person.
exposed.
We can
I'm
move
not,
on. Let's,
I'm not
let's-
trying. I'm not trying to steamroll you, bro. I'm trying to say that. First of all, this knowledge differential.
No, hold on. If we got a new person, forget about it. New people.
Yeah, but he's playing video games anyway.
Hank's pretty
Orange,
good.
Orange, do you want to open your mic at the moment, Orange? Welcome, Orange. Orange. Naranja.
Wojak.
You stole that word too, didn't you? Didn't you?
You know, honestly, I sometimes think we should be teaching flat out how to think. How to think is the ultra. It is it. Like, how to think allows us to even understand flat Earth, right? And it also allows you to not be, to not assume, to not be deceived. So how to think of something is almost more important than the overall idea. It's how we actually get to the idea.
I 100% agree, and that's why I came to Flat Earth, because the way that information about the nature of our reality is conveyed is necessarily oppositional to inquiry.
Logical
You know, all
inquiry,
this land,
absolutely.
for example.
But that's because there's a misunderstanding of actually how to think.
So all this land that Bill Gates owns, right? He has the power to buy it, right? Who's gonna manage it? Is he gonna manage it? Who's gonna develop it? Is he gonna develop it? Is he gonna put power into the landscape and develop?
Gonna put on his boots and tend the land.
Maybe put.
No, he's not going to do any of that. He's only a patent troll.
With his depopulation program.
Because he wants you to die. He doesn't like your genetics walking the face of the earth. He wants you to turn back into dust and rust and copper and gold.
Yeah, but
so he's gonna put workers to do the work and use power machinery to fix the landscape, and then he's gonna build houses and maybe farms and pay for all this. He's not gonna do it himself, right?
No, bro.
Develop.
Do you know what a patent troll is?
Other people that are gonna put power into it, and then other people are gonna be working in these properties and maybe developing products and doing all kind of stuff. But he probably will barely put any time and any power into any of this stuff. So where's the power at?
Bro, he's a patent troll. Like, in the sense that he's never going to put any cows on the land to feed people, right? He bought the patent to the Rubik's Cube with Braille on it. And if anybody ever tries to make a Rubik's Cube with Braille, he's going to sue the fuck out of them. Like, he's not intending to ever make the Rubik's Cube with Braille. He just holds the patent to it.
Wait, that's not totally true. He's going to sue the fuck out of people who try to market and sell the Rubik's Cube with Braille. He has no legal standing against someone who just makes one.
Fair enough.
That's the whole point I'm trying to get at. Like, predicating your existence on commercial transactions is the basic begging the question fallacy. It makes cryptocurrency the reductio ad absurdum the fuck not to do. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what was that?
Okay, so if you want a Rubik's Cube with Braille on it, you have two choices. You can either buy one or you can make one. Every time you choose to buy one,
I don't know. You cut out for me again. I'm sorry, bro. What?
No, he's not cutting out, dude. He's not making any sense.
Cut out for me.
His center
Take it
is broken
easy,
or
Hank.
something.
I think he just keeps
what do
talking
you
about
think?
choice.
What do you think, Hank?
Let me turn you up or something.
I don't think tonight, bro.
I think you're making it way too complicated, and I think you just mean to say it all boils down to choice.
What did he just say anyway?
It
Okay,
pretty
what
much
I
said
just
what I
said.
said.
Dude, what has he
Everything
said
boils
all
down to
night?
a
What
choice.
what is
Bro,
it? What has
hold
he
on a
said all
second.
night?
Let's not get a witch hunt going
I mean,
here.
he started
Hey,
talking about patents and stuff like that. Like,
I
if
did
you
not
want
start
to,
talking about
that was
somebody
me.
has a patent on something, you can
I did
make
not
your
start
own.
talking about patents, bro. That's
Yeah, that
exactly
was
what
me.
I just said.
Yeah, I
That's
was
exactly
talking
what I
about
just said.
patents.
All right, bro.
What is
Listen,
power? Does power is something that is in the physical thing? Like I have some power and then I pull this table up. That's the power that we're talking about.
The ability to do work.
So I could say, hey, we got the power to go to the moon, right? And I show you CGI that we go to the moon. You see, I got power because we made it to the moon, and I said it.
No, that's the power of
power.
deception.
What the fuck are we talking about, Hank?
No,
I'm
you're
not leading this
talking. You can stay
conversation.
quiet.
I'm not
no,
leading.
listen. It was a very simple question or a set of options. Listen, I'm not trying to deceive. I'm not trying to bamboozle or any other type of disinformation here. I literally and very clearly said, if you desire a physical object such as a Braille encrusted Rubik's Cube, you literally have two options. Well, actually, there's three. First option is try to find it in nature. You'll never find any type of Rubik's Cube in nature, so forget about that. Option number two is you can make it. That sounds kind of painful and arduous, and who the fuck has time for that? And so the third option is, well, you can buy it. Anytime you buy something, you are necessarily entering into an agreement with whomever you're buying it from. And if, in the case of our highly legalistic, complicated commercial world in which we currently live, you are unaware of the sort of fine print and the logistical complexity of what you're buying, you're unable to make a calculation about how much effort it actually takes relatively to make something or to buy something.
Can
Like,
somebody please give me the authority to change this dude's name?
He's saying the same thing again. He's saying you have a choice whether you want to give someone
What do you
power
want
or
his
not.
name, Hank?
I want his name to be Crazed Hamster Wheel.
I got it. That's what I was going to tell you. Just DM me with it.
Power, the ability to do something or act in a particular way, especially as a faculty or quality. The power of speech.
That's power?
Right, now look up the definition of knowledge. Please. Humor me, Jimsy.
No, I'm looking at the
Hi,
etymology
Hank.
of power. It says to possess.
Hey, Shauna.
The ability to possess.
Hey. Sorry, James, go ahead. Jimsy.
No, I was just reading through some definitions. I'm saying the power comes from posse, Latin, be able, poer.
That's another thing. Where these things come from, you know? Half the time we're saying fuck you when we're just saying hi. We don't even know it.
Possession of control, authority, or influence over others.
Making others be able to choose what you want. It comes down to choice again. Making someone choose what you have or what you want them to.
Oh.
Power in the Bible has deeper meaning that we can imagine. It's also frequently used in the books as description of strength of mind, moral qualities of a person, power of his, her, faith, and so on. It means that his person or God has some inner strength that does not depend on outward things. Yeah, power. That's a good one.
Hey, all right. What are we getting at here?
Learning what power actually means. If someone who has power.
Hey, it's important to understand
agree,
definitions
agreed.
of words if you want to use them.
We're all using them, right?
That's right.
Yep.
We're all wojacking around.
Now, what Hank is saying that in order to have power, you need knowledge. And then once
agree.
you can sustain knowledge, then you're always going to have power. They just go off of each other. You need both.
So knowledge is power.
It always
Yeah,
will
but
be.
Applied knowledge.
You can
a
only
newborn
someone
Power,
else's
knowledge.
choice.
I don't.
You-
Yeah, knowledge is power. They have to be the same thing. They're symmetrical, right?
Yep. But you need to start with knowledge in order to
Well,
get knowledge. And then
they're
once you have knowledge,
duality.
you just- Yep.
Yeah.
Keep it going. It's like a treadmill.
Or
Not all
hamster wheel.
knowledge is power.
Y'all admit that it's a circular reasoning situation then.
It has to.
Well,
be.
when I show with a gun, you're gonna do what I say. I'll tell you that much.
No, I don't think so.
There's circular reasoning to
Oh, no?
everything that is secular. Everything secular has circular reasoning. Howdy,
Hold on,
by
he
the
said
way.
he's not going to do what
Howdy,
I said.
Whammer.
The gun
Agreed,
shows up,
actually.
and the boys show up. Of course you are. The hitman's here. He wants his money. What are you going to do?
All right, circular reasoning, according to Wikipedia, is a logical fallacy in which the reasoner begins with what they are trying to end with. So, you need knowledge to gain power. Is knowledge and power the same thing? If you think yes, then I am full of shit tonight with my circular reasoning. If you think applied knowledge is different than power, which is what I was talking about, was applied knowledge, then I guess you're on my side.
Well, hold on.
I
Isn't
agree.
applied
I
knowledge
totally
a route
agree
to
with
power?
you, Hank. I agree with you, Hank. Applied knowledge is different than circular reasoning.
No. Applied knowledge is the route to power, though.
No,
See, I did look at your side, hamster wheel. I did pay you the courtesy of looking at it from your side.
Don't wojack me, isn't it?
Okay,
It
Hank,
is circular.
I'm
What the hell?
curious, Hank. What are you trying to get at, brother? I want to hear from Hank.
I could have been wrong this whole time, and maybe hamster wheel's right. Depends on how you look at it. Depends on your point of view.
I just got here, so what were you trying to put forth to me?
Oh, knowledge is power. Applied knowledge is power. So maybe
I
it
would
is. If it is the same thing, then it was circular.
Applied knowledge is power.
So real quick, does
wait, Hank, is that right?
Can the power be an influencer? Power, because it says right here. I mean, there's so many definitions. I think.
Oh yeah, yeah. If somebody's got the power to squeeze your,
Gonads.
yeah.
Applied knowledge is power.
To exercise power, authority, influence, etc., as in ruling or dominating, to use a weapon, instrument, etc., effectively, handle, or employ actively. So, knowledge is power, right? I think I kind of agree with that. But does a newborn has knowledge, and does a newborn influence parents? Does the newborn needs any power to influence their parents?
Applied
knowledge. Oh, the newborn definitely influences the parents. The baby cries makes the milk
The newborn
squirt.
has any knowledge.
No, hear me out. The baby cries, the milk squirts across the room. It's like magic. They're like wirelessly connected.
Yeah.
Or it hits the ceiling, one way or another.
Hold on. You can have a whole bunch of knowledge. That's fine. That doesn't necessarily mean you know how to utilize it. So, Hank, yeah, you're right. You have to apply it, right?
That's right.
Yeah, you have
So
to
just by having
the
knowledge-
newborn has
Hold on.
the newborn has the knowledge to cry whenever he wants milk.
That might be a different type of understanding, but I'm just saying, like, having a whole bunch of knowledge is almost it isn't any really power because it's not applied.
Exactly right. I assumed that was obvious in the whole.
Well,
conversation.
that's the bottom line.
Yeah, if it just sits in your head, it's It's just sitting in your
Yeah,
hand, not doing
you think
anything.
you're the king or some. Go ahead.
I can clarify this really easily. Knowledge is necessarily intrinsic, and so whatever knowledge an individual possesses is limited to the boundaries of their own consciousness, whereas power is necessarily interrelational, and so it's two different types of entities. So anytime you say knowledge is power, it's like, yeah, there's a certain amount of truth to it, but fundamentally speaking, power is interrelational. So can't be the same thing as knowledge.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so the 300 Spartans. Hold on, just real quick. Xerxes had the power to defeat him, but he did not have the knowledge of the back door until the retarded guy told him, right? So if you listen to what this guy just said, then I'm right and it's not circular reasoning.
But Xerxes never had the power to defeat the 300.
He did, just not in that spot. He didn't know about the back door. There was a path to get in the back. And because the 300... Hold on. Because the 300 held him off long enough for everybody to group together, right? Then that's why they won. But had he had the knowledge and the power of the back door and the whatever million men he had or whatever, then he would have defeated him because he would have caught him off guard, caught him by surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't or whatever the million men. That's what I'm saying. Xerxes
What do you mean?
himself-
They're being held off because of the knowledge of the position.
No, Xerxes himself never had the power to defeat the 300 or even.
Well, what are you talking
Yes, he
about?
did. Yes, he did. 300 versus, well, I don't know what the numbers were, but it's because they were in the hot gates. Hold on, it's because they were in the hot gates and not fighting two fronts that they held them off long enough to win, right? If they would have been 300 men at the hot gates and then now they're coming to the back door, well, now you got to send 150 to the back door, Xerxes would have won. So it was because of the lack of knowledge that Xerxes lost, because he thought he could pay off people with his power and money, right, and get the victory, but he didn't have the knowledge.
He's saying that physically Xerxes didn't have the power himself. He's saying that Xerxes, sitting on his throne, if he will stand up and walk towards the 300, either from any angle, from the front, from the back, from the left, from the right, or from above, Xerxes himself wouldn't have the power to defeat the 300.
Right.
That's what
I'm saying. If he would have came through the back door, he would have had the power to do it. But he didn't know about the back door.
That's an equivocation fallacy, bro. Xerxes himself did not have the power to defeat anybody in battle.
I have a question for all of you.
Okay, go ahead.
What is your purpose of this discussion and debate?
I think everybody's being a Hank contrarian because I've been on the Hangouts too much.
I mean,
I hear you, Hank.
I'm seriously asking, like, why does this matter about the 300 and that? What?
He's trying to come to a logical understanding of the rationale between A and B.
Look, ballers are scared of us.
Okay.
So we're doing organized tribal warfare, and we're not killing each other.
Okay, you're doing organized tribal warfare. I get that, but this argument y'all are discussing right now, what is its purpose?
Okay, if I can be quite frank, I think it was Lou long ago asked me why appealing to authority was fallacious, and I never answered that question. I don't know if anyone's here remembers that. I'm like,
yeah, I remember.
It was a long time ago.
Appealing to authority is fallacious, you're saying?
I don't think.
Still not one of y'all have answered me of what is the purpose of y'all having this discussion.
We've been talking about many topics.
Question about appeal to authority being a fallacious statement. Of course it is. I don't remember asking that question.
Okay.
It might be
a fallacious statement. It doesn't matter.
Lou, do you feel this is a piece of shit conversation?
No, not this one. Well, not really. I mean,
appealing to authority is going on.
We've been
guys.
talking about many times.
I just said T'Challa. Yeah, this dog went like.
We got Wojak, bunch of Wojaks appealing to authority.
I mean, do y'all actually think that the 300 versus whatever was a
It
true
didn't happen.
story?
I know.
Yeah, come on. Let's move on, okay? Like y'all are talking about a theoretical possibility that happened in history that probably is bullshit, and it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, but we've moved on to appeal
you
to
came late
authority.
into the conversations. We're talking about defining a couple things, and they spoke about power.
Well, that's why I
Someone
asked
had the
y'all.
power to do something, and then I went into the etymology of the words, and I was reading definitions, and then we moved on in the conversation. This is a conversation between other conversations that we've been having, and if we move to the 300, I mean, you have a better topic to talk about at the moment.
Well,
No, that's why I asked y'all why y'all were talking about what y'all were talking about, because I wanted to get a background and none of y'all gave me it, so I was just like, please, y'all got to move on.
all of you guys are doing a great
Do you
job
want
of
a short
derailing the
summary?
point that freaking crazed commando, what's his name right now, totally
Good job.
strawman something that I said. Apparently, he
No,
claimed.
no, no. Listen, I was
Pretty sure I
mistaken.
did.
I was mistaken. I'm not strawmanning you. I just misattributed a voice to a name because I'm talking on my phone right now and I can't see whose voice is lit up in the chat. My
That's
apologies.
cool. It's not fallacious. Appeal to authority is a real deal. Action.
Wait,
Hey, and I wasn't trying to undermine y'all's conversation whatsoever. I just didn't. I was trying to. I listened for a while and was trying to feel where y'all were going, and I couldn't feel where you were going.
Okay,
You're
let
good.
me give you the basic summary. So when I came in, everyone was talking about crypto, the pluses and minuses, and we started talking about what the actual value of a currency is. And in talking about that, it was invoked that the possession of resources is what gives value to currency. And so I asked, how is it possible that someone can be said to possess?
See,
Never heard that.
I would have disagreed with you right there. Like,
Yeah, I never heard that one.
It's not the possession; it's the utility.
It's not the possession. It's not the possession. It's scarcity. It's the supply and demand. That's capitalism.
We agree on that.
Well, let me just finish my summary as it occurs to me.
Okay, so
My
accept
honest
your
take.
false statement and let's carry on.
Okay, so all right.
Get him,
fine.
Lou.
Okay, we got Orange. Orange, welcome to the server. Are you there, Orange?
Okay, Crazed. I want to keep hearing what you. I want to hear what Crazed got. I want to hear the fulfillment of what was going on.
Orange,
Okay, so
welcome
we're
to the
talking
server,
about-
to the Flutter
Yeah.
Discord. What brings you by?
Hey, Orange.
Wojak.
Orange, he opened his mic.
He's not here.
Crazed. Continue, Crazed.
With
Then
your false
somehow or other,
premise. Yeah, continue with your false premise, please.
and then somehow or other, we got into the question of what is the constituent element of power. Hank was offering that,
Knowledge.
Knowledge is
Applied knowledge.
Well,
Yeah,
that
applied knowledge specific. It actually is a there's a difference.
There's a big difference.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
Oh, so you go- okay, sorry, my mic's dumb as fuck.
There's a big difference between applied knowledge and just knowledge, because some
Oh,
people have a lot of knowledge in their head and they're idiots.
Yeah, we're gonna move on from that because we have we can bring it back to Flat Earth.
All right.
Who is that talking? I can't see.
It's Orange.
Orange, welcome to the Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by to the server?
To be perfectly honest, I'm a little high right now.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, have some oranges. You'll come down.
I know, right? I see all this shit about flat Earth being fake on like BBC and CNN posts about it, and then they'll link to like the Flat Earth Society, and like I feel like that's all people know about, and I wanted to find a community where it's actually people talking, people having real conversations, and not just like, what the news is telling us about flat Earth. I want to hear it straight from the people.
What's the matter? You don't believe in the Communist News Network?
Are we gonna have that conversation?
No. He's just joking. That's a very good thing to actually understand that we're not part of them. I mean, if you have read The Welcome, we are not them.
Yeah, I saw that. That's
Okay.
why.
So yeah, they want to push and push and push their narrative, just like the media does. But we went a little further and actually understood what they were doing. So it's just like when Obama came on the stage and said, "We do not have time for the Flat Earth Society." So if you haven't seen that, it's reached the top. The level has already reached the top where people think that the Flat Earth is the Flat Earth Society. Yes, but it's not.
I would say it's more like this, right? I've never met anybody who was in the Flat Earth Society. I've met a few trolls who claim to be, but never met anybody who was in the Flat Earth Society. If they were so big that they were getting to the top of Google results, and everybody who comes here assumes that we're a part of them, you would think that one of us would know one of them. We don't.
Exactly.
They don't exist, is the point. The Flat Earth Society doesn't even really exist. It's just an algorithm. Pops up on your feed.
More to the point, what is it that Orange wants to hear from us? He wants to hear the real deal about what's going on with Earth.
Yeah, good question, but I just want to point out real quick, Orange, I think you saw a little bit through the propaganda, and that probably gave you a red flag, and now you're looking into real people instead of the...
Yeah, a little bit of a red flag, as well as, my personal, life and education has taught me not just to believe the first thing you see or hear, right? Always go do some research for yourself. Go find out, all the different sides of the story before you make a conclusion, And this is
holy shit.
Yeah,
we got a guy who's aware of his anchor bias.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like I'm pretty high, but like an hour and a half ago, I was like, I'm in the mood to just go find something more, and then I stumbled across here, and then I've just been kind of listening, playing a few games in the background.
Great.
But yeah, I fucking had a great time listening to you guys talk about like when I jumped in, you were talking about like crypto, and then like how that's changed things, and then there's a whole Bill Gates thing, and like it's all been real interesting. So it's cool knowing that you guys aren't just talking about only flat Earth, but you guys are kind of like branching out, and not like branching out, but like people are aware of other things that are happening.
Beware of the label flat earther. It's a misnomer.
Fair enough.
But are you interested in the nature of Earth, though? That's the main question.
Yeah.
And if it was different than what you've been told, would you actually care to know the truth?
Well, that's the thing, I'm always trying to find out like what actually is the truth. Is everything that I've been told a lie? 'Cause that's like fucking Matrix level, the world is a whole lie kind of shit. But also like, I feel like I'm way more open to things than the average Joe walking around there who will just dismiss this without ever like looking into it.
Wojak.
So. What?
His name is Wojak.
Enough of that Wojak shit.
No,
Are you a biblical believer? Do you believe in the Bible? Or what is your background, affiliations, kind of stuff?
A not religious person, so I don't have that sort of background.
Okay, how about we stick to like measurements and things that we can verify? How about that?
Sure.
Yeah, I got a question for you. Orange, do you like orange juice?
Yeah, though I don't drink it too often.
Okay, when you pour the orange juice in a cup, what is the surface of that orange juice?
Generally a flat. Bit of
flat, right? Level.
Yeah.
So can you pour this orange juice to the outside of the cup, which acts as a container, right? It does, right? It's containing the orange juice inside.
Yeah.
So can you pour it in the outside of the container, and will the orange juice be attached to the outside of it?
No, unless the container is submerged within a larger container of orange juice.
Okay. All right, that's everything I wanted to say. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Like, if you guys mind, I'd feel like me being in this state of mind isn't the best for like me properly engaging, but I'm 100% down to listen more to you guys tonight.
I'll tell you what.
A little bit more next week.
Okay, fair enough. Right, here's what you should do, bro. As a fellow stoner, you should probably grab a pen and paper and just take a few notes, right? Because your open-mindedness is really helpful to us right now, but your forgetfulness is going to be detrimental to your own well-being. Just for the time being, take notes, and that'll help you remember what we talked about.
Definitely. I Googled a few things as we were going along, trying to look into like I was trying to find some more info on Bill Gates buying up that land, trying to see what that was about. But yeah,
That's just about him wanting to sell you a bunch of plant-based meat, man.
Who wants to hit him with a swan? He seems like he's ready for it.
But the whole orange juice on the outside of the glass is kind of a poor argument, to be honest with you.
Hey, that's a good pun.
It's not really a great argument. It's like, because even scientists that call gravity something would say that's a terrible argument. I mean, we gotta do better than that, you guys.
Yeah, okay, so Orange, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to the beach?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you look out across an open expanse of ocean, eventually the sky appears to meet the ocean.
Yep.
Do you believe that apparent junction is in fact appearance of the curve of the Earth?
Or where the curve starts, right?
Like the leading edge of a ball.
Oh, right. Given what my education throughout my childhood said, then yes. But I'm trying to think of if there is like an ongoing, just of course, if it does all flat, then everything just kind of fades in. It gets, it's smaller as it gets further away, and the fucking Earth is gigantic. So of course things are gonna be so small we can't see them.
Orange, did you take art at all in high school or in your junior high or anything?
Sorry, you cut out. Did I take what?
Art? Did you take art in
No,
your...
I wasn't much of an artist.
You didn't take art. Okay, well, never mind. I was gonna say, when I took art, we were taught this perspective thing, and that was one of the things that really made me understand how the sun works, because the further something moves, when your light is far away in a drawing, and the perspective, everything, like just looking down a train track,
Yeah.
It gives a perspective of how it disappears. Even though it doesn't disappear, it just moves out of your sight. And this is kind of an artist understanding of it, for me. That was what kind of got me into the understanding of that. But so since you don't know what I'm talking about, it would be hard to explain, I think.
Stand perspective, and how that lines up. I just
have you ever looked at the sun and seen the rays coming out through the clouds, and they were coming down in many different directions, like a triangle,
Yeah.
Now, if the sun is 93 million miles away, like we're told, the rays should actually be coming straight down through everything, because that's very far away. Right. But they're coming down at such angles that's impossible unless the sun's very close. And that's
Sean,
why
that's due to perspective.
That's due to perspective. That is due to perspective, but that perspective means it's close.
I thought that was because the lights like refracting through the clouds, because it's not going to happen like on a clear sunny day, but like because the clouds.
No, that's a Globey argument. The refraction that actually is not true.
Can I add like a very crushing amount of specificity to that contention?
Sure.
So basically, for you to argue sunlight filtering through clouds is refracted to appear as though it were conical rays, you would necessarily need to prove that the angle of incidence of the light rays hitting the cloud from the back was hitting mediums of different densities such that there was basically a conical ring of densities between the cloud and your eyeball, such that the light rays deflect from parallel to the left, to the right, above your eye, and below your eye. You see what I'm saying?
I don't even think you'd have to prove that, because even if the clouds are at different heights, because I know we have the upper layer of clouds and the lower layer of clouds, even with that being there, 93 million miles away it's not going to make a dent in how those rays come through. They should all be coming through straight, if that's our world.
Hey, can I get you guys to look at the GIF that I just posted? Flat Earthers 0. This guy won at this point. I think he's correct, and I think you guys are wrong. And I think the GIF that I just posted demonstrates that.
Did you say I'm wrong?
Sorry.
Hank?
Yeah, I do believe you're wrong. If you look at the GIF that I just posted, I believe it's due to perspective.
Wait, where's the GIF?
Hold on.
Which channel is it in?
Yeah, I think you guys are wrong. I think he's correct.
What is correct? That if it's 93.
Which text channel is it?
So it's
Did you put it in the live stream?
I did.
Yeah, you need to follow the live stream because it's pertinent to the conversation. Whenever the conversation's going on, someone's always posting something in the live stream text that's pertinent.
Okay,
Here's the deal. Here's the deal, guys. QE's made the arguments. All we got to do is make the arguments. They're already there for us. All we got to do is make them.
Hank, I totally kind of get what you're saying. I really do. That makes sense, actually.
I knew you would.
I mean, to be honest with you, I've actually told people I can see both points of view, whether the Earth be a globe or a flat Earth. That's why I don't consider myself a flat earther, because I can see when people are saying the sun and moon work this way and they say it on the other side of the platform. I can see it on both ends how it works. I can see it, and my husband.
I'm gonna pause the conversation. God Rockin', you were trying to say something. What was that, God Rockin'?
I was just trying to make it apparent to the new gentleman that when people are any subject that's being discussed, then people are always posting stuff in the live stream text that's pertinent to the conversation. So it's beneficial.
Oh, that's great.
Keep an eye on that.
Thank you for pointing that out. I'm gonna give him the role for that. Sorry, he can't see that chat at the moment. Thank you for pointing that out. Now, Orange, I give you something called VC Verify that's gonna give you access to the main chat that is above this voice call. It's a live stream voice text, and you'll be able to see information and links and images that are related to the conversation. Okay?
Thanks.
So here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. There's good arguments and there's bad arguments. I'm guilty of making both. We all are. But let's try to stick to the good arguments. QE has made a few of them that are really good. I say that we stick to QE's arguments. Would someone like to do the Black Swan with this guy?
Oh, really? Just hit something. This picture you posted. I thought that was a true idea. This idea from 93 million miles away and how the light's coming in. I just want you to cover this really quick.
Well, it's due to perspective. The Globers are right. And when they demonstrate that they understand how perspective works, we got to hold their feet to the fire in other places where they ignore it, like the vanishing point.
Wasn't even arguing
Right.
that, but well, that's fine.
So here's the deal. The Globers were correct about this one argument. From 93 million miles away, it's
I
going to
agree.
look
You're right,
like
Hank.
it's
I feel
going to
stupid
appear.
now.
It's okay. You didn't see the sun from that angle. Have you ever flown around sun rays like this camera does? I mean, it's not.
No, but
it's not
thank you
stupid.
so much. Thank you so much for pointing this out to me. That was a very poor argument to try to prove this. I'm very grateful to you.
Yeah, that's how everybody should be when they get proved wrong.
hold on.
Yeah,
Can you fly
I mean,
around the
listen,
sun?
hello, everybody in the chat, everybody listening. You got to be willing to say, okay, I was wrong. And it's okay to do that. Because Hank just proved me wrong, and I'm okay with that.
Hey,
Because
Hank.
Hey,
issue is
In that GIF, are those lines square because it's zoomed in, or like you know what I mean? Like they're pretty.
it's a
squared off.
perspective. No, it's a perspective thing. When you're looking at it straight on, and if somebody to this.
No, I'm not talking about that. So when it zooms out and you can see it in a more zoomed, like from the top, if that's a focus point of light, the light should be coming from different angles. So I'm saying is where it's zooming in at towards the end of the GIF, all the light rays look squared. At what point does it show that the lines are
Converging.
angled towards? Yeah,
Oh, no.
you know what I mean.
No, this is totally
where
a
is the
black
vantage
swan.
point?
It no matter how much they zoom in on that, the other platform looks just like the first one. Nothing is missing. Zero is missing,
No,
which
I'm
a lot
talking
should
about
be
if-
missing.
Is that if the zoom in the GIF is so zoomed in that you can't see that the light actually gets more angled the further you or the closer you get to the light, right? Because if it's a point source light like that, eventually the angles of the light would get closer to each other the closer it gets to the sun in the GIF, right?
Look, it's not my gift. I'm just trying to illustrate the fact that if sunlight was coming from 93 million miles away, this is what it would look like. It would look like crepuscular
yeah.
rays, and it would look like they're diverging from a source because the way
to be fair,
that the
Hank,
light would bounce off the clouds. I think the gentleman orange was right.
to be fair, Hank, it would look that way on a 6,000 mile sun as well.
Yeah. I agree.
No disagreement. No disagreement here.
Hold on. Oh, that's an interesting one. I actually even never fucking heard this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm interested. in.
Change this argument.
It's obvious because look, if you look at this picture here, let me show you this picture.
It's Hill's image, and it makes perfect sense, but it's just a interesting idea. I like the idea.
If you look at the picture I posted, then clearly nobody would argue that the sun would go from being low on the horizon to being at high noon if you go out on a boat for 2 miles, right? Which is what
Where's
that
your
picture
picture?
would
Hold on.
insinuate. I don't know why it didn't post. I posted it, but it's not like it didn't turn it into a thumbnail.
Dude, get it right. I'm kidding. You're good, dude.
But yeah. All those crepuscular pictures would suggest that you could go out on a boat or go out for a short drive and you could turn it from, 5.
So what about the opposite? What about when the crepuscular rays come up from the clouds, not down?
The
Light doesn't come from the earth to the sky. Light comes from
One thing
the
to
sky
point
to the
out
earth.
also in this animation, that would only work when the sun is low on the horizon. It wouldn't work for crepuscular rays to happen while it was high in the sky.
I have
Yes,
something
you're
to say
right,
about
though.
this crepuscular. Have you ever seen a sunset where the
Right.
rays were shining straight up and all around?
Yeah. That's what I'm
I
saying. Because when it goes
actually-
up, what's the difference there?
Well, I actually have seen 2 times in my life those rays go all the way across the sky. They got wide, 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 and they started converging over my head and coming back down to the west. They came from the west and they met up in the east, like the sun was coming up in the east, and it like when I was looking east, it looked just like a sun was coming up and the rays were coming up. They like met each other. It was weird.
Right,
And I've seen
that's right.
I've
It's the
seen this
same as
twice
standing
in
on
my
train
life.
tracks. Yeah, it's
I've
the
seen
same
this
thing you would
twice.
see on It's something you'd see on train tracks, right? Like if you look
So
on
that's
each
like
direction.
it's shining across like a dome of some sort or something, because that makes no sense to me. Like they were tiny coming from the sun in the west, and they got larger and larger to the middle of the sky, and then they started converging back to the east sky and met down where the moon was coming up. Okay? Like, what is going on there?
Right. It's just their parallel race.
I think it's time that we get a coherent observation for this gentleman.
Hey, Orange, are you still there, Orange?
Or did you leave?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was kind of all over the place. Thank you for pointing me out.
1 second.
Bring it back to
depict
the
a 93 million mile sun, though. I mean,
So who measured that distance?
it's like, why are we assuming that like it's going to look the same?
Yeah, that's a good point, because as far
It's
as
a huge point.
never
It is
been
the
in-
point. My point.
It's never been in that position. It's never been in the 93 million
what I
mile
mean.
location. So how can we make that observation?
Observation does never exist and will never exist, and therefore it's something else.
No answer?
I don't
We can't just say the Glovers are right. Absolutely not.
You can't
So
say
tonight,
Clovers are right.
are we going to make sure that Orange is the one that got away tonight?
I don't know that Orange is the one that got away. I think we planted a pretty deep seed in his brain. And, you know,
I'm still here. Sorry. I was AFK for a minute.
you don't
Orange,
think.
have you ever spoken to flat earthers in the past?
Not in this capacity.
All right.
If
Would
you have
everybody
a
mind
question
going on
for
mute?
Flat earthers. Oh, you want to speak to him, Hank? You want to speak to him?
Yeah, I do. I want everybody to go on mute so I can. Okay, so Orange, I just need a few minutes of your undivided attention, if you don't mind. You ready?
Yep.
Okay, so could you Google the radius of the Earth for me?
Oh god.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh. Radius of Earth, 6,300 kilometers.
Okay, is it okay if we do miles because I'm
This is just what
ignorant American?
The Google
Right.
popped up.
So it's 3959 miles, right?
Yep.
Okay, so let's say that if the Earth has certain dimensions, then we would be able to find out where the horizon would be, right? We should just be able to do a little bit of math, and then 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, that'll give us where the horizon should be. Is that correct? Does that sound right to you? That if we have given measurements, then we should be able to calculate.
I don't know the exact equation that you just used. You know, I'm not out here memorizing.
Well, right, I understand that. That's why I'm going to ask you to go to any Earth curve calculator.
Oh boy. All right, hold on. Calculator.
Earth curve calculator, and you see that at 1 mile, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles away. Tell me when you got that.
Hold on. All right, so at a eye height of 1 foot and a target distance of 1 mile, 1.22.
Yep. All right, so you get that those aren't my numbers, right? That's nothing that the flat Earth is made up, right? This is
You could have made this GitHub page. Who knows?
No, I didn't. But anyway, you can go to any Earth curve calculator, and you can verify what I'm saying is true. And I'm sure somebody's going to start citing sources real quick. But I'm sure by now somebody has posted an image. Do you see a couple oil rigs where it says "bye-bye ball"?
Yeah.
You see that? Right. So when you look at the picture, where do you see the horizon? Do you see it before, in between, or after the two oil rigs?
After both of them.
Okay. So do you see the argument?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, it's the modus tollens.
Yeah. If it, if it's not past the horizon, how could it not be showing all of it?
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Let's hold the questions till after we go over the argument. So, if the Earth is a sphere of 3959 miles,
Yeah.
the horizon must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Why the square
right? And this.
Oh, is it just part
why? That's just how it's calculated.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
That's all right. So, if you look at the original video, which I'm sure that's loud, I'm sorry. I'm sure somebody's posted the original video by now. And you can see the original footage gives you all the telemetry data that you need as far as where it's taken from, landmarks, satellite view, Google Earth, measured out the distance to the platforms, which is the only reason we're talking about the platforms, to denote distance. So other than that, they're not really part of the argument. So according to this image, we're seeing further than we should be able to see, but that's not the argument. The platforms is not the argument. The problem is that the horizon is supposed to be in front of the platforms, and it's not. It should be roughly 1 mile away, but it's actually farther than 9 miles, probably closer to 10 miles. Would you agree or disagree?
I think agree.
Okay. Sounds good so far. So do you find a problem with the argument or the observation? I'm sure you haven't looked at the video, so you probably have quite a few questions to see that I'm not fooling you, right?
I'm just kind of poking around the calculator while listening to what you were saying, but of course being a little bit under the influence and a little slower than usual.
Hey, that's perfectly fine.
But so give me a second here. So
sure.
Do we know the height of both?
Yes.
Both of these oil rigs, and like, are they the same height? Do we know the height of the platforms? Because it seems like that's a big.
Yeah. How does that change anything?
Well, the height of the object and the distance determines how much of it's going to be visible.
Well, they're both at sea level.
Listen,
hold on, guys. Everybody.
Everybody's gonna mute. Everyone's gonna mute at this moment.
You guys,
Only Hank is gonna speak with him at the moment.
Did you guys think I didn't know the answer to that one? Okay, so yeah, the platforms are not there to denote height. It's to denote distance. That it's 10 miles away. The horizon is 10 miles away, and it shouldn't be. So I'm going to ask that you review the video. Just the first, 2 or 3 minutes shows you where he's at on the Earth. He shows you the landmark. He actually walks up and down the steps, and that's the landmark that you can pull up on Google Earth. You can pull up the platform Hill House.
Yeah,
right, you can pull that up on Google Earth, and it's going to answer all your questions, because I'm sure that you have questions. Because I could be pulling a fast one on you, right? So you want to make sure that you get everything, buttoned up and zipped.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about the.
You can ask.
I have the.
But it's irrelevant.
Well, coming. I want to say this like.
Let me show you what's relevant. Let me.
I just don't want to sound like I'm like arguing for the sake of arguing.
You're not. You're fine, bro.
So I feel like from a globe model, the height of the object does directly dictate how much of it is visible from whatever distance away.
All right, but here's the problem. It's irrelevant right now because what I'm showing you is the horizon is not where it's supposed to be. So you can talk about the height of it, but the thing is, you shouldn't be able to see them at all.
Okay, sorry. Let me.
Right, because they're supposed to be behind the horizon. And if you could see them, you wouldn't be able to see
question?
No.
Well, you're derailing if you do.
Let them finish, please.
So what's the?
Yeah, so the argument is that the horizon is behind the platforms at 10 miles when it's supposed to be in front of the platforms at closer to 1.25 miles or 1.22 miles.
Poke some things into this calculator really quick just so I can understand some more of the
Sure, of course. But once again, it's not about the height of the oil rigs. It's about the location of the horizon. Because you got to read the argument.
Yeah, so
a couple times.
I was doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's all right.
I feel.
It's all right.
Focus, man. Focus. It's all about
focus. No, he's doing good.
A lot to do.
No, he's not focusing. Obviously,
there's some math.
No, he's focusing. He's just looking at the math because he's very left-brained.
Well, obviously he's not focusing on the question at hand.
I didn't know you
This
could
is
get
why I said
high off
focus.
Let's
math.
give him a chance, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I thought I was just gonna come in here tonight and listen and just observe, but
You're good,
No, it's
bro.
okay. You're only listening to one argument. It's kind of a complicated one, but you're a pretty smart dude. You can handle this one. Not everybody can, but I'm sure that you can.
What is it? Don't spell that's it's
What
not
it is?
complicated. Hank, don't say
What
that.
is it? I didn't hear it.
He came in here and pointed out his own anchor bias first thing, so he can handle a little bit of math. It's just taking him a while to double check himself to make sure that he's correct. And then he's going to look at the argument, and then he's going to watch the video, and then he's going to go, well, fuck. That makes sense.
Oh yeah. Only
Yeah,
common
but the
sense.
thing
That's
is-
what. That's
Think about it. It doesn't take math to understand that. You don't have to know a damn thing about math to understand that.
Is this b-ball for life?
Yeah, why are people doing this to Hank? Please leave him be for a minute.
like,
That guy sounds like b-ball for life to me.
so I don't know, I'll definitely go and watch the video. I just feel like
Yeah, you only got to watch a few minutes of it. What you're looking for is the height above sea level, which is the first thing you're going to see. He almost puts his camera in the water. That's the important thing, right? Because that's going to change the location of the horizon.
Yeah.
If it's a geometric horizon.
Yeah.
Okay. Second thing you're going to notice is that he walks all the way up the stairs, and you get the exact same picture that you did at 1 foot, and that shouldn't be right if it's a geometric horizon. And what you're okay, and what you're going to find out after watching this is that the horizon is not a geometric horizon. It is only an apparent horizon due to weather conditions and optics. So, like I said in the argument, it can be closer than 1.225, but it cannot be further than. It can be a rainy day, it can be foggy, right? The conditions could be bad, and it could cause the horizon to be closer, but no matter what, you cannot cause the horizon to be further away.
right. I agree with that statement.
Okay, so just watch the video, and you only need to get a few minutes in. You don't have to watch the whole darn thing, but it's going to give you all. It's going to answer all your questions.
The kind of thing, like if I'm going to be questioning 2 decades, I suppose like 2.5 decades of education, I might as well watch a whole 10-minute video, right? Like,
yeah,
I'm not the kind of person that just completely makes up my mind on something in
of course,
a few hours of conversation. That's why I'm here to talk to more people about it.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of people dying to talk to you after you get done with this video. So when you get back, I'm going to turn you back over to them.
Again, honestly, I think maybe a different time would be the best for me to answer more specific questions.
Yeah,
sure, no brother.
I feel like you guys would all understand not being in the right mindset, not wanting to misrepresent yourself.
Well, I got to say that I've been really high at times and didn't understand that a dude was trying to pick a fight with me. So I'm completely understanding, what you're talking about. So no worries.
Working all day and then trying to figure out new math formulas.
Well, yeah,
Late
see, that's the
o'clock at
thing.
night.
Don't look at it as math. You don't
Well,
even
like,
do it.
my brain
There's
is a
no
math brain.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that whole thing is there's no math needed for that. A 12-year-old could understand that.
Like,
it's not a knock on you. It's just like you have to look at it with an unbiased eye.
But I
right?
think
You
that
have to
like
look at
eyes
what you
aren't
go.
accurate measuring tools, and for things to
It's
be
not
properly
it's what I'm saying.
disputed, you need.
You're using a camera. You're not using your eyes. You're using a camera. You're watching a video.
What? No, but that's the thing. I feel like using your eyes doesn't count as a valid source of.
Oh yes,
Right,
and math is
With every
Yeah.
observation, you use your eyes.
Oh,
Every
yeah. All right. Fine.
So,
I think
you couldn't trust your eyes. You couldn't walk across the street, right?
no. I think you're being too particular with your argument on this.
Guys,
Every
don't forget that the argument is about the radius of the Earth. So he's basically wants to go through the math about this and see the conclusion and the argument, because I guess the ball
he's
has
not.
certain.
He's going to come back with refraction.
They just ate
now
a big
so-
meal, so he's got to digest a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we basically, took him to the best argument, right? And he's going to have to digest it, right? Because he's high as fuck right now, and we're not asking him to do any miracles. So we're going to give him time to digest it. And the most important thing, the difference between us and NASA, is you can actually go to this place and verify this observation yourself. You could never go to space and verify any of the curvature that NASA shows you on TV. In fact, I think most of the people that heard the Mars Attacks radio broadcast program, they believed it because they heard it on the radio, and humanity hasn't changed very much since then. So people believe what they see on TV. That's why they believe the Earth is a sphere. But what I just did, bro, is I just taught you how to think for yourself and question authority, and to actually measure the Earth yourself. You can do this over any large body of water that's at rest. You may be able to do it over certain plains, but most people like to measure over frozen lakes, not lakes that are close to the equator, because the heat from the sun perturbs the atmosphere. So we want the least amount of interference from the sun. So you can do this early in the morning or late at night, preferably not between noon and 3 p.m. But you can test this with 2 dudes and a mirror and a large body of water at rest. So, good luck.
Hey, mic drop.
Alrighty.
Good shit, Hank. On.
Good work, Hank.
Thanks.
Orange, you could check this information whenever you want, and also if you have any questions for Flat Earthers about the topics, you could also bring your questions, because give the guy some chance to. If you have any questions about the topics, you can bring that whenever you like.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that this guy, not once did he try to argue or bite back or make some shit up. He was just
Not
like,
yet.
okay, I'm going to take it in and I'm going to look at your argument. So I think maybe he needs like some kind of tag or something to where he's not going to get
He's pretty
roughed
chill.
up tomorrow when he comes back.
So
Give him a star.
What kind of stars do we
Give
have?
him a question.
I don't know. We got a good one.
What do we got?
Give him a question mark. That's what you give him.
Check the roll that I gave him.
You
Check
give
it.
him something. Yeah, man. Dude, nice. I didn't know we had that roll. Man, there's a lot of rolls now. Woo! Big list. Okay.
Jemsy, have you made my exorcist roll yet?
Not yet. It's on the checklist.
Good, excellent. Thank you.
The Exorcist roll, huh?
All right, guys, I'm gonna pop on mute for a bit. Probably gonna do watch a show or something. But I might keep you guys in the background for a bit. But thanks
Watch
for
the
the
show. I thought you
conversation.
were going to watch the video.
All right. Thanks for having an open mind. It don't matter.
sorry.
Whatever he wants to do. If he wants to chow down on some cheese and crackers, it just
You guys are
Wait,
giving
one
this
second,
guy way
Orange,
too
one
much
second.
leeway, man.
One second,
Take your
Orange.
time,
did you have
bro.
a question? Did you have Sounds a good, question, Orange? Did you have a question, Orange, that somebody didn't answer, or did we answer everything for you?
I don't think like a conversation has to be like said and done. Even if I did have questions, I think that you guys have left it open enough for me to feel comfortable to come back and continue the conversation.
Very
So
good.
I
Thanks
would,
for playing.
yeah, I don't see it as like trying to find an
Cheerio,
end
brother.
conversation. I'm
Take good care, man. It's great to talk
here
to
to
you.
talk. All right, guys, have a good night.
Hey, you too, man. Pleasure.
Yeah, I've literally been so high that I didn't realize a guy was trying to pick a fight with me, and
Dude, you must have been blasted.
Man, don't
I
make
was.
excuses for people, dude. Don't make excuses for people, please.
No, this dude was trying to like pick a fight with me. He was like tripping out on meth, right?
No,
and he thought
you're
that I was a
comparing
cop.
yourself to Orange. You're comparing yourself to the Orange guy.
He's
Nah,
been
don't do
drinking,
that.
he said. Orange.
Let Hank say whatever he wants to say, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm
Anyway,
just
so
saying that-
I didn't fight the meth head, which if I would have been sober, I probably would have. because I was like 18 or
you were
19,
chill.
and I was too chill to realize that he was trying to pick a fight with me.
Dude,
But yeah, if I would have been sober, I probably would have kicked his ass and went to jail.
Yeah.
You're stoned right now, Hank?
No, not right now. This was like 20 years ago.
Oh.
Oh no, much longer. Sorry, like 28 years
Yeah,
ago.
Hank always
No,
sounds like that.
Didn't know.
20 years ago.
I think he's still high at this moment.
He's
You know,
so
the
high
whole,
that-
I'm so high I can't, That's like a cop-out,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I don't like the cop-out.
He didn't
don't
say
like
that,
the
though,
running
man.
rat.
That's so whack.
He didn't say that. I didn't hear that. I heard he said.
I'm not calling him
he's
anything.
Intoxicated.
This is just general,
That's what I
Too
heard.
high, I can't think of it. What do you mean when you're high, you want to think of it?
Exactly.
How does Whammer quietly yell over everybody?
Zach, that's my fucking point.
It's just how I am, right? When I get stoned, let's think.
Let's reason, is what.
Yeah, let's
make
go
it
abstract. Let's go at it.
Reason.
Tell me something wild.
Take a dab right now and get in some tensor equations, man.
Yeah.
When you were that high,
I
did you
gotta
see the
give-
curvature.
I got to give props. I kind of been using Vlad's look at the radius yourself, right, and look at the Earth curve calculator. So I got to give props to that argument. It's kind of an amalgamation between Vlad and QE's argument. I think it works best for smart people.
Do it yourself.
Who's considered smart? Don't do shit like that, dude. Don't do shit like
Left brain, even. Or techie or whatever.
There's
Fuck.
Smart people.
There's people with different drives, dude. Never use that claim.
I mean, I got the highest IQ in here.
I think this guy wants to fight you, Hank.
No, I'm just
I'm
saying.
high and I got that one.
I'm like, I mean, everybody has their own smarts, man. I mean, I don't like that. I hate when people say that. You know what I'm saying? People are just differently driven. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is.
Sure, man. For sure.
It separates. It's like a separator, right?
It's divisive. Yeah. This is what
It
is.
does something.
Okay, well, I think you're misinterpreting
Stop
me
being a criminal,
little bit.
Hank.
A little bit. That's fine.
I'm
I
kidding,
just like
bro.
to communicate to people on their level of understanding, and I perceived that this guy's level of understanding was higher than some. So
No,
I might
it's
call
not. No, it was not, because he was
okay.
The claim was math will give him the answer, which is bullshit. In the horizon, in that black swan, you don't need to know a damn thing about math. It's bullshit.
Yo, you're hot micing, man.
Ethan, what's going on, man? Yeah, let's talk to Ethan now. Fraud, get him.
Give him a chance to.
I'm just saying, dude. I mean,
Welcome, Ethan.
I
Welcome,
suck
Ethan.
at fucking math, and I don't need any of that shit.
Wait, how do you guys already know who I am?
We can see
Ethan, I read your mind. I have.
We can
telepathy.
see it. We can read it. We know how to read, bro.
Just
We trust our eyes,
Wait,
Ethan.
no.
We trust our eyes.
Okay, no, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. Because I only talked to a couple people in a different chat room.
Get over it, bro. It's not a big deal.
Okay, so, I guess hit me with your best shot. I don't know. How do we?
No, you're supposed to do that, man. You hopped in. You're doing it.
Okay, no, I'm not coming in here
too, man.
like an arrogant asshole. If anything, I'm just trying to learn your perspective.
No, we don't. We just want the
Cool,
truth.
man.
Reality. We want a perspective of a globe. If you
Yeah, and so you guys, well, a point that was presented to me is that why doesn't the atmosphere move out into the vacuum of space?
Somebody hit him with a 3-tap.
No.
And your understanding is what?
Gravity.
Wait.
Oh,
Okay.
Wait. No. Hold on. I wanna ask him this. Where does the atmosphere stop at?
The stratosphere, if I believe, isn't that the most outer layer of the atmosphere?
So we're just gonna guess.
No, that's not what you're.
I guess.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I'm not very well equipped on this conversation because I don't think about this.
So,
Hey, you're here, brother.
here's
Just roll
here's
with
the-
it.
Hold on. We're not trying to get you. We're not trying to got you or anything like that. We're just trying to evaluate what you.
He ran.
Oh, he ran, huh?
Well, he doesn't like that,
You guys
does.
jumped on him, man.
He'll be back.
Stop jumping on people.
He's back.
Wow, he had a tone
Where
about
is
him.
he at? Is he
I'm
back?
trying to be nice
Hold
to
on,
him,
there's
Jemsy,
20
and they just
people
keep scaring him
talking,
away. I've never done that.
Yeah,
Okay, we're gonna
One
have
at
one
a
person
time.
speaking
What
to
the heck
Ethan.
is going
Yeah, we're gonna have
Hold on,
one
I want to
person.
finish my question.
We're the moderators.
No,
at this chat.
3 at a time. That's the best way to do it.
Damn right.
I just wanted to say one thing to him.
Everybody just talk.
No, I just wanted to
Goddamn Weimer, shut the
Still here?
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, you go by if you have like the ability to, you know, make it happen or present it or like see it happen in front of you, then we're cool with that. But if we can, then it's just a story.
Okay, yeah, but in this certain instance, we're talking about the atmosphere of the whole Earth. So then we would have to demonstrate an example on a much smaller scale in which you guys are saying. And so trying to replicate that scale would be a very intricate experiment because we're talking.
So why believe it if you can't do it?
Okay, well, if you're just gonna sit here and like just
that's our point,
want me to rely on skepticism, I'm not gonna
help him out.
Skepticism.
Dude, hold on. Let me show him what he's saying doesn't make any sense. Right?
Okay,
So,
anyway,
that's perfectly
let's
fine.
talk about this subject and let him. We're gonna get into the weeds here and permanently in the swamps.
Hey, Ethan, if I have to just believe these people, right? And I have to believe them that they say where the atmosphere stops and starts. Do you know what they've recently said?
What have they recently said? Like I said, I don't research this in my spare time.
I get that, you know, but there's contradictions in what they say. And
okay,
a truth, if it's the truth, you wouldn't have contradictions, right?
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah.
So they've said our atmosphere now extends past the moon.
Wait, what? Who said this?
That's what they say. They constantly
who is they? Who is they?
NASA. Everyone that believes.
Okay.
This
well, sure. I mean,
the top group of science, the theoretical.
Okay, but this is also another thing that I think should be understood is that as much as we like to think we know about the universe in which we live in, we know a very small fractional amount of the world in which we live in.
Actually, Ethan, yeah, we're telling you that they don't know what they're telling you, and actually all of it's a lie.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if I'll say all of it's a lie. I mean, I haven't done, like, I would say the extent of research that you guys may have done, but from my knowledge and understanding of how the world works, going through engineering, and understand my predisposition.
Are you going through engineering school?
Yes.
Yeah? All right, check the chat out. Watch this. This is from my engineering. This is from the lectures.
Wait, which chat?
This is fluid mechanics. Live stream voice text. Which
okay.
One, guys. Number what? I just posted the definition of a liquid and gas from the college textbook. Okay. So this is fluid mechanics level 2. Nothing fancy. All right. So a gas what? You should know that a gas does not form a free surface. Now, in your ball model, where's your free surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, there is one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the problem, right? There's wherever stratosphere, moon. So when it comes to Earth, we cannot actually apply our fluid mechanics and thermodynamics that we get taught in college because we cannot like really model the Earth. Like, okay, you can model it, but okay, we'll set your boundary, right? Boundary conditions. Okay, so you're gonna draw a dotted line around the sphere that you assumed already, right? It's a sphere, so whatever. Okay, sure.
I mean, I agree.
Where's this line? Yeah, it's like so you're gonna have to arbitrarily set this volume of gas to do whatever calculations on it, whatever it is.
But my question to you is how does this help prove that the Earth is flat?
Because gases do not behave that way.
But so if the Earth is flat, you're saying those gases would behave in such manner?
No, if it was round, they would behave in another manner. If it's flat,
they behave.
Wait.
Yeah, they behave the way they behave.
They behave the way they behave because you're on a flat surface. Right. Now, show us how they work with the globe. You have to show that. You have to presentate that gas and making a circle shape.
Correct.
And like making shapes. They're holding it.
In the globe model, that's what breaks the current. It's called kinetic theory of gases. Google it. Kinetic theory of gases. That's the modern mainstream theory of gases, and it has not been challenged. Okay. By an Einstein or whatever. It's pretty legit as far as I know, since Boyle and those guys. So, anyway, so it's the ball model, the spherical model of the Earth is what actually wrecks thermodynamics. You know what I mean? And fluid mechanics. You cannot do any numbers on it besides horseshit. Because you try to, like I said, Okay, in your model, man, right now, like, okay, I'm gonna do a simple, let's say, whatever. I'm gonna calculate how much the atmosphere is heating up from the sun. Let's say on the hot side, of course, of the ball. So I'm gonna take half of the volume of the air. However, now, where am I gonna set this boundary? It's an imaginary boundary, obviously, right? In the ball model, where am I gonna set it? At which layer? Whichever one you want. Okay, but now that doesn't really adhere to the gas theory that we know. Like, there should be gas from here to the edge of space, according to the gas theory that we know. And then I'll draw a dotted line here and take this step volume.
I think that's the conclusion that they're kind of stemming to. Actually,
there's gas at the edge of the universe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, man. Now,
well,
okay.
no, because
that's the way out, because they're getting squeezed. They're getting squeezed by the regular mainstream college textbook science. That's the problem.
Okay. I'm not like here saying you guys are wrong. I'm not here doing that. Like, I'm not trying to be aggressive or anything in this conversation.
Man. Dude, it's cool, man. We're chill, dude.
Okay, well then
I'm chilling.
Like, I know, but like,
you want to read me this right here? I'm gonna do it one more time. Let's do this. Yeah. Here, I want you to read this. If you guys cannot spam the chat just for a second, let me post this right here again. So, read me. What is a gas? These are from
the gas expands until it encounters the walls. Yes, I already know this.
Okay, and this is the book, sir. So I'm not full of shit. Hold on.
I never once said you were full of shit. I'm not saying.
No. I know you never said that, but this is for me. Like,
okay, yeah, I'm not like discrediting anything anybody here is saying. I'm just playing.
Dude, take a deep breath. Relax.
I know, but I'm just making it very clear. But
read it carefully. This is from the textbook. It's a gas expands until it encounters what?
A container, a boundary. Yes, I took thermodynamics. I understand this.
Great. Okay, fantastic. So
I agree with you on this.
I know. So your boundary is gravity, correct?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a boundary. I would say it's just more so a force acting on this huge lump sum of gas.
Gravity's not a force.
That's kind of debatable.
Well, here's something that's really easy for you. Hold on one second. Even a fifth grader and a third grader can do this. Start drawing a circle on your paper and tell me when the straight line begins or the, the flat line. Tell me when you get there.
Where a straight line happens when you draw a circle?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there is a straight line when you draw a circle.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Pretty simple. Even a fifth grader gets it.
What are you trying to prove with
Wait a minute. I don't get that at all, D-Mock. What are you talking about?
Hank, are you crazy? You can't have a flat piece on a round object?
Well, you're also talking in two dimensions when you're talking about drawing.
Into the square peg hole, go ahead, but it's not going to work. You get it?
That's still not making any sense.
You cannot have a flat surface, 72% flat water, and have it be a ball at the same time.
Who says the water is flat?
Who says it? Show me anything other than that. Okay. Give us a presentation of water not being flat. That's what we're asking for.
Okay.
Water balls in a vacuum, buddy.
I don't think there's water balls, but if you take a picture,
the outside of your Earth is water on the surface, bending around the ball.
I understand.
Show me the water bending.
Okay. Will you guys let him speak for like 1 second? What I'm trying to get here, and the problem that I think you guys will constantly encounter with this whole show me a picture of water fitting the curvature of the Earth is like in order.
No, you don't need a picture. You need actual water in a cup, water in a tub, real water.
Okay, but you need a massive container to see that curvature.
No, that's what you keep saying. How big? How many miles does the container need to be?
Fucking big.
It needs to be.
You keep saying words that are vague as hell. The word
So
big
do
doesn't
you. You said show me a picture of water that's
Let's
flat.
get back to the gas, man. Our gas stuff was not.
I can show you pictures of water that's flat all day
Hold on
long,
a second.
man. All day
Go
long.
back
I
to
can
that.
show
Go back
you
to that.
pictures.
Just one second.
Wow.
I'm done. I just want to say that a piece of sand. You're telling me it doesn't work in space because it's small.
Oh God. What did you say?
A piece of sand doesn't work in space because it's too small. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, that's a completely irrelevant.
No, it's not. So you're telling me it's got to be a certain size. For its
You're talking about does a granule of sand obey the laws of the universe versus does a picture of water conform to the curvature of the Earth? That is two completely different things and not.
I didn't know gravity was
Guys,
so small.
can we go back to what was going on before? Before there was a guy that was talking to him. They were looking at textbooks. Whoever that was. Yeah, can you direct him to the live stream voice text where he said that gravity is a force? And can you explain to him that gravity is not a force? I posted some things for you. Let's get back on track, okay?
Great stuff. All right, thank you, Hank. All right, man. Let's get back to our gas stuff because was anything vague about the gas stuff I said? I was just,
No, I agree with you on the gas stuff that you said. I'm not
mainstream, man. I'm just
I haven't disagreed with it.
Let's rip this.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with anything you say about the gases.
Yeah, can you check the text at what is it? 10:37 p.m. Hank posted something. All right. See that?
The answer is the gravitation is not a force between two objects.
Bloomfield.
But it isn't a force.
So to summarize, general relativity says that matter bends space-time. And the effect of that bending of space-time is to create generalized kind of force that acts on objects. However, it isn't a force, such as such that acts on objects, but rather just the object following its geodesic path.
Well, if you were to ask me, I think the understanding of which
physicist, man, like you can't see. This is why we say it's not a force because it is not actually a force, and you can go through the tensor equations and like I would love for you to point out how and where is the force and you're in the tensors. Like show me where there isn't any. It's right. It's dimensional. It's space-time curvature, right? And the k value curvature. Anyway,
okay.
I don't know if you're. How good are you with relativity? How good is your Einstein?
I'm pretty decent.
Pretty decent. Okay. So, do you understand that it is not a force?
I mean, I just think it's a force because I have a different perspective on what everybody
correct? Yeah.
else is saying. Sure, absolutely.
Is that?
I think it's a force. I think it's a fucking bending water.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to go with perspective and thoughts and ideas of what you think. You're supposed to go with what what you can present. What you can present. What you can present.
It's a discussion. We'll get to it, man. You're questioning. We're slowly.
And
so now.
Yeah, that is fine.
Right? Remember that boundary? Yeah, the wall, right? The wall of the.
Yeah.
Wall that's containing the gas, man. So now this wall is bent space-time. If you say that, I will give you this point, but I need to hear it from you. You must tell me my boundary that you need to do your thermodynamic analysis on this system is space-time.
Well, wouldn't that, in a sense, be the Earth bending space-time, and then everything, everything around us being an effect of it?
So if Earth bends space-time, and we know from Newton that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, wouldn't space-time try to flatten itself out?
I mean, we would think so.
It's theoretical horseshit. It's not mathematical horseshit, man. But
I know. And I agree with you. And I think there's a lot of inconsistency in physics and science in that regard alone. Just in the concept of everything as an equal and opposite, right? I mean, we just started theorizing white holes, because we have a black hole. Well, I mean, we have no fucking clue what happens to that. So boom, we're gonna just assume a white hole because it makes sense.
You know that you can't have black holes in a Big Bang universe by that formula that's right there.
By which one?
Well, it's actually not this. It's not this one. I have to
The
get it.
general relativity.
Yeah, it's a different one where on the right hand side, instead of 8 pi big G T sub UV, divided by speed of light, that one.
Uh-huh.
Instead of that, there's another one where there's the minus K. And that one is okay. I can
K represent in the equation.
That's the curvature, and so that one would determine your universe type. And I forgot, it was like if it's a -1, it's pick non-rotating number 2. I don't have it memorized, man. I've taken notes on this kind of stuff a long time ago on this mathematical bamboozle. However, let's not get into that. So we'll skip Einstein. So you're sticking with Cavendish. It's not. Is it even Cavendish? He was trying to weigh the Earth, though. So
Let's give them both gravities. Let's give them both gravities, right? And demonstrate how it doesn't hold in atmosphere at the ground level, like in a propane tank. So let's give them both gravities.
Yeah. You got that kind of like here. Say, where's my slideshows at? Where we don't like we said, man. Like, okay, that this argument is because we cannot deal with gases here without having a cylinder of some kind, a cylinder, a box, whatever, and an enclosed container, so the gas cannot escape, quote unquote, which is not really escaping. It's reaching equilibrium, right? Everything's trying to reach a state of equilibrium. So their BS, right, is space is a vacuum, obviously, because there are no particles there. So let's just call it zero, near zero, whatever, zero, and then you do have particles near Earth, and particles are held together by this bungee. That's not quite the bungee, but it is a bungee. You can think of it as a bungee, right?
Can you describe what you mean by the term bungee?
Gravity. Bungee
Gravity?
cord. Yes,
Bungee
yes.
cord?
That's the best way to think. But however, then we get into Coriolis, right?
Coriolis?
Coriolis.
Like the crayons? Oh, Coriolis. Okay, sorry.
Don't be.
My bad. I just hopped on this.
Not crayon munchers, no. Yeah,
But that'd be cool. Oh.
Yes, leave your crayons in the
Coriolis.
drawer. Leave your crayons in the drawer. No crayons.
Okay, no crayons. Oh, I think this
Coriolis.
Okay.
Coriolis.
Got you. Perfect.
Oh, he's actually talking about the Coriolis.
Can we stay focused? Hold on, guys. Can we stay focused?
Someone else hopped
Yeah, what happened with Ethan?
I've got no idea.
Hey, wait. So you guys don't you want Ethan instead of me? I was actually gonna listen instead of just.
Who are you? Who are you?
That's my
Identify yourself.
Oh wow, that's the first time you said that. By the way, this is some.
Yeah, we've already ruined Ethan's chances. Can we talk to you now?
No, get out of
No,
here.
he just gave his mic to somebody else. Who is this?
That was my girlfriend.
Are they being
Yeah,
sexist?
okay.
Hey, don't be sexist. That doesn't go with the.
No, but
It's fine. It's fine. Relax.
Just wanna know.
We're chilling. We're having fun.
I do.
I am.
Well, this conversation is extremely fascinating. I'm very
Well,
open-minded.
let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling, man. So it's like,
All right, you guys let me know when I can talk. I'll wait.
go ahead, man. No, go ahead, dude. Go ahead. You want to say something? Go for it, dude.
Well, I mean, we've certainly gone away from the topic of what the Earth can be measured as. So I was just hoping that we could kind of go back to what we can prove, because all of this ideology of how gas pressure works in Narnia and magical space balls of premonition,
With no
and just
presentation.
we're imagining these things. So I just want to bring it back down for Ethan, because we can present reality to him, and that's all we're talking about. I was just hoping we can get back down to Earth.
Well, okay, so let's get to the main kickers here. I want to hear how, if the Earth is flat, it proves everything that you guys are saying, especially about like the atmosphere and those
No.
things,
See, that's the
etc.
problem. No. That's the problem here, is that I'm only trying to explain to you that we can only prove that the Earth is flat. Everything else would be speculation anyway and irrelevant.
Dude, the atmosphere is the same, man. It's the stuff, it's
Right, because I mean, we can both agree that the atmosphere kind of is a little.
That's not what
No, it's the wrong term. There's no such thing as an atmosphere. That would be assuming we're living in a cartoon ball. So we have to unwind these things that they've taught you. Now, I know you're a very smart guy, Ethan. Sometimes that can work against you because of all these years you've been learning things that aren't true, and that could be obviously detrimental. So
Sure,
we're trying to
absolutely.
unravel them slowly.
Okay.
We're all different here, but I just want to tell you that as far as engineering is concerned, I heard you mentioned a little bit about one of your studies. What was it again?
Thermo?
So okay, you study
What kind of
thermodynamics.
engineering you're studying?
I'm doing aerospace and mechanical.
Oh, perfect. Oh, excellent. Give me a second, guys. Okay.
Mechanical, by the
Okay.
way.
Do you know who? Okay, good. Excellent. Aerospace. Perfect. Do you know who the Trident Flight Research Center is, Ethan?
No, I do not.
Okay, they're basically a subdivision of NASA. So we have NASA that, of course, has their space program, right? And then we have the Trident Flight Research Center, which they're basically a specialty aeronautical institution. You know, the usage of, I'm sure you know the companies like Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works, Raytheon. And
Oh, I actually live right next to Raytheon, and I'm planning on working for
There
them.
you go. Right. So when they create, you know, aircraft for reality, right, for flying in reality, they always create them based on the premise and knowledge of a flat, non-rotating Earth. So this would be a good beginning for you to see that in engineering, and as far as the entire military industrial complex is concerned, they've already designed everything based on the fact that we are on a flat stationary plane of existence. The only reason I know is because I used to work for the Department of Defense, but I'm thinking that you might have a little bit of an inkling to this topic as well. Hopefully you can understand what I'm talking about.
Well, I totally understand what you're saying, and I absolutely 100% do agree with that, right? Because we never really take like curvature of the Earth into a lot of equations, you know.
That's interesting. Wonder why.
Okay, yes, I understand that, but I don't. Would those like
should be a little suspicious?
Okay, yeah. Okay. Anyways, what I'm trying to get at. Okay, yes. Are you done?
Ethan, okay. Here's a second.
Okay,
Listen,
go
I
ahead.
gave you maybe a little bit too much information. I got to go soon anyway, but I don't want you to try to find a way around this, because the point here is that we don't. The point here that you're never going to be able to get away from is that I don't have to explain it, because everything already is based on a flat, non-rotating Earth. What you're going to realize is that all the explanations that are demanded are from people that don't agree.
Right. I'm not trying to find a way around it. I'm more so just trying to build as solid of an argument as I can. And if you prove me wrong on every argument, I have no other choice than to believe that the Earth is flat, right?
Okay, just listen to me I've got to go soon, so just listen to me for about 30 more seconds here. I'm
Okay.
not here to try to reconvince your mind or brainwash you or unbrainwash you. I'm just trying to get you to think a little bit, because these are things that literally thousands and maybe millions of people are waking up to right now. Very big deal. This is huge, because a lot of ex-military people are waking up to the truth. And here's the point, is that once I prove the Earth is flat, that already disproves everything that they've told you. So that's the whole point, is I don't have to explain anything. I just want you to know that this information is readily available from the military industrial complex. They make the claim. I don't call myself a flat earther, but if I point out to that claim, because the Earth is a stationary plane of existence, it is actually NASA Trident Flight Research Center that calls the Earth flat, non-rotating. They call
Okay, well then let me ask you this, because I mean, I think we've all been in airplanes before, and I was in one flight that it was like sunrise or whatever, and it was above the clouds, and I did see a curve.
I thought so too, Ethan. I thought the same
So
thing
did
about
I.
7 years
Oh,
ago.
okay, but
Hold on,
ex-
Ethan, relax. Okay, I don't have to explain it, because once you go back again and bring your camera, you all of a sudden won't see that.
Okay, but there's a problem with that. There's a problem with the camera.
No, there isn't. Ethan.
No, there is. It's called an
I have 2 hours
aspherical
of footage.
lens.
Ethan, excuse me. You got to relax. I have 2 hours of footage from 7 miles high that absolutely annihilate any possibility of there being curvature of the Earth seen from that altitude anyway. More or less, though, it doesn't matter, because the military industrial complex admits you cannot see curvature anywhere near that altitude anyway. So again, you're just proving them wrong, which proves us right anyway.
Okay,
So it's not
I
gonna help
have
the
no problem with that, but I used to be very much so into photography, and I did it professionally, and I did it on a very mainstream level for extremely big YouTubers, like some of the most popular YouTubers. So I'm very familiar with.
Do you have right? But Ethan, here's the point. Do you have photography from 7 miles high?
Yes, I have it from 32,000 miles high. But anyway,
2,000 feet.
32,000 miles.
Relax. It was a 40. Real quick. Okay, Ethan. Listen, I'm gonna go. But here's the point. Ethan, real quick. Here's the point: is that you don't have any you don't have any photos of curvature because the billions of other pictures taken from aircraft also show it flat, just like my photography.
Okay, can I just make one point? And that is because most cell phone cameras and like 99% of all lenses cameras today are aspherical lenses to flatten out curvatures such as those. So I'm saying
matches my eyes.
Yeah, but GoPros go on rockets more than any other.
Hold on.
They go on balloons. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, bro. I
just
apologize.
want to show him this, is that when I took the photo of what I knew I was looking at, the photo matched my eyes. I've been a photographer for almost 30 years, by the way.
Who's talking? I actually enjoy talking to you.
All right. Well, it was nice meeting you, Ethan. I have to go here. I have many hours of footage if you'd like to go into this a little bit more. I've been taking pictures for 30 years. It's one of my hobbies, but I'll have to go now because it's a little late here in Southern Arizona. So nice meeting you.
Oh, I live in Arizona too. Wait, do you live in Tucson?
Actually, I'm about an hour
Tucson,
away.
or not? I went to college in Tucson.
I live in Tucson.
I'm south of you. I'm about 80 miles south of you.
Oh, so are you by Nogales?
I'm very close. Yes, I'm about 14 miles away from the Mexican border, right next to Fort Huachuca, Arizona.
Oh, we should go get a beer sometime.
Where are you
Yeah,
at?
man, I'll take you around. I can show you 150 miles out here in Southern Arizona, 150 miles flat.
Let's do it. I'd actually be very down.
All right, I got your PM, man. I'll see you guys later. Everybody have a good night. Thanks for having me. Peace.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pillbox. Wish you could have stayed longer on this one, for sure.
Funny stuff, Ethan. Why would Neil deGrasse Tyson say you wouldn't see curvature from 128,000 feet up?
I mean, that's a very, very good question. It makes me very skeptical. Like I said, I'm not trying to say you guys are wrong. All I'm trying to do is just play like devil's advocate.
Yeah, that's great. But they will tell you there is no observable curvature on the ground. There is no observable curvature on the plane. And there's no observable curvature at 128,000 feet up high.
Okay, so
right?
then what about the universe that we understand about day and night and seasons?
Well,
that's a model. That's just a model, brother.
Yeah, you need to go back to the basics, right? So when and who ever, when did anybody ever measure the curvature of the Earth? This is what you have to ask yourself.
Okay, I understand this, but that's not the question I'm asking.
He's asking the person who measured it. You said it's been done. You say these things have been done. Give us the name real quick.
I didn't say any of this.
Ethan, it all crumbles, right? It all crumbles if the Earth isn't curving, right? Then you can stop.
I'm not discrediting that. I'm not discrediting any of that, and I never said somebody proved
he's simply
anything.
asking if you can look up who's got the measurement, who's got the curve numbers, who's got that. Who's
okay, I will do this right now. Who measured the curvature of the Earth?
Surely on the Earth there should be a company who's been measuring this Earth, right?
Guys, Ethan, what he's doing is he's trying to fit all the answers that the globe model has into what we know. And he's trying to come up with everything that he thinks he knows that explains.
Well, no, I'm just trying to understand, and you guys are...
No, I know. That's what I'm saying, is you're trying to understand it. So when you're trying to understand it, see if it makes sense on what you're saying first. Right? Ask yourself, how do they know? Because some of our best proofs is their nonsense.
Okay, and I totally understand that, and I agree with their nonsense. I don't think I've disagreed with the whole atmosphere and gas thing once with anybody here.
No, you did not.
I did not disagree with anybody on that. In my next question,
gravity.
And this is the only question I want to have answered, is what about the seasons, day and night, different temperature from distance from the equator, etc. So something that would fit a spherical realm, how it would also apply to a flat Earth and how we can fly from pole to pole. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, exactly, right? Because you have this image implanted in your head whenever you hear the word flat Earth, that it's a flat disk flying in space, right?
Okay.
That's what you're thinking?
You're thinking you're flying. So you need to stop spinning and stop flying. Just for a second.
Well,
can you remove that?
I think
it was pretty hard for me. Can you remove it?
Hey guys, can we let Roger go? Just a one-on-one for a second.
Go for it, man.
You got it, Roger. Go ahead.
I think it's my understanding what you guys are trying to say is that everything is moving around us instead of us moving around it. Correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so if I were to develop that understanding, it would make more sense. So then the rotation of the sun around the Earth would explain why there are greater heat temperatures in certain parts of the Earth.
And the time zones. A close and
Okay.
local sun. Think about it like a close and local sun that's smaller than the surface of the Earth. The Earth is big, sun is not that big.
However, this
what you
is
have to
like
think of.
also theory, right? This has not been verified. Like the
Okay.
sun stuff. No sun
Right,
stuff.
right.
This is why we kind of like stick to the earth. Like the guy left, what was it? You were talking to me earlier from same place you're at. That's what I was saying. Like we stick to measurement. Roger, yo, you want the mic, man? Where you at? If you don't,
Roger may be working.
I
Busy?
work called, so I need to drop off.
Yeah.
No
yeah.
problem.
So let the other dude take over. Demok, you can jump in too. Just don't overwhelm.
All right. No, I'm just trying to keep it simple. I mean, I don't know.
Gravity, man. Like remember the air, the like boundary condition with me and the gravity, right? So eventually you're gonna have to say gravity. Either it's mass attracting mass or whatever. Pick one. Now you like thermo. I love thermo. Let's wreck it. First law of thermodynamics. What?
Spontaneous reactions will flow in natural order from least path of high resistance
Conservation
to
of energy, man.
lower
Conservation
resistance.
of energy, dude. It's easy. Conservation of energy, right? Okay. Gravity is a force. I'll give it to you, man. All right. Mass attracts mass, dude. I'm down, bro. I'm cool. Sure. That force has to be burning energy from somewhere. Where the fuck is it getting it from? Intermolecular fission? It's not fissioning. It's not radioactive. So, I'm like, I like Einstein because I like this Big Bang horse shit. Because they divide by zero. Right?
Did they answer the seasons question?
Yes, I
Okay,
understand
cool, sorry.
where that is coming from. Yes.
My Wi-Fi cut out.
Well, we still don't really understand gravity to its fullest extent because we just understood gravity to be a particle in which
Food
a
for thought,
graviton
bro.
was formed.
They keep changing. So
Right, because we really
cannot
have
all be
no
true.
we
Because
really
each
have no
model they
idea
come
of
up
the
with
universe. We really have very little understanding of the universe.
well, maybe this gravity is not real. It's fictitious.
I mean,
Right?
for all we know, the shit that they're feeding us could be a total lie. I completely understand.
Thermo works, man. Fluid mechanics works, man.
A lot of things work.
Okay, then let's take what works and let's toss out what doesn't. Which is curvature measurement. Because before like we dissect the sun seasons, for me, that was just like my personal journey. I was like, man, I'm not gonna even look up like complex because I'm mechanical engineering, right? Gearboxes, planetary gearboxes, fuck this shit. All right, look, I'm gonna verify the surface flatness first, okay? And let's stick with that. Just basic metrology, nothing too fancy, you know. All right, surface flatness. We're talking about water surface, not like if you like chop, right? You got chop, you got waves, you got currents. So we're gonna take the first couple meters of water and as one, right? So it doesn't matter. We're looking for curvature over relatively large distances because that's where you can neglect chop and all that in between, right? Because if the two values, like let's say you got 2 meter swells, okay, cool. So now we're gonna go somewhere where the predicted drop should be at least 300, 400 meters, right? Where your 2 meters of swell is nothing compared to your 400 meters of drop. So now we can neglect that now. We just set that equal to 0 in our equation. Now we assume chop to equal 0, and that is valid. We do that for every damn problem, man, right?
Yeah.
It is on the exam, so all right, set your fucking assumption aside. Okay, assume chop equals 0. Cool. All right, cool. All right. Now where is the drop? Now we're going to run into other issues, of course. If we use optics, it's another can of worms. We got refraction we have to deal with as an engineer. Like, okay, I understand. However, we have some parameters we can work with. Okay, like it should be close within error. If it's really far off, then we have issues, right? And that's the problem. It's really far off with long distance photography and the laser tests. It's like it's really far off, man. Like not even close. That's my issue with it. Like I was like, okay, it's flat because water is lays flat, man. We call it water level, man, to build stuff. It kind of hit me like at once with the water, where the actual tests do not reflect curvature, which is approximation of 8 inches per mile squared, right? For every mile you walk out, you drop 8. So it's like, okay, it should be, let's say what? Within margin of error, let's be generous, Nope, nothing. Not even close. Like, all right, we could look at the field, the FE core laser test, the field engineers laser test. Are you familiar with that one?
No.
It's a group of engineers. They got out and they did this laser over 3 different lakes, right? If someone got this memorized down to the T, please hop on the mic, because I'm just familiar with the results where
25 miles, 2 meters above the surface, 3 different targets that were also 2 meters above the surface, and those should have been impossible shots. It should have been 400 feet in the air. The laser should have been 400 feet up in the air at 25 miles. Is that right?
Let's do. Ethan, you want to check this yourself, man? Just you want to Google Earth curve calculator, choose a flavor of your choice, and pop in like the observer's height and all that, just to verify the drop from whichever.
I'm gonna do a lot of my own research on this, and do a lot.
That's what we want you to do.
Yeah,
we want you to go out there and do it yourself, right? We want you to think for yourself and question authority.
And I'm very capable of doing that. Like I understand you guys know that I have this bias or this inclination to think a certain way because this is the world of which I've just been solely told, right? And I'm very capable of being open-minded about all of this. But my issue with a lot of things that are being said is like when you guys started talking about like personal anecdotes, like I took this picture, etc. Like the guy that was in here just sent me a picture of him in an airplane or whatever.
Of course. Anecdotal evidence is not evidence. We completely agree.
No. It very much so can be at certain times, as long as no. A picture very much so can be.
Yeah, there's a picture of Bigfoot. Do you think Bigfoot's real?
I know, but if you take a picture of when you're in an airplane at the horizon and you're completely level, you should see some kind of curvature if the Earth is curved, right? And I think
no, you shouldn't.
That's what I'm saying. Is that you guys are saying that you don't?
No, you're right. No.
I know. I know.
Then yes, of course.
But right, and like, I have a really hard time listening to other people something, because like what I'm saying is that the other guy that was in here just sent me a picture and it was a total shit picture, and so I'm taking a lot of things with like a grain of salt until I do my own evidence and my own research on it, and I'm going to look into all of the points made here right now, and I'm going to research it probably tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, we wouldn't expect any less. Do you got time for one more argument?
I don't do arguments. I do debates.
Okay, that's fine. Then you're going to fit in just fine here for sure. Definitely go do your own research.
Hey, if you look below all this text and voice chat channels, scroll pretty much towards the bottom, you will see tons and tons of text channels that you can sort through.
Okay, thank you.
Now here's the thing, right? When you search any of this topic anywhere else, they're not going to give you actual information. You kind of said that in the beginning. As you said, they kind of give you nonsense that we don't even say. So if you want to hear our side of what we actually think, do, say, you're going to find all of that in these text channels. You're not going to find the garbage that is propped up.
Yeah, because there's always going to be bullshit out there. Of course,
they prop up nonsense. So
another way to think about
I think I'm very good at weeding that shit out. Like I have a pretty.
Well, think about this real quick. If you got in an airplane, could you fly over China and see what's there? Could you fly over North Korea? Could you fly over Russia? I mean, would you just be able to? Or would they not want you to?
I mean, my intuition would say that you should be totally capable of doing such things, yes.
You should be, but I'm saying if you're over Russia right now, what do you think is going to happen in reality?
They probably won't be too happy about it.
Okay, so now, with an ability to think, where could you go as a human, like on this planet, and do what you wanted to like actually measure this planet? Which government can against the other? Do you see what I'm saying? So everything people think is so cut and dry and so willy-nilly, like, oh, we can just do this and figure this out. No, we can't. Not really. Not if you think about it. A lot of red tape, private property, different countries at war supposedly, and then you have a treaty with all these same people that are at war. So it kind of doesn't make any sense at the end of the day. None of the global shit makes any sense.
Right. And I can see a lot of faults and a lot of the points backing, especially when we're finding new theories and ideas about the world and Earth and a lot of the way that shit just works that we thought was super concrete. Like we're starting to figure out that Newton's laws apply in some instances and Einstein's are better, right?
Right.
And
Wouldn't it make sense that we get smarter and better with time as we learn our mistakes? 1,000.
Well, we are, and we maybe the world that we thought we were living in from Newton and Einstein's time is completely false, right? Who knows?
Yeah, we need to get rid of that garbage, man. That's what should be done. That's what I did. I stuck with what works. F equals MA works for some stuff, but not for others. Well, obviously. Like if you're designing something, sure, right? Just use it. Shut up or use it. Look at pencil strings. Life is good.
Well, why don't we just?
Yeah, but guys, they've been building bridges and towers and everything way before the theory of gravity,
and also
right?
assuming a flat.
So you don't need
surface,
it,
right? I mean, all engineering that I've done is assuming a flat surface. But I mean, the counter argument to that is you're not building anything enough to actually seriously consider the curvature of the Earth, which
that can't be true on a round surface.
You think Panama Canal is not big enough?
How about the Yangtze Bridge, or the biggest, longest bridge in China? Come on now.
I mean, I'll have to talk to one of those engineers who designed it, or I have to do my own due diligence on that topic. Like I said, I didn't come into this conversation with numerous guns blazing about a lot of topics, right? I just have been using my own personal intuition.
Yeah, man, I like that. You sound pretty chill.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, can we get another sincere tag going here? I mean, I think 2
Oh yeah,
is rare.
Sure, 100%. Fellow engineer, dude. That should be another tag. Fellow engineer.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a special one created by Cyrus.
Here's the other thing a lot of people don't do. What can you have that you can't have on the other? Like if this, then you can't have this. Or if round, you can't have it be flat. See what I'm saying? Like if flat, then you can't be round. You can't be both.
I'm sure there's several of those, yeah.
Right. So when I said when you take a pencil, just a second, and you draw that circle, there's no flat portion of that. So like, yeah.
Well, it would be a sphere, right? Because we got to talk in 3-dimensional space, and which your theory still applies.
Right. Has no flat portion ever, nowhere. So I mean, I don't know. Take what you will.
Well, no, that's a very valid point, but I think you need to make it very clear that you're talking about a sphere and not a circle.
You mean an oblate spheroid or a pear? Which model are you taking? I'm just messing up.
Yeah.
Just playing. It is a spinning water pear, though. Yeah.
When he joined in the beginning, and the first thing he said, he was talking about the gas pressure argument, and I was that pointed out and talked about a little bit, because that's probably one important point that he might get pretty easily. if anybody wants to discuss it.
Can I do it? I'll just do it so quick.
Yeah, man.
Okay. So real quick, bro, can you hear me, new guy? I didn't catch your name.
Ethan.
Right. So, right. You're familiar with Hank Hill, King of the Hill, right? I sell propane and propane accessories, right? There's a reason why I sell propane accessories, right? Because you can't just come buy the propane by itself, take it home and grill for your family, right? You got to have a container, right?
Right, but I mean, the counter argument to that is that it is lighter than air.
What is?
Propane.
Thought it was heavier,
actually. It's lighter than air?
I thought
I
it's the
think
same. Yeah, it's
helium is lighter than air and hydrogen.
Sorry, I might have confused it with helium because I've been getting blasted by helium for a long time.
That's fine. That sounds like fun, actually. But so the important thing is that if I give you all the gravity, right? Newtonian, Einsteinian, whatever, right? Specific gravity if you need it, right? You're going to have a problem when I open the valve of my propane canister, right? Because what's going to happen?
The first law of thermodynamics.
So it's going to spew out into the available volume, right?
No, that's the first.
I wasn't going to argue with him. I was just going to practical demonstration is what I'm doing, right? So I'm a layman, right? I didn't go to college, so the 250 psi is going to press out of the nozzle as soon as it's open, right? And it's going to spew out into the available volume until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you know that space is allegedly 10 to the 17 negative torr. Now it's almost perfect vacuum. Now, how much volume does space have? Let's just say it's some astronomical number without looking it up.
Amount.
Pretty close, right? As close as our imagination can get.
Mm-hmm.
To infinite, right? Okay, so anytime that we can demonstrate gas pressure on Earth, there has to be a container. Anytime we try to demonstrate a near perfect vacuum, there has to be a container. So can you demonstrate what the model proclaims is that there is a high pressure system sitting next to a low pressure system without a container? Can you demonstrate that?
I mean, you just have a mixture of the two.
What do you mean?
Right, to establish equilibrium. The high pressure would mix with the low pressure to create equilibrium.
Right, every time, no matter what.
Correct.
Even if there's gravity. And it's strongest at the surface of the Earth. So even though gravity...
Wouldn't that be a more difficult question just than saying that? Because there's also density to the gases?
Yeah, there's specific gravity as well, right?
Okay.
But still, what do we observe? If you want to get higher than 14.7 psi, right, at sea level, you have to have a container, whether it's your lungs, or your butthole, or a propane tank, or a cigarette lighter, or a can of soda.
Okay.
You cannot have 14, or you cannot have 15 psi at sea level without a closed container, because the very definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas molecules against the walls of the container. Correct?
Right. Uh-huh.
So whatever model they gave you, right?
Okay.
It's just a model. And for some reason, you've reified it in your mind as concrete when it's just a concept. Because if I hand you a toy Porsche and I say, no, bro, it's a real Porsche, you're going to say, no, bro, it's a model.
Well, right.
It's
but that
not
also,
the real thing.
This also, I mean, you're, the point that I think, like with the whole like understanding thing is like the mass of society has been indoctrinated into this certain way of thinking, right? Earth is round, gravity is the right, and so basically, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not possible by absolutely any means. It's just we're still using laws and concepts from hundreds of years ago, right? Since
agreed.
Einstein,
like a boy today told me that he was making a robot in school, and I was like, cool. Tesla made a remote control boat like 100 years ago, right? So I wasn't really impressed, right? Because he's doing in school today what Tesla was doing like 100 years ago.
Right, and I mean now we have Elon Musk landing rockets by themselves, like. That there's definitely an exponential curve in technology and knowledge in which we are starting to find out. And I think the rapid successive change of theories and fundamental theories as such, seeing Newton's laws and Einstein's laws being interchangeable, working better in different circumstances, being false in circumstances is nothing but true behind that. And I think that actually reinforces your guys' points, right? And so if the earth is flat, I think that there's a much bigger stake at play given the general consensus of the population and how they would do with understanding that and then trust in the government and then trust in just higher authority as it is. And I think that's the biggest barrier to play when it comes to like the fundamental thoughts of like what people have coming into a conversation like this.
Agreed. So let me illustrate two things for you. The guy that invented washing your hands after touching a corpse, he died in an insane asylum. Are you familiar with the story?
No, but I mean, I don't. Okay.
Okay, so there was this guy. He noticed that in the hospitals, the
I
death
think
rate.
I know what you're getting to. Okay.
Yeah. So you've heard the story.
I just think I understand the point you're
I
getting.
haven't, man.
People with logical and actually sound ideas will be labeled crazy to the public because it is not what they think.
Right. So is it possible that we're under the same mass psychosis today where we have this disconnect? Okay, perfect. So the last thing I was going to say is George Washington was bled to death because they thought it would cure the pneumonia, so the liquid in his lungs. Right? So, yeah, this wasn't that long ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has human nature changed very much in the past 200 years? 250 years, excuse me.
No, we still have the same faults as we do 250 years ago. We're still human at nature.
Exactly. All right, so here's the deal. All we're trying to do is to brainwash you to think for yourself and question authority. Everybody that comes in here, we just want them to think for themselves and to question authority, because you mentioned authority earlier, and that is the number one hangout that most people have. Right? And there are, certain authorities that we should respect. If I have a broken femur, right, I'm going to go want to see the bone doctor. Right? If I'm bleeding out, please take me to the triage. Right? Mm-hmm. But I've had to get like 2 different opinions from 2 different doctors and almost lost my kid because the first doctor wasn't capable of perceiving leukemia on a blood test, right? But the second doctor was.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. He's fine. He's black belt in Taekwondo now. He'll kick your ass. But anyway, he's perfectly healthy. But the point is that I had to go see a second doctor, right? Or I would have lost him to leukemia.
I mean, we see this all the time.
Right. So, the thing is...
prime example A.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that, because we'll get shut down. They're heavily censoring those words. But the point is that you should always think for yourself and question authority. And you know what? If there's nothing to this, it'll all come out in the wash. If we're all full of shit, you'll prove it yourself, right? Because the thing is that the earth isn't so big that you can't measure it.
I mean, agreed. I can't hear him. Can anybody else hear him?
Oh, he cut out, man. Hank.
Is this better? This better?
Yeah. I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry. So I was saying that the size of the earth is verifiable or falsifiable, right? You should be able to measure it and determine for yourself whether or not it has curvature. Someone else can continue.
I think.
I have a question.
Wait, am I involved in this question?
Yeah, go ahead, man. You spit what you got. Go for it.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, I think I'm gonna be calling it for tonight, and I'm gonna do my own research and look into a lot of things. And if you guys are gonna be here tomorrow night,
sure, man. Yeah,
24/7.
Ladies' night.
Oh yeah, wait.
Oh yeah, if you show up tomorrow.
Wait, am I still invited to ladies' night?
Sure. Yeah.
Mrs.
Yeah, they're gonna love you tomorrow. Come around 5.
5 Eastern.
Standard, right?
Right. How many hours is that in Arizona time? Anybody? What is that? Like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock?
Are you on Cali time?
And you can bring your girlfriend too, right?
Hey, babe. Do you want to go to ladies' night for the Flat Earthers tomorrow? 5 Eastern Standard Time. With your what? You have what? You have dinner with your ex-boyfriend's mom at 6?
That'll work.
Can I ask the flat earthers if that's okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine, because if you show any level of insecurity, then she's going to disrespect the fuck out of you.
No, I know it's a joke. I'm literally joking. But yeah, all right. I'll pop in for ladies' night if I can, if I'm not working, and then talk to the gentleman as well tomorrow, because I should be able to get a fair amount of research done on certain topics.
Of course.
By the way, that wasn't sound relationship advice. Do not take my advice on that one, gentlemen.
No, I think that's perfectly sound relationship advice.
I have a question.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be held responsible when somebody lets their chick go hang out with their ex-boyfriend. I'm not going to.
No, it's my mom, and it's pretty weird, man. Let me tell you. So it's pretty fucking weird.
That is interesting. First time I heard that, that's for sure.
Me too.
Oh, that wasn't
Better than
a
me.
joke. I thought that was a joke.
No, they all thought that was a joke, boss. They're all fucking blown away about what you're about to go do tomorrow.
No, come on.
No, I'm totally kidding. She knows it's a joke. It's a joke.
Okay.
But I do have to go. She's begging me to go to sleep, so I'll catch you guys all tomorrow.
Laters, man. Have a good one.
All right, peace. Hey, somebody ought to give them that tag that I mentioned.
I did. I already tagged him.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Tagged what? What tag?
Seems sincere.
See, we get a lot of people that come in here and just troll the fuck out of us, so we like to tag people what they've earned, and you've earned the tag seems sincere. So when you get here tomorrow, you might be dogpiled, but you won't be so easily bannable.
That's fine. I don't care. As long as people come at me with like a respectable approach, I'll never like, cause like I'm not trying to like say you guys are like insane or crazy or like anything. It's just like we're having a debate about a controversial topic and seeing who's got the most like concrete evidence or theory to back their point, and whichever one is right is like, so be it. Right? We're just all trying to figure out that we all want to achieve the same goal, and that's figure out the truth. And so doing any kind of disobedient behavior is just pushing you farther away from that. And on that note, gentlemen and Mrs. Musk, everybody have a good night.
Peace suit.
Good night.
Hi, guys.
Yeah,
Later.
we had like a dry day and then 2 good ones in a row.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello.
me and everyone were talking to him in VC earlier. He was really
Hi,
good.
I have a
How did he
question.
do in here? Was he what like?
It's to a point though, and there's something that he has to rethink.
What did he say about we last left it at gas pressure needs a physical container for the gas to bounce off the walls. We left it at you need to demonstrate gas containing gas. He wasn't able to provide.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, you have a question, right?
Yeah.
What is it?
How large would a circle need to be for it to appear, for a section of it to appear to be straight?
Not that large, actually, because our eyes aren't very good at detecting curvature from left to right. But it can be actually quite large, and we can detect it long ways down. Like, you ever seen somebody check the curvature of a guitar, the neck? They hold the guitar up to their eyeball, and they look down at like a pool stick. You ever seen that?
I haven't.
You ever never seen somebody check the curvature on a pool stick by looking down it?
Oh, I thought you said a guitar. Pool stick.
A
Yeah,
guitar
for sure.
or a pool stick. Okay, so yeah, we're really good at detecting curvature that way. Left to right, not so good.
Cool.
Got any more questions?
Check.
You're good, Lou.
Thank you.
Is that the only question?
Well, how large would a sphere need to be for a section of it to appear straight?
Well, it depends. Are we looking left to right or long ways?
Oh wait, I don't understand this. We have the measurements of the Earth. We don't need to question what
I didn't say anything about the Earth.
Indio did this before. I remember, man.
I know, but we
And-
have that. We don't have to
The
assume.
number was ridiculous. Like it was like
Yeah.
it's like at least 100-fold, something like that for sure. It was huge, but you can do it. You can do it.
Because if you go through the Black Swan, right? You're
Well, of
saying
course,
the Earth
how
would
big is
have
your
a flat
segment?
section of 250,000. You know, the sphere would have to be 250,000 miles.
But like you have to determine like your line segment, right? You know, or your how many miles you're looking across. But line segment if you're just doing a circle, right? On the surface, because of course, as the circle gets bigger, you can of course scale it up, man. Like you can scale up your line to where it's it's like a tangent to the circle. So it's like
Well,
So this has been done before?
resolve, but your eye can only resolve but so much, and so there's got
What's
to
been
be
done?
a limit to which.
So it's been done before where someone's tried to
Yo.
like simulate a circle.
Yo, do you hear me, or am I low? Or
I don't hear you
You're
very
pretty
well.
low, man.
All right.
Just bring the mic
A little bit,
closer.
Elijah. Just a little bit.
All right, carry on.
But I hear you, Elijah. What's up?
What up?
What were you saying, bro?
Don't worry about it.
Yo, it's updating. Hold up. Damn, they changed this game like crazy, huh, Elijah?
Yeah. They got this 80s music playing and all that.
Bro, I got it down like fucking 100 files, dog. When did this happen?
Yesterday? Or today, even.
It happened quick, bro.
Oh, well, yeah, yesterday.
I had to uninstall it and reinstall. They still got Battle Royale?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Alright. They can't take that away from us.
So did he get his questions answered?
I don't think so.
The last thing you were saying that something has been done before, like what you were saying, or someone has come up
Yeah, I
with
didn't say
the
that. Somebody else
distance
did.
of how long it would appear flat.
Well, I was trying to answer him, but apparently my mic is low.
Nah, you're good,
We can
dog.
hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead. Everybody else be quiet.
What a pussy. I don't feel like that right now.
Spit it out, bro.
Fuck him.
I feel you, dog.
All right, so I'll try to answer the question. I didn't make the claim, so like I said, it depends on what you're trying to do. Seeing curvature left to right is like nearly impossible. There's no professional pool players that hold the stick from left to right and try to detect curvature before they make the $1 million shot, right? They always, look straight down, or they roll it against the flat surface to detect curvature. So, can you detect curvature of Earth with 3959 miles, right? And if you say no, then how do we know it's a sphere? And if you say yes, then it's falsifiable, and you should go out and do it yourself. There's Earth curve calculators. You do a little bit of research. You don't even need the Earth curve calculator as long as you have a body of water large enough, at least 10 miles, and you can use two people and a mirror, with the person with the sun to their back is going to be facing the person with the mirror, and you're going to try to see if you can see the light coming from the mirror reflecting from the sun. Is this answering your questions?
So I didn't make a claim. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I didn't either.
From what I'm gathering, it wouldn't take much of a curvature to not detect it. Like, it wouldn't take much before we couldn't actually notice a curvature because of the way our eyes are. Is that what I'm understanding?
So what I'm saying is that if your eyeball is on the ground, 10 miles will be 66 feet of curvature. So if you got, like, you know, a 2-foot mirror and it's in the water and the other person is on the other side of the lake, if you can see that light, then you debunk the curvature. And you even got a little wiggle
To do
room.
with my question, though, sir.
Oh, and
Okay,
by the way,
rephrase your question.
Okay, so my question was, how large would a sphere need to be for a section of it to appear to be level? Like,
Dude, I've already answered that 3 times. It depends on how you look at it. If you look at it left and right, it doesn't have to be a very big circle.
I said the
but if you're
horizon.
looking downrange, yeah, if you're looking downrange, then it can be a very large sphere, even as large as the size of the Earth. And you can detect curvature.
And
or
there's
not
a reason
curvature.
he's saying over water and not over land. Do you understand the difference between those two? Of why you want to do it over water and not over land?
Do what over water?
See how...
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
Nah, you go.
You're asking, does it appear to be flat, right? And I'm saying that you can measure it.
Oh, sorry,
What do you
go
mean,
ahead.
Yeah,
I'm saying that you can measure it.
Kind of reflected or kind of hinted at what I was saying. I think, anyway. Well, what I was going to say was, well, the resolution limit of the human eye is already what it is. So just off of that alone, based on the Rayleigh criterion, you can only see but so far over the surface, over the deck. So if you had a larger surface, it in fact wouldn't matter anyway. However, the things that you use, like a P900 something with a better with a bigger aperture size, something that can resolve more, is still going to have a limit at some point. You would just have to do the math, and then you would get your answer.
Okay, so there's a point at which a circle or a sphere is large enough that it appears to be straight to the human eye. There is such a point.
Yeah, but it's really, really, really big. A lot bigger than Earth.
Okay. Okay, cool. Got it. Thanks.
You don't appear to be asking.
That's what they say right now, bro. You know that, right?
Yeah, you don't appear to be asking
Gonna
if it
make
really
up the size of the globe.
Go ahead, Crypto. Maybe he
No, I
doesn't.
was just saying, like, he doesn't appear to be asking if it is a sphere in the first place. That's actually fundamentally what matters.
Yeah, and they say that this sphere is already is so big that you don't see it curving, other than the horizon. Everything before the horizon, everything in your eye line is just a flat circle around you. Duh. That's what
Man,
they
it's a
say.
wrap.
Oh, okay. Is there any source for that? How large it would need to be? I think it was Hank mentioned that it would need to be much, much larger. Is there any source?
I told you that you could
don't know why
use the
you're-
Rayleigh criterion and the and whatever
I
optical
can
device
barely
that
hear
you're
you, man.
using to- Can anyone else hear me?
Yeah, I had to turn you
Sure.
off. to be fair.
I have a limit to how high
you're
I
at
can turn you.
200. But you're coming in, sort of.
I got gamer headphones. I can hear you loud and clear.
I got like dollar store earbuds.
Is this better? No, not at all.
I can hear you. You're just coming in low, bro. And I'm probably coming in low as well, so I'm on to.
Hold on, I'll turn off the fan.
I can hear you. Gotta listen, bro.
Okay, I turned off some loud equipment in here. Okay, go ahead.
Usually helps.
I told you you would have to use the Rayleigh criterion in whatever optical device that you have to figure out mathematically how far you could see. So in essence, wouldn't matter how big the Earth is if your optical device couldn't see further than what you're looking at or what you're trying to look at.
Okay, that's great. It's not related to my question though. I think it was Hank mentioned that he says it's been calculated already somehow, like how large the circle would be, and I was hoping if I could find a source on that where he's getting that information
I didn't
from.
make that. I didn't make that claim.
Of the Earth, I think somebody said it. It's what NASA gives us.
Just explain to him how our perspective is backwards engineered is, I think, what he's trying to understand.
No. I all I want to know is how large a circle would need to be for it to appear, for a section of it to appear straight.
That's our perspective.
well,
That's the angular resolution of our eyes. That's why that
Probably
explains
8
it.
million miles. 8 million
No,
miles. There's your answer.
No. This Earth, the size.
I didn't say anything about Earth. I didn't say anything about the Earth.
Well, you're asking how big would a sphere have to be? This one.
Who cares,
apparently. Do you not know that they say for all intents and purposes it looks flat?
Okay.
Yeah, this
Look,
one.
look. Here's the thing, right? Like I said earlier, it depends, right? It depends on weather conditions. It depends on your optics, right? It depends on a lot of things. But the thing about it is that this Earth is measurable, right? We know that because they claim that they have measurements. So we can actually verify whether or not what they're saying is true, and many people have all across the realm. And we can show you where people have took what's called an impossible shot, right? An image that should not be possible, kind of like a a pregnant woman with twins, 9 months, can't see her feet, right? That's an impossible shot. When she's laying on the bed, she can't see her feet due to curvature, right? There's been lots and lots of images taken that are like these impossible shots where the curvature is missing and we can see too far. Would you like to hear about this?
I've been doing a lot of research for about a month, looking into this and trying to take it seriously. So I've come across the Black Swan a couple of times. I still don't have a position either way. So I'm purely asking what size a circle would be or a sphere for it to be to appear straight to an observer, and I was just
Dude, that's a lot of variables in that question.
That's going to help you with your answer.
We've heard this question a number of times. I feel like if you don't feel like that's been answered, then there's no one can give you the exact answer you're after, because I've heard 3 or 4 different fairly competent answers. So
okay, so you don't know.
I'll go out on a limb and answer you. 8 million miles. There you go. No, seriously.
No, we're not going to do that.
No, fuck that. 8 million from Demarco only. From Demarco only. 8 million miles.
Okay, I was talking, bro. I was talking.
So was I.
So no, but
what's up, low testosterone?
So anyway, yeah. Do I get to? Can I finish my sentence? Yeah. Okay. So with regards to the Black Swan, yeah, maybe you need to tell us what you think the point of that is, and then we can progress that.
No, I came to ask you that question. I didn't want to talk about the Black Swan.
What do you think? Okay, but what do you think the Black Swan is?
Well, I think it's a pretty good it's a pretty good example, and I think a lot of people in the community appreciate it because it's such a good example of the point that they're trying to make.
Which is
that there's more to what we see than we're being told. But again, I didn't come here to talk about the Black Swan. If you'd like to talk about the Black Swan, then of course I'll move along. But I did just want to ask if anyone had a I did just want to know about the question I came to ask, and I come away without an answer.
I answered it. No, I answered it for you. Don't say you didn't get an answer.
That wasn't a serious answer, though.
Crypto, you're coming in super low.
Anyway.
Okay, can I ask how you arrived at that figure? How did you arrive at 8 million?
Wait, excuse me, hold on.
No, bro, we're not just gonna you're not ruling the conversation here. Conversations are two-sided, right? So I'm gonna finish my point and then we can. So it's clear to me that you don't understand the point of the Black Swan. So if you come across it and you don't understand it, that's fine, not an issue. But it means that you didn't actually appreciate what it said, what the actual example is doing. And I find this with virtually all Globers, they don't actually understand the point of the Black Swan. So we've been told for years and years and years that boats go over physical curvature. Example of, right? You understand that an argument that's thousands more recent flat Earth has come up. We've been told, yes, boats go over the curve. Understand? Okay.
Frank, did you understand what he said?
Like I said, I didn't come here to discuss the Black Swan, but
Okay, well, you might
so I have nothing else to say on it.
If you don't want to have a conversation where
I do.
Both
I do.
sides interact, then
you
answer
don't.
my question. It sounds to me like you came here with a gotcha, you didn't get the gotcha you wanted, and now you want to. About anything else? That's
If you actually want to know the answer to your first question, what Crypto is saying is going to help you understand the answer.
The Black Swan is going to help me understand how large a circle or a sphere would need to be to see a horizon that's straight.
Yeah, it's gonna help you understand it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. I hope you're
If you
right.
let him-
If you're
let him
wrong, then I'm
explain
going to
it.
see. If you're wrong, then I'm going to consider you that you're lying. But if you're right, then I'll be extremely happy.
Well, you have to be honest with yourself. You can't just deny it.
I gave you my answer, and I got my answer the same way your shitballs got their son answer of 93 million. So I got my 8 million. So go
Wait,
ahead.
can I ask you one question? Can I ask you one question, Frank? What
You
is
can ask
your
me 7 or more.
what if I just want one? What is your what is the point of your question related to the shape of the Earth?
Related to the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, that's why we're here to discuss.
We would have to extrapolate that once we figured out how large it would have to be. So how does it relate to the shape of the Earth? We'd have to arrive at that figure first, I would say. So I can't answer that. I don't know how it does, because there's so many other factors, right? With the shape of the Earth, etc. So all I had was maybe it was more of a geometry question, I guess. And maybe this isn't the
Simple
forum to
geometry.
ask that.
But
My friend, we have the numbers. We know.
Yeah.
And what?
We're already given a number, so I don't know why you're trying to figure out the number.
What was the number?
We're given the number, the supposed number of the shape of the sphere that you're trying to figure out how large it has to be in order for us to see it flat. So you have to compare it to that number and see if it actually matches to reality.
That's what I'm asking. How do we arrive at that number? How would we arrive?
You need to ask NASA that, not us. We didn't come up with the number.
No. I'm sorry. I think you misunderstood what I said.
Okay, clarify.
Misunderstood.
Okay, so I'm not asking how NASA came to it or how we came to the size of the Earth or anything. I'm purely
Why are you
asking.
trying to fit this into some ball model, though? It appears like you're trying to fit your ideology into some kind of unknown number. It's like it makes no sense.
How?
They've given us the
What have I said
parameters, my friend.
What have I said has led you to believe that? What have I said that?
For when will it fit? How big does it have to be?
No, I haven't said anything about it fitting. I have never said anything about it fitting.
What is that?
I never said anything about it fitting. I never said anything about it fitting. All I asked from the beginning was how large would a circle or a sphere need to be for it to appear as a straight line at the horizon to our eyes.
Redundant question.
Very
outside the bounds.
Extremely
They've given
large.
us the numbers of our Earth.
How do you know how large it would need to be?
Okay, so
No.
This is an irrelevant point. Is
Listen,
Okay,
you're talking about
okay,
a tangent,
okay,
right, to the
okay.
horizon.
1 second, please.
It would
I've
need
been
to
trying to
be
get- coming
an
through?
Earth with the circumference of 25,000 miles, roughly.
Yeah, bro, this question's been answered. It's been answered. Hank Hill answered your question.
Okay, so how was it answered? I didn't hear an answer.
Well, you're too ignorant to understand.
So he said it depends. The answer is it depends. You're asking a how long is a piece of string question, and you're getting a how long is a piece of string answer, right? So if I ask you how long is a piece of string, what do you think the answer would be?
I don't think they're equivalent questions at all.
Okay, well they are. The point is depends on a number of factors. So yeah, nobody in the world can give you an answer in the way that will satisfy you. So
how do you know that? How do you know it wouldn't satisfy me?
Because you're looking for a specific number which can't be done because it depends on all of the shit that Hank Hill told you about.
All it depends on is looking like a straight, flat horizon to me, as a section. As a section.
Yeah. I get that, but it depends on your eye height, depends on the atmospheric effect, depends on all sorts of shit. Rayleigh criterion depends on what you're looking at. If you're looking at the horizon specifically, all of these different factors, right? There's hundreds. I mean, I've named 3. There's hundreds of these different factors. And you want me to control for all of them and give you a number, snapshot in time, or in a specific place, or like this is unanswerable. You understand this, right?
Well, you've just given me 3 conditions that I could meet. So how is it unanswerable?
But they're not constant. So, so if you were to say, what size ball would it be? Well, if you take the constants, then I can give you, and everything else is exactly the same. Then I could give you a number. But the very next day, everything would change. In fact, the next minute, everything. And now you've got.
What I was gonna say. I was gonna say if the number changed every day, what's the point?
Hold on. About to kill somebody.
And it strikes me that if you understood the point of the Black Swan, apparently you weren't here to discuss, then you would understand the answer to your question.
I'm sorry, you were cut off by the other gentleman, I think, trying to speak. What did you say?
Oh, I didn't hear anyone else, sorry. I feel like you need a more holistic understanding on the subject.
No, well, I'd just like to point out that you said that it cannot be calculated because certain conditions like eye height, eye level, etc. And I said, okay, well, I can meet those conditions. What happens after I can meet those conditions? What are the conditions that can't be met?
I didn't say it can't be calculated.
Visual distance and ability to see how far and what you're seeing in the distance, and saying something meets something and it's apparent or not apparent, or you don't get that.
So it can be met. So the conditions
No.
can be calculated.
No.
Sorry, the
Frank,
other
listen.
gentleman, the English
Frank,
gentleman,
listen.
said that the conditions can be met.
Frank, listen.
He said they can be calculated.
Frank, I'll tell you
No,
really quick. I'll simplify it way down.
Okay, this is what's known as a false dichotomy, right? So, I've given you the answer, you don't like the answer, and now you're repackaging what I said to make it seem like I said something I didn't say.
Okay, so what did you say then? You didn't say that the conditions.
And a false dichotomy.
Okay, I apologize if I did that. So you're saying that. So you're saying the conditions cannot be met to calculate a circle or a sphere large enough to have an apparent horizon. So he didn't say that. So there is a way to calculate the horizon or a circle.
All this shit, dude.
No, the answer is you need a measurement first to calculate the distance to the horizon. From the center of the circle to the outside. In other words, you would need the fucking radius, a number that they've already given us. So in order to calculate what you just asked or what you just said you wanted, which is the distance to the horizon, you would need to know the radius.
No, I think I misspoke just then. That's not what I was asking.
Of course you did.
I wasn't asking for the distance to the horizon.
Oh my
Going
god,
in
dude, nobody
circles with this
cares
guy.
about this question. It's an irrelevant question. Do you have a question about the shape of the earth? Please.
Okay,
Nobody cares about
so no one has an answer to my question.
Frank, you want me to answer it? I can answer it.
Nobody just.
All right, let him go.
I'll make it super
Hank
simple.
did, Crypto did. I mean, how many people do you want to answer?
Then your
All
number's
right, go
going to
for it.
change
Sorry.
day to day because it's always going to vary day to day. It's always going to vary.
Okay, so there would be an upper limit and a lower upper boundary and a lower boundary, probably, right?
Why does that matter? If you're asking for, there's no one answer. If it's going to
Endless
change day to
boundaries.
day, it's not going to answer any question you have. If you want one answer, you're just not going to get it. It's impossible. You can't answer it
You
with
can't
one
even
number.
tell where a rainbow's at, and you're asking us a dumbass question about something
Yeah.
you can't. And you can't even tell about a 24,901 mile, let alone something bigger. So tell us where a rainbow's at before you can calculate anything else.
Okay. So just to recap, the claim has been made that it would change every day, like the size of the circle or of the
No,
sphere
not the
would
size.
change.
I didn't say the size.
change.
Hold on.
Irrelevant, bro.
You're saying what would appear level would change every day because every day what appears level is going to change.
I see. Okay, I see what you mean.
It's fundamentally not the point. It's fundamentally not the point because we don't know that there's a sphere. So you're saying, oh, there's a claim of that things change. Oh, really? Wow, that's
not
a
what
claim to you.
That's not what I'm claiming.
Well, no, you just said that.
For what you're saying, is it?
The air changes.
Humidity
That's not a claim,
changes,
bro.
temperature changes, time changes,
Everyone knows that
daylight
that's
changes.
true. It's demonstrable that the environment changes. Do you really think that?
You're applying my circle and sphere to the Earth, and I haven't done that. I've only asked how large would the sphere or a circle.
Nobody cares about your circle and
I never applied it to the Earth or involved any natural.
We are here to discuss the Earth.
Here's another way to answer this. Is this sphere that you're talking about atmosphereless?
I don't know what that has to do. I don't know what that has to do with a geometric question or a geometry question.
I'm asking. You're telling us about a sphere, right? And I'm asking you: does this sphere have an environment?
Well, I think I would start without an environment to see how large it would need to be to have a horizon that appeared straight first.
That doesn't make
and then
sense because you said you're going to see it with your own eyes. You said you're going to see it with your eyes. When do you observe anything through no air?
Okay, so can I ask my follow-up question?
I don't think that question leads from that.
That's a super strong or something.
My follow-up question is this: take it or leave it. Yeah. So, my question would then be, at what point was the Earth ever observed without an environment, without an atmosphere?
What?
At what point in history was the Earth, the sphere you think you live on, ever observed without an atmosphere?
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't guess.
The answer's never, obviously. So, how are these analogous?
That's a good answer. Yeah.
That was a question, sir.
Oh, how is a sphere or a circle being large enough to see the horizon as a straight line analogous to what?
So you've got two spheres, right? So you think one of them has an atmosphere and the other one doesn't, according to you.
No, that's not my position.
The reason that do you understand that the reason that they're not analogous is that one has an atmosphere and the other doesn't?
Okay, so first of all, I don't have a position of whether the Earth is a globe or not. That's not. I don't. So I.
The problem with your question. I'm not talking about your position.
Well, you did say that I thought that. But okay, let me answer your question.
You clearly do.
How
but that's not even relevant to what I said. Like, first of all, it doesn't matter because I was talking about your question and not your. So could you maybe address what I said instead of collecting?
Okay, so you want me to ask how it's analogous to the Earth, I'm guessing.
I just want you to clarify that you understand that they're not analogous because you are deliberately excluding the one enormous variable, which is the air you're looking at.
Okay, so I'll run with that. I don't think it follows exactly, but I'll run with it. So if I were to do a simulation of a sphere or a circle, that had a large enough section that it appeared straight, then if I wanted to replicate the Earth, then I would add atmospheric conditions that are very similar.
But how would you know that you're adding accurate atmospheric conditions?
How would I know that they were accurate? Well, well, I would maybe use measurements of the temperature and diffraction, refraction, and all that stuff, and mountains and rain.
It would be what you think is happening.
Kishmish is done.
As best as I can, yeah.
Right, so it would all just be guesswork. So I just think that maybe you don't understand how fundamentally kind of pointless the question is. Because you wouldn't know the answer at any given. You'd only ever know the answer at any given point.
Right.
Based on assumptions. So what's the?
Well, I was only asking how we would arrive at that, though. It's like, I think that might be informative. If we can't ever arrive at that using a calculation, then it isn't. That in itself is informative. But if we can, then we could simulate what we would expect to see on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Sure, but it's all simulation.
It would be a simulation, yeah.
Hold on. Why are you saying it? Why are you saying it as if we don't already have a number?
What is the number that we already have?
The radius. What do you mean? You're saying how big would a circle have to be? Well, we don't have to imagine how big or how small. We know they've already given it to us.
Okay, so
why do you need a simulation? What's with all this filler talk? If you have the radius, then you can know.
Okay, so the answer to my question is that.
You hear him, right? Did you understand him?
I'm trying to repeat the question.
Why are we going like?
I'm trying to repeat
doing
the
this
answer
for 30 minutes now, my friend.
To verify, I can go. That's fine.
No, I mean.
So I just want to verify what he said. So the answer to the question that I came with, which is how large would a circle or a sphere need to be to appear as a straight line on the horizon is what we already know to be, or not know, but what they tell us rather, is what they tell us it is. That's what it is. That's the answer.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes?
I think you're trying to find your
I
own
think
answer.
you lost your mind.
No, but that's what he just said. That's what the gentleman just
Hey,
said.
you're cooked, my friend.
What's really funny here is that Hank Hill gave you this answer.
Did he
20
not
minutes
just
ago,
say that?
And you were like, okay, so yeah, I'm going to finish my sentence, right? Hank Hill gave you the answer to this 20 minutes ago, and you were like, oh, it hasn't really been answered. And as soon as you get an answer that's more fitting to your liking, like you can misrepresent, then you accept that one.
No, not at all. What makes you think I accepted it? What makes you think I accepted it? B. Carl's?
You just said, oh, this is the answer.
No, I didn't. No, I'm asking if that's the answer. I didn't say it was. I'm asking. Is that the answer that I can leave with?
And then you said, after I said no, you said, oh, but he just said it. So clearly you
That's
want
not
to
the.
accept this.
Is that not the answer, B. Carl's? Is that not what you just said?
Okay, let me ask
Not
you
what he
this:
said.
if you're, because here's the thing, your question doesn't matter anyway because you're assuming it as if there is no number given. That's what I'm saying. We have a number that's given, so you're assuming that there's no number given. So your question already doesn't matter because we're given a radius.
I haven't assumed anything. I've simply asked a question.
It's irrelevant, bro.
Oh, see,
He's trying to make you say
This
that the number
is a
that they
waste
give
No, I'm not. I'm not trying
is
to make
the
anyone
number
say anything.
that makes it look flat.
I'm
Yes, you are. You're
okay.
trolling.
No, I'm not. a
You
troll.
came in earlier
I'm not a
today
troll.
acting like you're, oh, I don't know which way. I might think this way. I might think that way. But then you're like totally you're just wasting people's time, dude.
I'm not a troll. I am genuinely trying to find the answer to this planet.
You realize that's the way you're coming. You don't realize that's the way you're coming off. Or
So
you're
what
just
do you want me to do? You
stubborn
want me
or
to suck your
stupid.
dick? You want me to get on my knees and suck your dick? Is that
Yeah,
would that
see
make
that?
you feel more comfortable?
He's a
No,
troll.
I'm genuinely trying to find
him.
I'm
Ban him,
genuinely
dude.
trying to find the answer.
You're not genuinely doing anything,
You're
dude.
confuscated.
I
We
sent you
given
a
it
bunch
to
of
you a million
videos.
times.
Go watch them.
And it's irrelevant.
Wasting people's time,
Here's
dude.
a much better question. Here's a much better question, yeah?
Robot in crypto.
The much better question would be,
Cut out.
Or am I roboting?
No,
Is it me or
it's
him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was that crypto?
Yep.
Yeah, crypto. You cut out if you can hear us.
Utterly irrelevant.
This guy's just here to waste time. He doesn't.
It's
He's not really that
literal,
interested.
utter
He's just- you can hear him
irrelevance.
smiling. You know.
Here's the thing. I told him the Black Swan would help answer his question. And before he got all angry, he said, I'm actually trying to find the answer. Well, then if he was, he wouldn't have refused the Black Swan. So he contradicted himself.
He doesn't want to understand. He thinks it's
Yeah.
a joke still.
It's just pure. It's bullshit.
It's just an irrelevant question.
He
It's like
came
coming
in
in
earlier
and
today.
asking, how would I, if I have a triangle, how would I see the corners at what distance?
Yeah, he
It's
does
an
that.
irrelevant
Make up something.
He keeps repeating a
Doesn't matter.
locked question that
Yeah.
he's demanding an answer to as if he controls the conversation, and it's a nonsensical question, and he just keeps repeating it to waste people's
What
time.
he has here is a pigeonhole
No different.
question.
It's retarded.
Yeah, it's so.
So he has a
It's so
pigeonhole
annoying, and
question,
honestly, I think
and
someone was
anytime-
feeding him something. I kind of heard some weird shit. He's
Yeah.
a troll.
Yeah, he was. You could hear him smiling.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
When I told him the
Yeah,
answer
earlier
changed
today,
I
we
don't
locked
feel
him.
like that.
You guys all gave it a valiant attempt, by the way. I mean, we did 45 minutes right there, maybe an hour,
Oh,
maybe an hour and a half.
I've been DMing that kid for the last hour, and he just keeps repeating the question. So it's not worth it.
Because he knows there's no answer. He knows it changes day to day.
Well, he either
But
doesn't
they're
want to
loving
know.
it.
Relevant.
He either knows or he doesn't want to know. One or the other.
By the way, isn't that NASA's job? Oh, what the hell?
Get brought him in earlier, saying that he thought he was a nice guy, and then he started like bashing on Get before.
Yeah.
When he ended up leaving, he ended up saying, "Get I can hardly hear you. You're too slow." Blah blah blah. So.
Hey, what about Toby Dog Unindoctrinated? Has he been talked to yet?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we
Toby.
talked to the other day.
Cool. Hey, Toby.
Hey, can you hear me?
Barely. Who's that?
You're
Just
awfully
don't
low,
like the
Toby.
disrespect towards just everybody here, really.
Yeah.
What was
Who
just a
said?
pigeonhole
Can you hear
question?
me?
Yeah, it's Toby. He's quiet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No bearing on reality. It's like, why? Why are we doing this? Why? Bro.
Yeah.
But he
Yeah,
thinks he's
earlier
got,
today-
like, that's a gotcha. For him, that's a gotcha.
Who? The kid?
Yeah, for him, that he thinks he's gotcha. He got us, like.
No, yeah, well, he does feel that way because he's not interested in the subject, so he's gonna feel that way regardless of what we say.
Childish stuff.
He wasn't stupid though. That's the thing. I think he was definitely trolling. I don't know if he's a paid troll or if he's just wasting his own time to waste ours.
I heard someone's. I heard him like kind of taking a question. I heard something.
Yeah.
He's not worth another second of anybody's moments.
Yeah. There was somebody I messaged in here that just said basically, "Yeah, I'm here to waste your guys' time." Period. Like,
It's actually funny, but
I
whatever.
came here to waste your time.
Okay.
At least he's honest.
Well, they're only wasting their own time, aren't they? I'm getting paid while I'm having. Whose time is he wasting, really?
Crypto, you cut out a long time ago when you were about to say, "Here's a better scenario." What were you gonna say?
I was just
Do you
going to
remember?
say a better question. What I asked him was
Uh-huh.
like, instead of asking about that circle trash that he was asking about, it would be better, much better, to ask: does the circle that they give us comport with reality? That's what actually matters. Like, is what they've given us real? Right.
But he was trying to make somebody say that the number of the radius number that they're giving us is the number that would make the horizon look flat. So
Kept
that we're
saying that's not
agreeing
my
with that.
question. Anything you
we're-
said outside
he
of the
kept trying to
bounds, that's not my
lock
question.
somebody into saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, so you're saying that the ball model was right because that radius would make the horizon look flat, which it wouldn't.
Sit here like him and say, "That's not my question. Can you answer this question?" And just do that forever.
Kept doing that, yeah.
We're on to you, Wojaks.
Yeah, I walked him through the whole idea that the plane that's in the air, flying separately from the ball Earth, would always have to hit a moving target as a runway, unless the runway was directly in line with the spin of the Earth. And even then, it could never catch up to the spin of the Earth to land on the runway. So it would have to land backwards on the runway coming towards the plane. And that would even be like pretty risky, but that's the only way it'd even be possible. They have to just slam on the brakes, I guess, or something. But that's the only way a plane would ever not have to guess where the runway is going to be. That's the end of the argument in general.
It's like, love that argument too. I just love it.
It just ends the conversation. Why talk about curvature? You can't get past that question. It's over.
I mean, that's just, I love it.
Hey, really quick, is the guy still in the chat?
I think he's gone, or did somebody ban him?
Nah, he's still here.
I
Did
just
you
muted
guys-
him.
Did you guys
you muted
point
him,
him to
okay.
the part of the server? Like, did you guys tell him to go look at some of the moon landing evidence?
I sent him a whole list of links, like 200
Bro,
pages.
it was over an hour we're in here with him.
Yeah, a
He's
long
not
time ago. He
interested.
didn't watch any of them. He's not interested. He's
Damn,
acting
that
like
sucks,
he is.
bro.
It's a troll. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That sucks.
Well, sometimes people come in here to troll and they end up like actually getting interested to find out if they're like just trolling somebody because they're stupid or maybe they're right. And it takes some time for people. Nobody wants to think this is the case right away.
For sure.
Took a turn too. One after another. Fuck.
He thinks he could just like control the conversation by making you have to like figure out a nonsensical question.
Yeah.
But it's
And
like
there's
funny
an
maybe at
unknown in
first, but not
there
really.
that kind of gives him some kind of weird power. But no, dude, no power, irrelevant.
Yeah, I was talking to one of my buddies earlier, and I was actually not that long ago, and I was showing him the different definitions of gravity, and I was like, man, when we were young, we were told that.
Let's back out and kick these fools.
Huh?
Hmm?
All right, let's quit. Let's do it. Oh, we're just playing some Call of Duty. Sorry, guys.
Oh,
you guys are not miking your game to us.
Cracker.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
We got run up on real
talking
quick.
to a
I wasn't
friend.
ready for it.
Yeah, I was talking to my buddy, and I was telling him just a few different things, man. He was actually kind of receptive towards it, because even in like some of my video game servers and whatnot, like, I'll own it, you know. I kind of hesitate in real life, but on Discord, hell no. So on Discord with some of the other guys, man, I'll debate them all day long. And I was just over the simple shit. Like, I'm not a freaking rocket scientist.
Yeah,
like most of you guys. Like, I'm nowhere
feel
near
you, bro.
as strong as you guys. But I was giving him just some of the simple stuff, man, and he seemed to actually start like seeing some of it. And I showed him some of the stuff about gravity and how silly it was. Like, he and him were both, you know, we're the same age. When we were kids, we were taught that, you know, gravity was a force between two objects. That's what our teachers would tell us. And then all of a sudden, now the deal is that it's the bending of space-time. So I was explaining the absurdity that we're bending nothing, that our giant Earth ball is bending nothing to pull in the moon that also creates waves or something like that. You know what I mean? It's just absurdity. It's stupid.
Did he catch it? He didn't catch none of that, did he? He's a Wojak.
No, my buddy was. My buddy was actually paying attention to it.
Oh no, maybe I'm talking about a different guy.
Oh no, that guy that was in here, that's not my buddy. Hell no.
Oh, okay, sorry, my bad.
Hell no. No way. I was talking about
Shit, crypto when I mean, if crypto's not getting through, I mean, shit.
Yeah, crypto's kind of like the
British accent, it's nice. And I mean, if you're acting a fool to that for 30 minutes, it's like, bro.
Yeah, poor crypto.
Sexy British accent, crypto.
You're making him blush. Now he's shy.
I know.
Did you know that they actually went back and changed the way that was worded instead of Einsteinian gravity. They went back and changed the way that it said Einsteinian gravity supersedes Newtonian gravity. Now it says it augments or something like that. Like allows people to still accept both, right?
We're all about the little mini changes that we'll just,
so if
you
you're telling your
always
friend
change
that
it somewhat.
now it's Einsteinian gravity, he's going to go, find that maybe, and he'll say, oh, well, it doesn't actually negate it. It just augments it or whatever. So if they can go back and just change the definitions to fit there, which they always have.
Yeah, this is
their model. Then
what are we? What?
Pointless.
That's what I was getting at, and I pointed out the shit with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I gave him a lot of because I do debate quite a few of them in there, and I said, now watch this video, okay? And I showed him the one of fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, you can't experience curvature until you're up. So, and then I told him to look it up on Google, and it showed him. He's like, well, it's saying that you can see it at 35,000 feet. And I said, exactly.
Yeah. And then show him the one where Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the reason that the kicker missed the field goal by just a little bit is because of the earth spinning separately from the ball.
I forgot to show him that one.
That's in there. That should end it for anybody's respect for him.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Dang it. That's funny.
Yeah. We should go interview a bunch of field goal kickers and ask them how they calculate the Coriolis effect. Now when the Coriolis effect, it's making that thing totally spin separately from the ball. So how do you account for that? We were also talking earlier today about how somebody should make a flight simulator that actually has the rotating ball Earth spinning below it and then try to land the plane on a moving runway. Crash every time just to make a point.
No, but bro, I took what you said very literally. Like, I think it'd be funny if you made a video going up to like NFL players,
Flat
or,
out.
you know, college
Flat out.
players and-
Be perfect.
Yeah, totally. Just go out and interview all these people. Talk
I
to
try to
the,
do some pseudoscience like response in Gem server to that question. They'll say, well, it's like moving together and blah blah blah, and then, well, what about the stars? So they're all just moving like as one. It's just the biggest hogwash crap.
No, bro. Every time you interview them, each time that they go, no, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. Hand them like an old school fucking like one of the old.
Right, you're gonna need to study up because otherwise your kicks are not gonna go through.
No, send them the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson, the old school, the tapes.
Right.
You know,
There you
Say,
go.
well,
Yeah.
Neil says otherwise, and walk away.
Right.
Mic
Yeah,
drop.
there you go. Yep. It'll probably make him never hit another field goal again. He'll just be too
what about-
self-conscious.
I'd be weak, bro. I'd be in tears.
15,000 feet per second. I mean, there was a skydiver on here the other day, and I was like, okay, so you realize that
Skydiver, bro.
if you're going in any other directions, that's awesome. If you're going in any other direction besides with the spin of the Earth at the speed of the spin of the Earth, that's the only time it would look like a stationary Earth below you. Otherwise, it would definitely streak by at 15,000 feet per second. You would never jump out of the plane if the Earth was spinning fast below you, because you'd have no idea.
You'd be
where you were
freaking
landing.
out up there.
Yeah,
I would be
you'd
freaking
like, no
the
way
fuck
am I
out.
jumping into that.
Dude, I'd be looking at that
building
thing.
would come by and smack
Absolutely
you.
not.
It's just so
A
stupid.
tree would
It's so
hit
beyond
you in the
stupid
face.
that I can't even believe the argument still goes on, as
You
if
know
there's
how
something
gnarly that would have been? That would have been dope to kind of see. That'd be like some fucking.
Well, that should be a part of the video game where you're trying to land on moving runways and jump onto moving Earths, streaking Earths. That'd be like it'd just be like a kamikaze video game, like where every time you try anything you die, but you get unlimited lives.
Sometimes I don't hear this argument brought up enough, as if I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty strong
It
fucking
ends the
argument.
conversation. The ball is over. There's no way to get out of that. It's over.
That's what I
no
think.
delineation.
I don't know. Does everyone else think that, right? Like, is there something wrong there?
It's like if you talk about gravity, you could say, well, there is an acceleration that we can measure. Okay, so then we could talk about how you define gravity or what gravity is. Or curvature. Well, there is refraction, so then we can argue about that for hours and hours and hours. When this one, it ends it. It's over.
Yeah, basically what I hear him saying is instead of, experiencing reality, we can simulate it, It's so stupid. It's funny, man. I would buy it, definitely.
Well, but that's the thing is all flight simulators actually work with a stationary plane because that's the only way a flight simulator would ever work.
No, I think it's gold, bro. If you made a simulator that was their reality without including the flat Earth model, I'd die.
or just like a sitting on the ball in like a some kind of roller coaster ride where it's a ball that you're like sitting on the outside of, and you just like slow it down by 1,000,000 times, but it would still make you sick. The spinning in one direction, orbiting in another direction, and then the sun going. It'd be like a corkscrew ride, basically, with the wobble and everything. You'd throw up every time, guaranteed to make you throw up. That would be the sign. And 1,000 times less than the Earth's movement, but accurately in the right directions. That they say. It's just stupid. It's so silly. I feel silly arguing it anymore. Because it's like, okay, you're either trolling or you just don't get it or you don't want to get it.
Bro, like, could you imagine kicking a field goal where, at one point of the Earth, since it's a globe, if you kick that field goal, like, where there's, what do you want to call it? Like I said, I'm not super smart. You guys should know what I'm talking about, though, where you would experience less rotation.
What do you mean?
Okay, if you were holding a ball in between your thumb and your pointer finger, you would experience more of that rotation from the middle of the ball than you would from your pointer finger or your middle finger. right? So it's not going to affect the ball when you kick it in the same sense that it would in the other area. Do you get what I mean?
Well, no. What the theory is that once a projectile is in air, it's in its own reference frame compared to the Earth. So it's moving in its own direction, and the Earth's moving in its direction. And even if there's conservation of momentum, any slight angle is going to totally change the vectors to not match up the way you would expect.
Well, what I'm basically trying to say is in one side, you would have the field goal, right? The field goal post or whatever. It would be, let's say, just veering off to the left, since that's the way that the Earth is spinning. But at the index finger and the thumb, that field goal post would be going around in circles. You get what I mean?
I don't get the index finger and thumb part of it.
All right. It's okay.
Maybe somebody else does. I'm not following you. You're saying if you're holding the ball or if the ball's in the air. The field goal would technically be going in circles, but you'd be going in circles with the field goal, which is why they say you wouldn't notice it. But the ball being separate from the ground and not attached to the ground somehow, it's in its own reference frame all of a sudden, and it would make a big difference.
What I'm talking about experience wise is you know those what are they called? The playground equipment, you know, in children's playgrounds and whatnot. What are they? What are they called? They're the flat discs that spin around and have things.
Wait, somebody said it.
Merry-go-round.
Yeah, merry-go-round, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So essentially, what I'm saying is, like, if you were to kind of put that in the same context to a sphere, right? If you were on the top, in the middle of that circle, okay? If you were in the middle of that circle, you would just be spinning around in circles. Whereas if you were down in the middle of that, if you could then collapse that to make it look like there was a ball below it, right? Below that circle, just picture that there was a ball going below it. If you were in the middle of that, using that area of the rotation of the Earth, like a field goal from that perspective, compared to being in the middle of it, you notice how your body turns just in a circular motion versus going around the whole thing, right? Hello?
Yeah, I'm playing a game. Sorry, man. I didn't hear.
If people come in with the question of is this flat or round, why would they ask us the dumbest? How big does the circle?
Yeah, I'm making a bunch of noise here too. Sorry, bro. I'm muted. You could explain it again, though, please.
No, it's fine, bro. It's fine. It's something stupid that was kind of correlating with what you were going on about the simulation and whatnot.
It seems like he's just trying to fit it into some reality. He wants it to be true.
I was going to say that he's coming up with hypotheticals and things that aren't even in reality to try and understand his reality when he can just go out and test what he wants.
Wait,
you don't need it. No.
Let's talk about basically make up anything to talk about in that case.
When I heard about it, my question was, what could I
don't think we're talking about that kid anymore. I think we're just trying to understand his scenario. I don't think so. Well, maybe he was, but I think Whammer's a little distracted with the game.
Yeah, who cares? Just bring up whatever.
Yeah, no, dude, I'm definitely not a globe earther. I can guarantee you that for sure.
No, I'm saying, what did you think when you first came across the flat round? Like, did you think to yourself, how I'm going to figure it out is by asking a whole bunch of crazy questions that don't make no sense? Or did you think, how can I figure it out by seeing what
point is if you were to actually make a simulation of the way it works, nothing would work.
Well, the question I ask myself is what can be done on flat that can't be done on round?
what can be done on round that can't be done on flat? And the answer is right there. Flat can't be done on round, round can't be done on flat. Not like for the whole aspect of what it is, the whole thing.
Oh,
Like
I
if
get
it's
what
ball-
you're saying, man. I totally get you. I was just kind of I was going along with what he was saying in regards to, you know, planes landing on a spinning ball and whatnot. I didn't.
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't-
definitely.
So you get what I mean. I was just kind of going
Oh,
along.
no,
with
yeah,
some of the-
I was talking about the other guy saying the crazy question, like, how big does a ball gotta be for it to appear straight? I'm like, I don't know, since a ball is a ball, and a straight thing is straight. I don't know how big a ball would have to be to you to appear straight, but I don't think ever.
Did you tell him that it was in fact pear shaped?
Well, I
Or-
told him
or
8 million
banana
miles. I gave him an astronomical, crazy horseshit number, like the space of the distance to the sun. You know, I gave him 8 million miles.
You know, we can see the edge of space, so why not?
Yeah, I'm having phone problems now. Sorry, man. So I'm cutting it out. I really
Well, no,
didn't
I
get
pulled the
the
8
second
million
time you
miles out of my
explained it.
ass.
If you want to
That
try again, otherwise you can move on.
But it seems like that's what they do for their distances. You know what I mean?
I mean, dude, with some of the people that come in here and debate, it is funny though. I think it's funny when people can start using the same fallacious reasoning that they use, like to an extent, you know, that it becomes a lost cause, and you're like, all right, you know, then you start just using their own fallacies against them, which is funny. I like when
Oh
somebody
yeah,
does
like a
that.
picture proves reality to them. I mean, in certain circumstances, if you're the one taking the picture, you were there at the place and time. I mean, sure, but a picture doesn't just by itself prove reality. So if you say I have a picture of a globe, that doesn't help me because there's pictures of Santa Claus. So I mean,
My favorite one is when they say, "Where's the edge?" and you go, "Well, where's the edge of space? How did someone determine that?" I say, it's like that is more absurd than finding an edge to a piece of land.
where's the edge of their ball that they can't? That's only apparent.
Well, because
They
of
have an apparent edge.
refraction and
Yeah, everything's
you know,
apparent. Nothing's real. Nothing's real on a globe. It's all apparent. Or you have to imagine.
Oh, there was somebody in I want to see if C is in here because they would remember. C and somebody else, one of the other ladies were talking to him, but they were saying, "Oh, I just got done studying thermodynamics," and she was like, "Really? That's cool." It was just like you could tell she didn't give a shit. Oh man, it was so funny. The scientific experts.
And if honestly, oh shit, hold on.
Okay.
Honestly, that would be a pretty simple answer if it was a globe, you know, like his question. It would be very easy to answer, like it already been answered. You know? Like, jeez.
Well, if you're talking about dirt and just normal reacting things like in physics, then who the fuck knows? But if you're talking about the magical world of gravity, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then it's a totally different concept of what he's trying to get through to. Now, in reality, you can spread peanut butter on a piece of bread, and some of it can be flat, and some of it can not be flat. Now, whether the whole part of the peanut butter can be a ball or not, who the fuck knows? So, in a foot, you could do that. A football, you could, you know, if you can control what the contrast of the ball is, sure, you can flatten out a part. But if this magic thing called gravity made our ball more smooth than the cue ball, then fuck all the dumb shit. It's a ball or it's not.
He was also trying to say that there was no air, when earlier he said he was looking at it with his own eyes. Well, that doesn't make sense again, because when have you ever looked through something that wasn't the air? Or the atmosphere?
He doesn't really know anything.
Never.
Or he can't expound on anything.
Yeah,
He
like you
sticks to
can't
it.
ever work with that because you're. What am I like in some
That's what I'm
imaginary
saying.
land?
When I looked into it, I was like, what can I go look up? What can I look? What can I see? What can I figure out that only can be done on a ball or a flat, and stick to that. And if I just see that everywhere, and everything is perceived that way, but guess what? Everything was perceived as flat. So I'm like, well, if everything I see and everything I measure, everything works. So like, yeah, I just don't.
That's the route, really. Teaching how to think. Almost, we get some serious heavy-duty cognitive. Teaching how to think almost comes before flat Earth itself. Right? How do you think about this topic? I mean, if you're going from we're talking about water being flat. He's jumping to the Milky Way galaxy and all the way back over to, I don't know, some random question about Australia. It's like, oh man, that's not how you think about this. You got to go about it a very specific way.
Right. That's how you can tell they're being weird and just looking for gotcha.
Or just simply that Wojak. And sometimes there are that level where they're cooked.
Oh yeah, they got
they're not malicious.
Yeah, they got their group questions from their buddies.
It exists.
Yeah.
I mean, it exists. I mean, we're going to deal with all kinds of unbelievable and bizarre, who knows, people's stance towards, finding out, looking at a different perspective. To be able to shift your perspective. You can't just look at it from one fucking angle. These guys like to look at things from one angle. When all you gotta do is turn around just a little bit to shift your angle. Wojak. Low key, I even called my mom Wojak. Man, you're a Wojak. She laughed. But if I said, why aren't you thinking? It would have gotten, mad. Yo, Elijah. Is Elijah up in here? You guys seen this Bitcoin crash? This shit's a serious crash.
Hey there, guys. Can you hear me?
What's up, brother?
What is up? How you doing?
What's happening, man?
I have a question. It's about the oil rig black swan.
Shit. I'm in a video game. If someone's here, take over.
Yeah, if someone knows about
We got you. What's up?
what's up.
Well, we'll try to get you, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, why is this called the Black Swan? The oil rigs picture.
Something about the modus tollend. If it's if your theory is that there's only white swans, you only need one black swan to debunk that theory. So, and this is the basically theory that debunks, not the theory, the observation that debunks the radius of the Earth. So I'm assuming that's why he called it black swan.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Yeah, I know what black swan means in regular definition. But why is this picture is a black swan? So how does it debunk the radius for the Earth?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So let me try to pull it up. Who is a black swan expert here?
Doesn't the horizon actually change places?
Right,
the very interesting if you look into it.
Yeah, but I want somebody that's like really good to explain it to him. I guess walk him through it.
I'm just saying, it's a good idea.
1.22 miles times the height of the it can be no bigger than. And if it's bigger than that, then it's not what they said, therefore not a globe.
So we should see the horizon way farther away.
You should never see it farther, only closer. You should never see something farther than what it exists.
Also, we should see it closer, and
yes, you can see it closer than the. Yes, you can always see it closer due to conditions, but you should never see it farther than it exists. I mean, it would make no sense.
And what part of the picture is the definitive horizon line?
Well, it's for you to figure out. You tell us where you think the horizon is. That's the whole point.
Oh, that's the whole point. So that's why I don't understand it perfectly. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking at the picture, and for me, I have no fucking idea where the horizon is because I can see
exactly. It's an apparent
even behind the second oil rig, I can see a line.
Right.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you're looking at the picture that I posted, where is the horizon?
Two places at once. That can't be.
Hold on.
Well, I can show you. I can show you in a minute because I have Photoshop, so I can show it to you in a minute. Where, in my opinion, is the horizon is. Because talking about a picture is quite hard sometimes, and for this one it is also. So I'm gonna just draw a line and then upload the picture where I think the horizon is.
Okay. Oh, not that one.
Yeah, that's
don't mind me. Just post your picture whenever.
Yeah, it's a good practice for them to stay at the distance they think it is, and then you give them,
Well, what's up is a flat earther, so this is good for him to understand anyway. Black swan. Maybe this one?
I had a debate with some globe earthers the other day about the other black swan, the black pool picture. Or photo, because you have to be precise when you are talking about this kind of thing. Picture is not certainly a photo, so.
Yeah.
And they were bringing up this one also. I don't know why they were trying to deviate the whole topic, by the way, but they brought up this black swan also.
Wait, did you post it? I'm sorry, I was
No, not
posting
yet.
other things.
A few seconds.
Just let us know.
Yeah, sure. What? So, in my opinion, it's about there.
Okay, so in that picture, oh, that red is too thick. I have to look at the original picture. Hold on.
Okay, make it transparent,
So
maybe.
yes. So yeah, around, and that's all right, you don't have to. So around there, right? So it's behind the second.
Yeah, exactly.
It's clearly behind the second oil rig, right?
Right.
So-
You have a marker for distance. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, the thing with glowers, what they don't understand is the main point of the Black Swan is not about the oil rigs. They try to expand on how the oil rig is distorted and whatnot. Those are just there as distant markers. The main point of it is the horizon, where the horizon is. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, because we want to know how far away the horizon is, and the oil rigs tells us that the second oil rig is at 9.41 miles, and clearly the horizon is well beyond 9.41 miles.
And it should be at about 1.22. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it should be like pretty much in front of, like way in front of the first oil rig.
Yeah, okay. So it's basically a deviation from them. It's a red herring altogether when they are trying to talk about this, right?
Yeah. So
Because they
yeah, you
usually
have to
bring up
be
the refraction
careful.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so then they'll try to tell you that is being refracted, but then you have to
But it
ask them
doesn't matter.
specifically
Yeah, okay.
which refraction they're talking about, because none of the refractions that are listed fit this observation. Most of
Well,
the time,
you
they don't
know,
even know what refraction they're talking about. So
Yeah. And also, there is an advanced Earth calculator that someone made that with you can compare the globe Earth and the flat Earth model. And I looked into the the refraction, how it counts for refraction. What is the equation that model uses? And it's bullshit.
well, there's no flat Earth model. I wouldn't claim that, because they try to hold you to it and try to. Because if you present like a flat Earth model, then they'll try to falsify that, and there isn't one, right? It's just reality. So even from what I understand, they don't have a globe Earth model either. Everything changes based on who you talk to. So with this specific, with the Black Swan, just be careful when they're talking about the oil rigs and refraction. So that's the only thing.
Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome.
No, it's always funny because when you talk to the globe side, they usually, within like 5 minutes, if you have a good point about your side of the argument, within 5 minutes, they will try to deviate the whole topic into something very different.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All we want is a photo of the curve, or not a photo, a legit, tell us where we can go to see this. Anyone. No, it doesn't exist. Come on, my
Yesterday,
man.
I had a debate about the clockwise and counterclockwise motion of the stars. You know, the star trace. They are stupid as fuck.
Right?
Sorry,
Like,
I'm
come
being an
on.
asshole, but they are fucking stupid as fuck. Because they say that on the North Pole, it's going. I don't know which one. It's going either clockwise or counterclockwise. But if you go to the other side of the Earth, then it changes. And I told them, mate, can you explain that to me? Like for real. And he was trying to explain it
good
to
luck
me.
with that.
Different set of stars.
Come again, please. I didn't hear you. Toby Duck.
Wouldn't it be a completely different set of stars if it was an actual globe and an actual?
Well, I brought that point up after 10 minutes because in the first place they couldn't explain to me how you rotating and then going up and then down on the same globe. I mean one side of the globe and then go down to the other side and looking outwards. Why would you see, even in theory, why would you see a clockwise and then a counterclockwise motion?
Yeah, that's crazy.
You shouldn't, because both time you are looking outwards, and they were trying to tell
Right,
me
and one
that-
object is spinning one direction. I know what you're talking about.
So yeah, and they were trying to tell me that okay, then forget about the Earth and the ball, but try to imagine yourself as the ball. So and then try to rotate yourself, so going in circles. And then you look down and you look up. When you look down, it's a clockwise motion if you are rotating yourself clockwise. But if you look up to the ceiling appears to be moving counterclockwise. And I told them, no, wait, no. We are talking about the ball. You're on the north or the south side, and you're both time looking outwards, right? And they were telling me, no, you are not going to the north or the south. But then I
Total
told
illogic.
them, wait, we are talking about the clockwise and the counterclockwise. What do you mean we do not go to the south or the north? That's what you said 5 minutes ago. And they stopped there. They couldn't answer they couldn't carry on the bullshit. So.
And what about simply rising above the Earth and seeing the spin, right? Shouldn't there be some kind of spin we see?
Yeah, that's where the Coriolis effect also comes in, right?
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Because they claim...
We're just playing a game. Hold on. It's an interesting one. Listen to their answers. It's all over the place.
Say that again.
Which one of us?
Yeah, I was talking to you.
No, I'm waiting for the guy because he said he needs a minute. He's
They claim that the atmosphere is like moving with the globe.
Oh yeah. So they claim that from one point of view, they are claiming that the atmosphere and anything in the atmosphere moves with the rotation of the Earth. And from another viewpoint, they are telling you that, for example, a sniper has to count for a Coriolis effect when he tries to hit his target because the Earth rotates away from the bullet.
Right. That's supposedly what they say happens, yes.
So what they actually say by stating those two different things, that there are objects that are affected by the Coriolis, and there are others which are not.
Right. It gets to pick and choose like gravity. It can hold the moon up and keep everything coming down.
Yeah.
And you'll get a new answer every time, too. I swear. Wait a week. Go in there and ask.
Yo, Leluca,
¿Qué pasa?
are you going to talk to any more Globers?
Are there any Glovers in here?
I thought there was a few.
Okay, let me go through the list. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Well, no, I don't want to talk to that Frank guy. He's a sorry dude, but you're a time waster.
Yeah, me too. I don't even get his point after like reading his comments for 10 minutes. What
He
is he
doesn't
talking
have a
about? What is he trying to talk about?
All his points are irrelevant to any discussion. So
I see two
But
VC verifieds down below the V1 or TH331 and then Shallow Rambo.
so TH331 is a resident listener. He doesn't say much.
Oh, okay.
But we can try Shalarambo. Got control of your mic. Can you talk? Shalalalalalalalala. Hmm. Maybe he has a listening pass for a reason.
Are you sure you don't want to just talk to Frank for the sake of putting other people to sleep?
No, I'm waiting for what's up to go back to his point of the Black Swan. Because I don't know where Whammer went, but he's gone.
Oh yeah, he's gone altogether.
Ethan.
Oh, okay.
Frank called you what? Sorry.
Oh, I said
Sorry,
Frank's
so
probably Ethan.
Yeah.
Ethan. Who's I don't know who Ethan is, but okay.
He was some dude trolling earlier.
Oh, okay. Well, that won't surprise me. Oh, hey, yeah, Whammerick just came back. Okay, we can go back to whatever it was we were talking about.
All right, sweet.
What's up? It's all you.
Now you have a question to me maybe about the Black Swan, because that's what I understood what you said 30 seconds ago. But
Oh, I thought you were waiting for Whammer to come back to ask a question or something.
yeah, he said he will come back within a few minutes. But we were talking about the Coriolis. That's when he said it's interesting when I was talking about the Coriolis effect. So I think he wants to talk about the Coriolis, not the Black Swan.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no problem. Go for it. Whatever topic you guys want to talk.
Well, basically, we talked about this with Demok within 5 seconds, because that's how much you should talk about this. That from one point of view, the Globers tell you that the Coriolis effect affects bullets, because the snipers have to count for it whenever they try to hit something, but it doesn't affect the airplanes, the bees, or anything else that is in the atmosphere.
Yeah, no, it's selective that way. It chooses what to affect, you know?
Yeah, it's like a bad teacher.
Yeah, I've heard so many explanations for it, and at the end of the day, it just doesn't add up. It's just they're picking and choosing what it will affect. Because according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, it even affects footballs when you throw it. So I don't know how anybody does anything. Yeah, dude, I don't know.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
so
new, but I never heard that.
next time you miss your aim, it's not because you're bad at football, it's just the earth is moving under you. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, yeah. So it's about the new kind of propaganda that nobody loses, right? Everybody is a winner. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody gets a trophy type of place.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it just
But
doesn't
Neil
make
deGrasse gets 3, right? All the time. Okay.
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse has all kinds of gems.
Good for him, I guess.
Yeah, that guy is.
Oh,
He's
by
out
the way,
there.
have you ever encountered anyone that might have been, Neil deGrasse, BNI, coming in here and just trying to talk? Have you ever had that kind of encounter on these servers?
What do you mean, like somebody at their level of popularity?
No, them. Exactly them, maybe.
Oh, them?
You
No,
had
they're not gonna come in here. No. They're not
No,
gonna
not
come
ever.
in here.
Okay.
They won't risk
They'd get
them.
roasted.
Yeah, they won't risk their careers and them looking stupid to come in here, because imagine Neil deGrasse Tyson talking to QE or Oakley. They'll be respectful, but they know their stuff, so they won't debate them or discuss these things with real flat earthers. So, and I mean, we've had plenty of supposed physicists, astrophysicists, professors. I mean, were you guys not here? Well, maybe you weren't, but do you guys remember the supposed debate that QE was going to have with that professor? The
Like a few days
professor?
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I didn't catch his name. I couldn't understand. It was Dr. Michael Corone or something like that. And I tried to ask about it in their server, and they didn't tell me what the name was of the guy. But I heard that, yeah, he jumped in to have a debate with QE, and after like 5 minutes, after the first question, literally, he just disconnected from the Discord. So
Yeah, I'd say within 2 minutes. But
maybe, yeah.
yeah. Let's just say there was a 3-minute long pause where everybody was just waiting for him to come back, until we realized he's not going to come back.
Yeah, it was
But
funny.
yeah, I think what happened was, I don't know whoever told him to come on possibly didn't prep him or didn't, because people assume flat earthers don't know anything, so he might have just jumped in and be like, nah, whatever, I'll wing it. And then first question QE asks is like, oh shoot, I have to do my research on that. And so it's supposedly rescheduled. I'm hoping he'll come back, but I have my doubts, because it would be a very interesting debate. But anyway, my point of bringing him up was we've had plenty of people and professors that come in here, but they don't want to risk their careers. You know what I mean? So, especially if they say their true names, if people know them, that they're definitely putting not their lives but their reputation and their livelihood at risk, and I don't blame them.
Yeah.
So,
I do not blame them either. They have, a life of, let's say, 20 years in teaching at some kind of university. And, coming in here and having a talk, telling their real name, it's kind of risky.
Yep,
the least
exactly.
to say. So I do not blame them. But it's interesting that nevertheless they not really showing up all the time. It's like always we, regular people talking about this stuff.
Yep. So So I mean, don't get me wrong. If I would love it if Neil deGrasse Tyson or Bill Nye show up here.
Yeah.
That would be epic, but I highly, highly, highly doubt it.
Well, you know, there was this guy back in the 90s and 2000s. He was called Kent Hovind, and he was going around in the US making debates against university professors all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that kind of phenomena, when a guy has a, let's say, an argument towards a scientific consensus, like evolution, it has already happened that those kind of debates have been carried out before. But nowadays it seems like nobody ever in the scientific field of evolution or the flat earth or the globe earth or anything like that, they will never debate anybody. And I believe myself it's because of Kent Hovind.
Yeah.
They experience the amount of shame that they get in a debate like that.
Mm-hmm. But it's different now because when Kent did it, you didn't have all this technology, you didn't have all this recording. He recorded it, however, it wasn't like as worldwide as now, right? So I'm so appreciative that he did, and we are able to see and learn from him. But I think, so it's just a whole different level nowadays. People can watch this live. You know, it's not like a VHS video, like 2-3 years later. It spreads within minutes, and not just your classroom knows about it, the whole world knows about it. So it's it's a different level of like being in a debate and putting yourself out there. But I wish Kent would come. Actually, he's not a flat earther, even though I know he's a flat earther, but he's not a flat earther.
Yeah, in my opinion, you've been telling the globe earth stuff for years, for like 10, 20 years, and he thinks he's an old fella. So he's kind of conservative for sure in the mind, and he thinks that he shouldn't say now that the earth is flat because he was saying it's a globe for 30 years. So that's it for him.
Yeah, he's been through a lot. I don't blame him. He's had his fight, you know what I mean? He doesn't want to take on this one. Yeah, so, but I really do believe that there is a part of him that knows, because he doesn't want to debate this. He doesn't want to go near it, because he knows if he tries to, it's over. So.
Yeah. But nevertheless, he made a very good job regarding the evolution stuff.
Oh, yes, for sure. He had his battle for sure, and he's still doing it. That's the funny part.
Yeah, he is. He has his own channel, and he's always looking for some debates. Like he had one like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, also with some girl. I mean a woman from another YouTuber. And yeah, it's good to listen to him. Whacking the evolutionists in the head.
Yeah, man, I'd love listening to him. I think I've seen all of his videos, possibly not the new ones, but I think all of them, his old ones.
Yeah, the amount of words he can say within a minute is up there somewhere where Eminem's is. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yep. He's like Witsit, but a Glober evolutionist version of him.
Yeah.
Let me see. There any Globers? Globers. Nope. All right. Frank, what are you still doing here, man? Go home. Nobody wants to play with you. Unless you guys want to play with him, I could unmute him. I'll take that as a no. So you don't have any more Black Swan questions? What's up? Still there?
Oh, I didn't realize I was unmuted. No, I don't have any other questions. Thank you for unmuting me. I'm just talking to Get and whoever wants to talk.
I didn't unmute you. Jamsy did, but yeah, I think he wants to talk to you. Jamsy, you want to talk to this guy? Oh, okay. Well. All right. What is your question, Frank?
Oh, I don't have a question, but thank you for unmuting me, Gemsy.
On behalf of
Freedom
Gemsy,
Frank is here.
you're welcome.
Wow. I have a question for you, mate. Can you hear me? Freedom Frank?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, great. So, you were talking about the radius, right? And how big of a radius you would need to not see curving horizon, right?
Okay, so I didn't have a radius, but I guess that would be implied in the question. I didn't ask about a radius, though. Only how large a circle or a sphere would be to have to be large enough to have a section that appeared to be straight.
When you say how big of a circle or a sphere, then you are talking about the radius of it.
Okay, well, that's more of an answer than I got before, so I can work with that.
But it's basic geometry. That's why I assumed you know about the circle or a sphere. You do need a value of a radius. It's always there. It's like when you have a cube, it has sides to it, right? And those sides are measurable. It has to have, you know, if it's a 3D object we are talking about, then it has horizontal lines and it has vertical lines and deepness to it, right?
Yeah.
And when we are talking about a circle, it has a center point from which point the is equally, every point of the circle is equal distant to the center point.
Okay.
and it's the same with a sphere, just in a 3D dimension. 3 dimension.
Okay.
So when you are talking about a sphere or a circle, then the
Okay.
Okay, so what is the question about it? Like, do you ask for how big of a sphere you need to be on it and then not see the actual curving anywhere? That's the basic question, or what?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, it depends on your size.
Okay. So let's see if I'm willing to go with just my normal size. So I did mention that in my previous discussion with the panel, that I just assume eye height because they said it needed various factors. So I was like, okay, we can punch those numbers in, right? So
it's about 2 meters. Let's say it's about 2 meters, right? That's kind of fair. I mean, your height being 2 meters, that's kind of fair, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first that you have to put down when you try to calculate anything, that you need to think about what you are actually talking about, because a sphere can be any kind of size, what you want, but it's the appearance of a sphere or any object. It's gonna be dependent of whom is watching it. So for an ant, my finger is quite big, but for me, it's quite small, right?
Right.
So it's always important to count in, at least in theory, you should think about what is or who is watching the object you are trying to describe. So if you have that, then the second point is the eyes. The problem with the eyes, the problem with the perspective. How does perspective actually work? How do we perceive reality when we are talking about looking at something? Now that's kind of deep, because even in art, they usually use perspective lines to try to create a realistic painting of something, of anything. So have you ever seen that kind of approach to recreate reality, like on a painting? Have you ever heard about perspective?
I have, many times, especially since dealing with this issue. Started researching it. I thought it was 2 weeks ago, but the days are kind of melding together. So it's actually been a month now. I've been looking into this, so I am familiar with this, with sort of a little bit about it. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So I just posted a picture how the basic approach to perspective works. Now, this is not, something you can calculate anything from. This is just to try to show you that the further the object is that you are looking at or talking about, the first thing about it, that the farther away it is, the smaller it looks, right?
Yep.
Okay, the second part is the farther away it is, it seems a little bit higher.
I've seen some cases where it appears to go lower, like below the eye level. But yeah, I guess generally that's the case.
Where do you see the perspective picture that I linked in?
Yes.
Yes, you do. So you can imagine this kind of rectangular space as a, how do you call it, a hallway.
Yep.
And there is a bottom part to it. So the bottom part, the bottom plane is, we can call that the ground. And the top part we can call the ceiling. And the left to the right we can talk about as if they were the walls of the hall. Right?
Yep.
So in reality, if we wouldn't look at a hallway from inside the hallway, but from the outside, if we were looking at the hallway from the outside, let's say from the side, then you would see the ground being as a line all the way. It's a simple line.
Okay.
But if we are inside the hall, that line or that plane, it's not a straightforward line that is parallel to the ceiling. If you're looking from the outside, a hallway has parallel planes regarding the top part, meaning the ceiling, and the ground part, the bottom part, right? But if you are in a hallway, those two planes and any plane that is anything that you look at, it converges into one point.
I'm with you.
The farther you look. So when did you ever encounter anything that is far away but below something?
Okay, so that's not.
Because that's what you said.
Is this to answer my question, or is this to answer the question you're asking? You know what I mean? Is this parallel discussion to answer my question, which is not this?
So it's about perspective. It's about perspective.
Okay, but I'm not asking. I never asked a perspective question unless you're applying it to the sphere.
But you are trying to talk. You're trying to talk about how can we see, or what kind of big of a circle we need to see a straight line.
At the horizon.
5 minutes ago, at 5 minutes ago, we agreed that you need to understand fully how perspective works in the first place.
For a 3D object like a globe, or for a circle?
Doesn't matter. You do not see circles in real life.
Okay.
You see 3D object.
Oh no. So I didn't say anything about real life though, right? I'm just asking how large does a circle need to be? It could be a 2D circle, right? It doesn't need to be a sphere. I know that a sphere derives from a circle, but when I first came, I asked, like it was a while ago, I first asked about a circle because it's a simple one. And then they started talking about the Earth, and I'm like, well, I'm not talking about the Earth, I'm talking about a circle. But if you want to talk about a sphere, we can talk about a sphere. So I'm not talking about, if you say it doesn't matter, then let's just go with a circle.
No,
how large do we need to make a circle? Oh, okay.
What I say is that the question of a circle and how big it should be for you to see it as if it was some part of it a straight line, then that question doesn't make any sense. Because I am a 3D person and the circle is a 2D object.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So, wait, a circle or a sphere?
You just asked about the circle, right?
Oh, okay. So there's no way to make a circle appear to have a straight section. Like there's no way to make it large enough that a section
You were asking about
straight.
a 2D object and how you perceive it with your 3D eyes, right?
I can't see anything without my 3D eyes. There's nothing else I can see it with, except for a camera, maybe.
What?
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
No, so, good morning, Goget. So, I don't think you've answered my question, or you have. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get what you're saying here. So, is there a way to make a circle large enough that a section of it appears to be straight? Yes or no?
Well,
so you are trying to imagine a circle that you make in a Photoshop or something.
Is that a yes or a no? Is that a yes or a no?
GMC.
Is that a yes or a no? It was a very simple
No,
question.
you cannot. By the way, you cannot. No, you cannot.
So that's a no. You cannot make a circle large enough that a section of it appears to be straight.
That's what I asked. What do you mean by appears?
Guys, can I interject with this questioning again? This is
Please help them.
Yeah, let's just stop this. If you have another
So this
question,
is a topological question, though. So it might be a little too deep.
We don't care. If you have any questions that, yeah, I know. I'm trying to end it.
Ask me if I had a question.
I don't care who started. I'm trying to end it, bro. Please listen. If you have a question,
One moment.
So we're only allowed to ask questions about what you want to talk about.
No,
okay,
no,
I got it. I didn't know. I'm new to the server, so I didn't know the rules.
Yes, sure. Let's go with that. Go
Okay,
ahead, Gek.
Yeah, Lulu, can I?
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. Frank, listen to me. You know the program AutoCAD.
I don't have it, but I do know about it.
Yeah, you don't have it, but you know. Okay, that's very good. In this program, it is a special designing tool for architects, for mechanical engineers, for like many fields. You know, it's a very reliable tool. It includes the things that like the workings of reality, and also all these non-existing mathematical concepts and model, they can be recreated in it and represented, you know.
Yep.
Good.
I know about
Now,
it. I know what it is. I know about it. I just don't have it.
yeah. I mean, in AutoCAD you can even make those fractal stuff, animations, and like crazy stuff. Yeah. Now, in AutoCAD, you can draw a very big circle, like huge, like 1,000 times bigger than the Earth, than the world. And you can make yourself such small on the surface, on the side surface of this circle, where you want to say this circle is so big that I don't see the curvature. Like, I mean, not circle, sphere. Yeah. So, when you recreate this virtual model representation, and you zoom in, yeah, that line, horizon, virtual horizon, if you want to see it like it's a straight line, you can see it. But if you check pixel by pixel, you will find in the program's numbers, it will tell you the curvature arc, the program, that it is there. You will never be able to see a straight line, horizon, on a sphere.
Awesome.
When,
Oh man, where were you? You could have just saved me like 2 or 3 hours. That's all I wanted to know. No one could answer me, and they kept being aggressive with me, like I was trying to fucking like trick them or something. Like that's all I wanted to know.
Bro,
Okay.
your question was answered literally multiple times. Don't pretend
No, it
like
wasn't.
you didn't.
No,
Yes,
it
was.
wasn't.
Yes,
No, it
it
wasn't.
was. Yes, it
No, it
was.
wasn't.
Sorry, I did answer it. I did answer it.
Yeah.
Right
You
before
weren't there.
Get
What you weren't there when we talking. What we're talking about?
I
There
was there, and it was answered
before.
multiple times.
No, I'm
before the
talking to WhatsApp. WhatsApp wasn't there. You were there. Yes. I don't know your name, but WhatsApp's saying that
Don't
he
worry about
answered it, and I'm saying that's great. You guys answered it now. But before going back,
No,
the other
but
people
you're
that were on the
spreading
panel did
false
not
lies.
answer
That's
it
why I'm
at
trying.
all.
That's why I'm trying to stop you.
I'm not.
It was
It's all
answered.
recorded. I have people to back me up
Yes,
that were listening
yes,
to it.
it is recorded. Go
I'm
back,
not. I'm
listen
not
to it.
talking.
Frank, you got 7, 8,
I was
Okay,
not answered.
now it's been answered. Congratulations. Can we move on?
You were
please?
waiting this whole time so you got an answer you wanted to hear, because now you got something you wanted to hear.
I
now
wanted
you'll
to
accept
hear
it.
if it could happen or not. Yes, that's all I ever asked.
You don't. Frank, you
Okay.
don't even have all the variables. to your
You
own
guys
questions
tried to
even
bring
give
it
an
into
answer.
Earth and all the atmosphere and weather, and I'm just asking, is it possible? Yes or no?
That's not
yes
what
to
you
the question.
mother. All right, whatever.
Yes, it is.
Anyway,
Let's go back. Let's go. Let's play the tape.
No, we're not
Replay.
going to go back to this godforsaken conversation. No, we're not going to go back to this. Can we move on, please? Unless get you still want to continue, of course.
Ask
he's
a
just trying
real
to
question,
you.
Frank. A real question, not
finish.
something that requires multiple answers that you don't even have all the variables to. A real question that works with claims, not hypotheticals or what your ideas are.
Are you asking me if I have a question?
Yeah, your question.
Oh no,
wasn't
I
based on
always
anything.
stated I only had one question today. I might have another question another day, but I've only ever had one question.
How long did
So-
it take you to come up with that one question?
Well, I gave him yesterday quite some documentation to look through, and yeah.
Hey, so go get
Honestly,
go get it.
investigating. Yeah.
Have you tried it with a sphere? Have you tried making a
In
sphere large
AutoCAD?
enough to get a horizon?
Well, if you do that in AutoCAD, when AutoCAD shows you this on the screen, and you take a ruler and put it on the screen, yeah, you can't tell with naked eye because of the screen's resolution pixels. You know, they are not actually points. The pixels are very, very small squares, actually, you know. So, but if you check the AutoCAD's numbers for that image that is giving to you, it will tell you that there is a very, very small curvature, you know. And
Okay, but it doesn't appear like
actually,
it. It doesn't
you
seem like
see-
it, right?
Yeah, let's say you have it looks like your 1 millimeter, I don't know, 1 micron height little man on this sphere, yeah, when you look it in its entirety. So now when you zoom in and you see that man like 2 meters tall, and you punch in numbers to show you, put the rules that this man can see, like, let's say 5 kilometers far away or 10 kilometers, yeah, the
Hello? My Wi-Fi is
Yeah.
not so good. Hello? Oh, okay. You cut out for me. You get. Is get still there?
Yep.
I can't hear him.
He's either not saying anything or his connection is also out. So, what is your point of this question? Again.
My question is, the point of my question is, does a circle, can you make it large enough to appear as a straight horizon?
No, stop.
Or for a
She
sphere?
heard
That
the
was
question.
it. You guys
She
are
heard the
expanding
question.
it. You made all sorts.
No,
That was it. There was no
listen.
point. It
You
was
didn't
just the
even hear what
question.
she just said.
Okay,
You didn't hear what she just said.
Oh,
What did she
okay.
just ask you? What did she
She
just
asked me
ask
what the
you?
point of my question was.
No, and what did you do?
I repeated the question.
So
Yeah,
you didn't
I didn't
repeat the
ask
point
her
of the
that.
question, right?
What's that?
So you repeated the question. She asked for the point of your question. What's like
the point
the
of the
grand scheme of things? What does that connect with? What does that mean?
The point of the question was to find out the answer to the question. That was it.
No.
Especially at this late junction.
So you
That's
had
the
no
only
point. You had no point.
I
and you
did have a
wasted
point.
2 hours.
I wanted to know.
What is your point? What is your
I
point?
wanted to know the answer to my question. That's it.
And what does that provide you with?
Bro, what was the point of your question in relation to the purpose of this server, which is the shape of the earth? You had a purpose coming here, right? So what was that purpose? Like, what was the purpose
you
of your
guys-
question?
Oh, the purpose of me coming here, or the purpose of my question?
Obviously you came to ask your question, but what was the purpose or the point of your question?
Okay, so you guys deal with angles all the time. You deal with angles and perspective and all of that. So I was
In
going to ask,
relation to the earth, yes.
which is either a flat or a sphere. You deal with all these angles. So that's why I asked you. it's a question that occurred to me in my research of the flat Earth or of the globe. I'm doing research into the core arguments of both sides and trying to find the core disagreement. Like, for instance, I found the other day, one of them is that some people are not able to transfer 2D maps to 3D maps, like 2D squares to 3D squares. That came up in another server. So I like found that out through this process, right? Which is a process that starts from basic principles and then builds up. But you guys are always jumping ahead, so it's hard to talk with you sometimes. But so now that I know, or rather, now that I know that your side believes that there's no way to do the question that I won't repeat again, then I can go forward and explore something else.
See,
It doesn't sound like you're trying to find an
I'm
answer.
not
It
even
sounds
gonna
like you're trying
bother.
to find your
Yeah,
own
I'm not even gonna
confirmation
bother talking
bias.
to you anymore, dude. You can do
Yeah.
whatever you want.
You're seeking to find your own answers, not the answer. You want to find what you want to find.
Yeah,
So-
you're looking for
so
subjective truth.
I don't have anything else to say. I guess I'll just go now.
Okay.
I mean, I've been trying to go for a while. That was all I wanted to know.
I didn't know we had a gun to your head to keep you here, but you could leave anytime, dude. Just so you know, if you need to leave.
Good luck with your investigations.
He
You're
left.
he's gonna have a rough time with that one.
Finally, fuck, dude, this guy. I'm sorry. I have patience for people. I actually don't have patience for people, but God bless
sometimes
you.
it's about.
What's up? God bless
Thank
you. But I can't deal with. I have a threshold, and he passed it like an hour ago.
Yeah, I know, but you see, it was a little bit of misconfusion because of questions interpretation and the semantics and stuff. I felt him that he wants to hear because for the Globers they have this virtual world perspective, view, and laws. It's a virtual model, and imagination, and this is where we have to come up and crush this one, because when we talk about what we can imagine, then okay, let's go to AutoCAD, because this is the tool where, I mean, nowadays is the best tool for representing our imagination. Yeah.
Yeah, but I highly doubt he was here to learn at all, because he just said right before he left that he told you guys that you answered his question, and then he also said that he doesn't believe that we have, or flat earthers believe that we, what did he say? That we believe, flat earthers believe, flat earthers beliefs don't have a way to deal with his question. So he's still in a way saying we're not answering his question. I'm rephrasing what I'm butchering it. Because it's like 2 a.m. But
to me, this sounds like he rushed answering a question which he should have given a little bit more thought to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and listen to what he said, because I don't want to misquote him out of
His question is very loaded because it requires knowing all the variables, like the height, because like it's not even saying anything. At first he said looking through air, and then not looking through air, and then he said using your eyeball to look through no air, and he just made up all these random things. None of it was based on reality, and I don't know why he's operating on a question that isn't in reality. It's in his own world. That's where his question is. He's answering ideas in his own world.
Yeah. But you see, when you when you check, like I told him about the AutoCAD software, he can display you on the screen.
I never said
such
anything
a
about air.
small-
Don't make me rewind it. Don't make me rewind it.
God.
It's recorded. You know that, right?
I thought you left.
I thought he did too. I'm not
I
scared to tell him.
thought I got out and you dragged me back in. I never said anything about air. You guys started adding air and weather and stuff. I was always just asked about a circle and a sphere. That's it.
Yeah.
You,
And
that's
then
it.
when asked about the air, you said, "Let's assume there's no." air."
Oh, when asked about the air now. Oh, so you're changing
Yeah.
your story. So I
No,
didn't bring up the air.
Because you invoked that there was no air in the same sentence and all.
Dude, what's your point? What's your point,
Why are
Freedom?
you back here, dude?
Yeah.
Go to
What's your
sleep.
point?
You guys are master trolls. You're drawing me back in. I was
No.
like in
When
bed.
What's your
I'll
point?
help you.
You're
I'll help
talking
you.
about
I will help
about a circle in a void. What's
Yeah.
your point? Why do we care about that?
Dude, Andrew, he has no point. I've been asking what his point was. His point was he
Yep.
has no point. So
Yep.
I don't want to waste any more time with him. He
just tried to say he didn't bring up the air, which is fine. But when we confronted him that he needed to know the variable of the air, he then said there was no air. So he was operating under.
There is no spoon.
Yeah, he's operating.
Yeah,
in some
well, there
reality
is
where
no
there's
spoon.
air.
You're right. There actually is no spoon, but
Yeah,
that's a different discussion.
He's in La La Land. That's a spiraling that I have not seen before, where he can't actually conclude anything with what he's saying.
No, there is a spoon.
No.
anyway, whatever.
And also about that circle, there's an animation 3D with a so-called balloon going up in the air, and it's rendering above an Earth that's 3D modeled as a sphere, and another one that's 3D modeled as a flat plane, and you can watch them, and you'll see that when you get to like a couple of dozens of thousands of feet up in the air, you should see curvature easily. If you keep on asking about a circle in a pure vacuum, then yeah, we've done that, and you're not supposed to see what we see if it's really a globe that is 3,959 miles on average in radius.
He thinks he's asking profound questions no one's ever thought of.
You want to go at it, Andrew? You want to take your turn of explaining this for an hour?
Yeah, I have some energy myself. I can waste it on somebody if he wants to, but...
Hey, man, I'm about to go to sleep, so I really don't care.
All right. All right.
There you go, man.
Hey, Freedom.
What's he asking?
We don't know. We're about to find out again.
It's the same question that he asked 3 hours ago. Just
So, Freedom, what's your question? Formulate it, make a phrase, clear phrase. What burden of proof do you want to put on us?
Do the same question I asked a couple of hours ago, or a new one?
I'm completely new to the discussion, so you should bring it to a new buy.
Okay, so I've already gotten an answer from one of your panel members that you cannot create a circle large enough to have a straight horizon or a section of it appear to be straight. Okay, so then the second part of the question was, can you create a sphere large enough that a section of it appears to be a straight horizon?
You realize that your question becomes from the presupposition that you have an atmosphere. There's no such thing as a visible horizon. Dude, your question implies your question implies an apparent horizon that can only be apparent if there is atmosphere.
Exactly.
Do you understand? So if there's no atmosphere, there has to be a geometric horizon. No further, no less. It's exact measurement. And if you want to say that that's what's going on in reality, well, I'm sorry, bad news for you. That's exactly not what's going on.
Stop throwing big words at me.
This is like basic stuff. You want me to go big IQ? I can go big IQ on you, and you won't understand a word of what I'm saying.
Atmosphere is a big word.
Trust me,
nowadays.
I'm really
Okay.
not. I'm not playing smart. If you want me to play smart, you'll listen for me talk for 2
I already
hours
know
straight,
that.
and you won't understand anything. So what's smart in what I said? Like it's just basic stuff.
I didn't say smart. I said big words. Because you're
what's
so
the big
dumb,
word?
You conflate big words with smart, but they're not the same thing. Okay.
Okay, what's
Oh
the
my
big
God.
word I used? What's name
I like
one?
your avatar, by the way. It's awesome.
Thank you. Name one.
Name one. What?
Big word that I used.
Geometric.
Yeah, it's geometric. What's
Wow.
big? Jesus.
Wow,
This is a
nice.
big word for you, dude. Listen, okay. So let's explain what geometric means.
Atmosphere.
No, bro, come on. He's trolling. Stop it. Stop it.
No, he's not
I
actually
am
trolling.
not trolling.
He's not
Andrew,
I am
trolling.
being trolled. I've been trolled the last like 5 hours or something.
Stop
I just realized I'm so dumb and
Frank,
slow.
Frank,
I've been being
Frank,
trolled.
Come on. Stop it.
By who?
Guys, stop it. Please stop it.
Man, listen, it's
Okay.
the only way you can advance in such a discussion is if you just slow down. I don't mean slow down as in the way you think. Slow down as in how many things you process during a second. Just chill out and start analyzing them more deeply. No, really, if you don't change the way you have the discussion, it's not gonna go anywhere.
I love how you have no idea what's been happening.
What's been happening? I kind of know what's been happening. The Federal Reserve printed about a couple of billions of dollars. People died. About 20 million people, I don't know, probably got into extreme poverty. Some other couple of hundreds committed suicide and got into severe depression. Other about 500 people got, I guess, addicted to opioids and drugs. And richer got richer, poor got poorer. I guess I know what just happened in the last couple of hours.
And yet the boomers don't want us to devalue their money by going into crypto. They're like, yeah, well, I have all my savings in fiat money, so how can we just switch over to crypto? Well, hey, maybe if you stopped fucking around with the money, we would have had a better inheritance, and we wouldn't have these assholes forcing us to like kill ourselves because we're stuck inside from COVID, like bullshit upon bullshit. So
So
I
you
just
think
wanna
that's
know if the Earth
bullshit?
is flat or curved. So I can
Wait.
go on with my
So
life.
you think
Part of
that everything that's going on in the economic field and politics is bullshit, but you think the Earth has to be a globe because you've been told that it is?
No, not at all. I'm saying it's either a globe or it's flat, and all the lies around it are bullshit either way. I just want to know the truth.
Wait, so
because
do you
there's so much
believe that the
bullshit.
government is lying to you?
I believe one of the major functions of the government is to lie to me.
Okay, that's a good beginning. You have major cognitus. You believe that, and then you also believe that the Earth has to be a globe.
No, you're so wrong.
Okay, why am I so wrong?
So you came on here telling me you were smart, but you can't hold the idea in your head that someone might have both models in their mind at the same time.
My question was, you just said one of the main points that the government has to do is to lie. And in the same time, you say that, yeah, the shape of the Earth is a fact. It's definitely not a belief. How is that so?
That's not what he said.
That's exactly what you said.
Is Baal a god?
Oh man.
you literally believe everything you've been told is a lie, but yet what NASA tells you and what we believe about the shape of the Earth has to be a fact for some reason. Ergo, pictures from space, which is a place that cannot exist.
I just want to go to Mars, and I want hot Martian girls, and if that's not possible, then I need a good reason.
Exist.
Exactly, but I need a good reason for it to not exist.
Have you ever
Dude, this
actually
dude's
looked
pearl.
at?
Get this guy out of here, man.
Have you looked what sonoluminescence is?
He doesn't even know the words.
I know everybody talks about the lights in the sky being lights. I know that.
Yeah,
I've
well,
seen a
they
lot of
are
stuff.
actually
I've watched a
lights
lot of
in the sky. When you buy a P900 or a P1000, whatever, and you zoom on the stars, you will see they're simply merely lights in the sky. They don't look physical. They don't look like spheres. They don't look like anything that we're being told they do look like. They just look like lights. That's it.
Yeah, I have a better idea.
Okay, but that's unsatisfactory.
I think you should go buy all the Dogecoin you can, and then when Elon sends people to Mars, you can be the first one in line with all your Dogecoin. You can wait a very long time.
Yeah, live
How's
in
that
a
sound?
less than 1% atmosphere.
You're gonna make it. You're
I don't
gonna
think you
get to
guys
Mars.
realize how many people. I don't think you realize how many people you've scared. Like how all the boomers are afraid you're gonna like totally sink the economy because of a meme coin. I don't really think you guys appreciate it.
Oh,
they already sank it. The government can't afford to give.
How
enough
the
money
hell?
to
Wait, how the hell are we sinking an economy that is based on a sinking economy mechanism? How the hell are we the ones responsible for it? Fiat currency, it's based on the mechanism of destroying itself. What are we doing? We're doing nothing. It was designed to be this way. What are you talking about?
I feel like the huge investment in crypto is one of the reasons why like stuff isn't inflating more, and it's actually working. Like the government checks are actually working because it's taking off the excess. I don't know. I haven't studied it, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of people with retirement funds that are fucking scared.
Dude, you realize that there
That's
are
because they
individuals.
listen to CNN or something. That's
Exactly.
You think that the reason why Bitcoin went down is because some granny went on and liquidated their money? Are you literally insane? You realize that there's literally individuals that have $500 million and put it in any minute they want, and they just play with their money.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything. They're doing it anyway.
Oh, can I tell him something? Like I have a question which is very interesting, I guess. I'm an ex-evil hacker, and I heard you talking about this cryptocurrency. So my question is, who is the god of this money? Inventor?
The people.
No.
Satoshi Nakamoto.
No.
Which nobody knows who he is, but anyway.
Yeah. It is
The
Google
CIA?
NASA.
It's a computer.
It could be NASA.
Yeah, computer invented it.
CIA
yeah.
But it's
It could be CIA. I don't know.
It's called
just a program.
artificial intelligence, and
Hell yeah.
it has surpassed the intelligence
That's probably
of the whole mankind together, added together. That's
If you
how
think about it.
intelligent this machine is. The
like
problem
Siri
is,
and all that.
they
need a spokesman, so they'll have an actor.
Well, not
like
only
Nikhil
Siri.
Thakur or
Siri
somebody.
is a fraction of access to this
Yeah, but see what I-
entity. It's a
Yeah, Mark,
fraction.
you're coming in
Limited.
low. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
just me. Let me pull
Right,
you
but
up.
before Siri, they used the artificial intelligence. They just give a person a script, and the script was from artificial intelligence. Like asking Siri a couple questions, but they just had it like wrote down for you, beforehand. They come on and be like, "Well, this just discovered, or this
Yeah.
just in, or whatever." And it's not the person really; it's that program.
And this Bitcoin is not controlled by any man. I mean, the man who manages to crack the blockchain will be the man who controls all the world's weapon systems.
Technically, crypto is controlled by that one individual that has hundreds of billions of dollars. It's that simple. If you have $1 trillion, you can control crypto.
Not
It's that simple.
necessarily.
It's a federal computer.
It actually is very necessary. That's the way it works. It's based on demand and supply. If you have all the supply, you own it all. It's that simple.
There's no limit to the federal amount. I mean,
Yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, boys, we're in the feds. Let's print a quadrillion amount of dollars." Okay, let's go.
Are you aware of fractals?
What is the goddamn relevance of fractals?
Because with Bitcoin, we can create a fractal. We can create a subdomain.
What?
Guys, let's keep it to the earth.
Yeah.
Frank, are you there? Freedom Frank?
Yeah, he's here.
Freedom Frank, could you tell us what you... Because it sounds like you're saying that you might be in between and considering both ideas of the flat and the globe. Could you tell us what you think the best evidence is that makes you lean on the globe side? Freedom Frank.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Do you work for the government?
I do not.
Just answer the
Okay.
questions.
So
Yeah, just
you were
try and answer the
talking
question.
about how we could exclude certain people from the internet. I was talking about fractals. And now you want to go back?
No,
No, we're
talking
over
about
with that
Bitcoin and
conversation.
Fractals. We're talking about the Earth, Frank. So you said earlier that you're considering both ideas. So I'm wondering what it is that's making you consider the globe. What evidence have you seen or has been shown to you that makes you think, yeah, it could be a globe? Very simple.
I have a list.
Okay, let's do it.
Man, I've been waiting for dozens of years for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's go
Let's
through
hear the list.
We love a list.
Number 1, pictures from space. Number 2, gravity. Number 3.
I'm on mobile, so it's hard to navigate.
That's all right. Take your time.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you should consider that you don't know off the top of your head what makes you think the Earth's a globe, but continue anyway.
It's been a long day.
List.
I've been at this for more than 12 hours, so it's hard to remember everything after a certain point. So the first thing...
Just
on my
name
list-
one.
Yep.
First,
Oh, we're so close. Come on.
did you hear that?
cut out. No, you cut out.
Oh, okay. So the first thing on my list is the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Okay, when have you seen a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
There's a very good high-quality video that I can post, but I don't have posting rights. So there's a very good video on YouTube that has synchronous clouds. All the clouds are in line. There's not a lot of editing. And there's an analog watch, and it follows the sun, and they claim it's in Antarctica.
They claim it's in Antarctica. Okay, so would you say that's the most convincing thing that you've seen?
So I have a list, and that's one item on the list.
Okay. Well, do you accept that since you've not actually experienced that, it could be something else, right? It could be manipulated in some way, right?
Or
okay.
it could be the North Pole. Just saying.
Yeah, it could be another location, could be anything almost, right? So what about something that you have some experience in or have experienced or could validate? Is there anything like that on the list?
The pendulum.
The pendulum. Explain the pendulum.
The periodicity of a pendulum is affected by, or the angle of a periodic pendulum, rather, is affected by the spin of the globe. Even in pendulums that are not attached electronically. This is something I can test.
So you're saying So you're saying the Earth is spinning underneath a pendulum.
No, I'm saying that it's an item on my list that hasn't had a good answer from the other side. And the way it works would be that as the Earth spins, it affects the tilt. And if that is, if that is repeatable, then it adds.
Are you assuming that Earth is rotating in that example?
I guess so. Yeah. It explains
so
the behavior.
Is there any evidence for that assumption?
Actually, I like this one with the pendulum. I personally debunked it, and there is a thing which people don't understand, because this Foucault's pendulum test, they claim it is caused by the Earth's rotation, and the problem is that deflection of the Foucault's pendulum, it is not caused by that. And the way I demonstrated is by using opposing magnets as glued together as the weight of the pendulum. When you use these magnets and you swing them, this pendulum will not be deflecting clockwise anymore or anti-clockwise, because this deflection, when we use metals, they are moving into an electric field between two Gaussian planes, and their movement will conform to the laws of electricity and magnetism with the motion and propagation of electrons and all this stuff. And we have a magnetic field. We have the north, yeah, and the south, which is outside, outer circumference of the world. Now, why this effect is being cancelled by opposing magnets is because it does not conform anymore with this electric field. You have like two north poles put together, so they repel each other. You glue them together, so on the outside you have two south. So this magnet cannot align itself with the south or the north pole anymore. It's independent of them. If you balance it on anything you want, it will just stay in that position which you put it. You cannot use it as a compass anymore.
Okay, Frank, do you understand what Get Beget's saying there?
No, he doesn't.
I cut out part way. I only caught the end of it.
Okay, he's basically saying you can affect the directionality of a pendulum swinging by gluing two magnets together and changing the polarity of them. So you can influence the direction of pendulum swinging due to magnetism. Now, you already agreed before that your explanation was based on an assumption of Earth rotating. Okay, so if we can show that that effect can be manipulated through other means, and the other side has an assumption of something occurring, then it's not really good proof, is it?
Can we put a pin in that one and move on to another one?
Sure.
I have a question. I keep getting punished for swearing, and I'm not sure why, and it keeps stopping me
Yes,
from
because we've
posting.
got a bot that captures swear words, because we get a lot of trolls and crazy weebs and stuff that come in freaking out. So when someone's swearing, they get a little time out. So just watch out for the bot. It'll encourage good manners, you know?
Is that audio or written?
Written.
I've never written a swear word, and it keeps punishing me.
Well, it's not just swear words. There's certain keywords that are captured, so I don't know what it is that you've written, but you're not in detention, are you? Don't think so.
It keeps doing it.
What is it? What are you writing when it keeps doing it?
Nothing. I'll not write something for minutes, and then it will suddenly do whatever it's doing.
All right. Well, if it does that again, just DM one of us in here, okay?
Okay, cool.
All right. So Foucault's pendulum basically doesn't show that Earth's rotating. It just works on an assumption that Earth is rotating. But someone would have to prove that the Earth is rotating for them to be able to then say, look, that's why the pendulum moves this way. Do you get that?
And another big problem is gravity. You see, they say that all elements and objects, they fall at the same rate in a vacuum chamber. The problem is that when you take, again, two opposing magnets, you glue them together the way they repel each other, and you compare their drop rate with two magnets which attract each other, or a piece of metal, or any other element, a feather, a human hair. Most of these, they fall at the same rate, except those two magnets which are glued together, the way they repel each other. They slow the acceleration rate because they are in an electric field, and you are affecting, manipulating the motion into this electric field. So
you following that, Frank?
Gravity is also here, like completely out of the window. And if you check the parallel between gravity force and incoherent electrostatic acceleration force formulas, you will find that there is a parallel between them, and you can easily see how gravity hijacked the incoherent electrostatic formula, and they made it unidirectional force, which no other force in nature, like everything is in a binary system, plus, minus, north, south, just like electricity. Gravity is the only force in the world that is unidirectional. It does not have a to say the word anti-gravity is blasphemous to this force, and this is actually the number one requirement. Prove that actually gravity is real and it exists, is to demonstrate anti-gravity. And you cannot. Nobody can.
Okay, let's just make sure we're keeping this in a way that's understandable to Frank. Frank, did you understand that?
I have a question about it.
Okay.
Yes.
So the overall claim is that since magnets can affect the pendulum, then it is invalid.
Does this
No, it's
mean
invalid because it works on an assumption of Earth's rotation, but there is also the fact that you can manipulate the directionality with magnetism. So not only is it an assumption of Earth's rotation, you can observe a similar effect using magnetism. So it doesn't really hold up on either grounds. But the main one would be that rotation is an assumption that requires proving before you can then say this pendulum is moving because of Earth's rotation.
Okay, I'm too tired to be interrupted anymore, but I really do thank you talking to you guys. It was fun. Have a good night.
All right, come back with the rest of that list. Good stuff. All right, just quickly, I'm just looking through the list here. We've got Super Soul PvP in the chat, I think. Has anyone spoken to Super Soul? Super Soul, I'm going to mute you quickly if you want to say hello. You there, Super Soul?
That person's at work.
Ah, okay. No worries. Got any other new people in here? Don't think we do. Shalarambo has got a listening pass. Shalarambo, you there? I think they're away. Put them back on mute. Alright, I think that's it. Carry on, guys.
Did you check TH331?
No, I have seen him around for a while. TH331, you there? Must just be a lot of guys who like to fall asleep listening to us.
Globes, not globes, you there?
Globs, not globes. Good name.
I guess everybody's just AFK.
Guess so. So a guy like Freedom Frank kind of flat smacks himself when he's asked about proving the globe, because the first thing he'll go to is a video about 24-hour sun that he realizes he hasn't validated, and then a pendulum as the first things. And they're so easy to point out the fallaciousness of them that he's like, those were my first things. So if those are junk, that's going to have to make me consider things.
Yeah, how I discovered this was I saw this video documentary about Boyd Bushman, a Lockheed Martin engineer. This is the guy who discovered that opposing magnetic fields, strong opposing magnetic fields glued together, they affect the fall rate. You know, if you have if you can make enough powerful magnetic fields and you put them together, you can even achieve like levitation, like you're independent in this electric field. It's a very interesting concept.
Plus, the pendulum is not a perpetual motion thing. That's one of the big things. There's a video, I'm sure lots of people in here know of that guy that buys a pendulum, it breaks, and then he calls the support, and they're like, yeah, it has an engine. The motor is up there, and it has to work for it to move around. And it's like, oh, okay, makes sense why the Earth is spinning. I see now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pendulum is the world's most successful carnival trick ever played.
In the beginning, it didn't even work. It went nuts, left, right all the time.
Well, it goes nuts all over the place. It always requires being physically started and then stops by
Same with the
itself.
Cavendish.
So the idea that this is like perpetuated by motion of Earth is debunked on its face. But it's like something at a carnival where you'd see a sign above like a tent that says, "Observe the Earth rotate," and you go in and it's just some guy swinging a pendulum. You're like, "Oh, I thought you were showing the Earth rotating." And he's saying, "I am. Look, the pendulum's spinning." They go, "Oh, amazing."
It's like
Part of the trick.
they distract you really quick, and then right when you look away, he kicks it, and then grabs your attention again.
But what causes that deflection of the pendulum is actually I've seen like in this documentary about incoherent electrostatic acceleration is the way which electrons propagate through the air. They say that from above, from the sky, the positive charge, they come in a spiral way, vortex, to the ground towards the negative. The positive ones come to the negative, and the negative ones also the same. So
Jacques, you there?
Yeah, is that Jacques?
Maybe Jax, yeah.
What's up, Jacques? We're looking for globe proofs. You got anything?
It's a bummer. I haven't heard anything new in like months. Months and months. I haven't heard anything new. I figured there'd be a lot more.
Wait, Enoch is new? What?
No. The arguments that they say.
Enoch is.
I keep thinking they're gonna bring up something new. Like when I eventually, heard everything, I thought it was reoccurring. Like they kept just making something up or doing something, but I realized they just say the same things. They just repeat them in different times.
Hi guys.
Over and over.
What's up, Jacques?
Hi.
Hello.
How long you been on the server for, Jacques?
I think 2 weeks.
All right, sweet. What are your thoughts on what you've heard in your 2 weeks?
Yeah.
You interested?
I like the discussions. I know Flat Earth. I think for 2 months now, and I joined the server 2 weeks ago. But I like the concept of Flat Earth very much. I understand the reasoning and how to see it from a logical standpoint. So I'm pretty fast introduced to the concept. I'm just trying to understand it in my subconscious. Just take time to realize it's real. I understand all the facts and the explanation, but you have to see outside and realize it's really flat.
Yeah, it is. That's cool. So, when you said you've been looking at it for 2 months now, so what are some of the things you first saw for the flat Earth that made you think, oh, maybe it's not a spinning ball?
I think last year I joined in many conspiracies, so I took many red pills down a few rabbit holes. So I saw someone on the Telegram in the channel. He posted some memes about flat Earth, some things that can be explained, curvature or some other thing. I don't know exactly. And so I was already to accept that this globe model of could also be a lie. I was open to that. So I think in a few months ago I came across David Weiss. He was on the Black Pill radio on a podcast. So I listened to that and a few others, and I really liked his reasoning. So that was my introduction to flat Earth.
That's cool. And you're from the Netherlands?
Yes, that's right.
So you definitely know it's flat.
Yeah,
Netherlands is
we're
pretty
a flat country. We don't have mountains, few hills
Yeah,
in
it's
the
as flat
south.
as it gets.
Yeah,
That's
about
funny.
30 or 40% is below sea level. So we have a very long history of fighting water. We should know better.
Have you spoken to Roger that's on the server?
Roger, yes. Yeah, I was vetted by him as an introduction to the server.
Oh,
So I
nice.
spoke to him. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a
he's
few
from,
a few Dutch guys on the server, so that's good.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. Well, have you got any questions, or you're pretty new to this? So if you do have any questions you want to ask about flat Earth or the globe or whatever, feel free.
I'm not really having questions. Just taking all the information in is very useful. I think at some point I'm already challenging people in my surrounding friends to just asking some questions. But I'm careful with explaining too much before. First, I want to have as much knowledge as possible, so I can really
That's a good move.
come
You
to
want
the
to make sure.
confrontation.
You want to have all your evidence and arguments down before you
Yes.
start speaking to people about it, really. But
Yeah.
so, what are some of the things you've been saying to your friends to make them think?
Yeah, yes. I live at home. My family already is. In 2 weeks ago, I started talking about it. At first, hesitating, but now in 2 weeks, almost everyone already accepted the idea. And my friends. Last week, I asked one, what are the implications if the Earth is not rotating? What would that mean? So I just asked
And
that
did
question.
his brain fall out?
And not directly, so I'm kind of positive it will come back later. And also, I took about the moon landings and how that could be faked.
Moon landings in NASA is a great one to introduce new people to it, because they need to know and they need to see firsthand what NASA is actually doing, because that's where their faith is based mostly. Pictures from
They
space.
should see it for themselves. I can make up the conclusion. I can give a few facts or a few questions, but hopefully I can. They will look in it as well. It's a very logical person I'm talking to. I'm hoping if she looks at the facts, she will change her mind. I'm not having a fight about it, or just challenging and having an interesting conversation.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the server. Good to meet you.
Thank you.
We've got Jean-Luc in the chat. Jean-Luc, how's it going? You here, Jean-Luc? So you've got the Google Earther role. She must know a lot about Earth.
Yeah.
All right, Jean-Luc. Well, if you do have questions or you want to ask anything, jump in. But yeah, cool. People are waking up every day. Floor isn't moving at 1,000 miles an hour. How dare you? All right, well, open floor, I guess. If anyone wants to bring up a topic or any of you guys want to ask questions, feel free.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, I hear you, Roger. How's it going?
Awesome stuff. Yeah, I'm just listening in.
Good stuff. Yeah, I was just speaking to Jacques there. I think he said you checked him in.
Yeah, correct. He's a Dutchie.
That's what I'm saying. You guys have an unfair advantage in this field. Coming from Holland.
Everything flat.
I'm in Scotland and it's hills everywhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, the horizon's always flat.
Yeah, we live near the sea, so not the atmosphere is not always very clear. So, but sometimes at the evening I see lighting from a city far. I think how can I see it? There should be no curvature.
Have you seen the, has anyone showed you the Black Swan, Jacques? Oh, 2 seconds, I'm getting a call. I'll be back in a bit.
So, Jax, you've done the Black Swan?
Not yet. But maybe.
All right then. Let's see if I can have it. If I do have it on my PC. If not, somebody can just call out the bot. Put the picture in. Oh, I do have it, but I don't know how clear it.
Next one is that some individual evidence. Yeah, that's.
It's not really. It's not like. It's just completely debunking.
Oh yeah, I seen that one.
Right there it is.
The platforms, yeah, and
Thank you, Roger.
there's no curvature, yeah.
Yeah, well, the whole point in here. So I guess you've seen it more or less. Like maybe you know the Modus Tollens. If you don't know it by heart, that's fine. Really, the argument is it's pretty simple. If indeed the Earth has that radius of 3,959 miles on average, then every distance measurement to the horizon cannot be any more than from a observer height of 1 foot exactly in this particular case, no more than, let's say, 1.3 miles. Let's be nice. And you can clearly see that it's at least 10 miles in this picture.
Yeah.
And everything that the Glober will keep on screaming is refraction. The problem is that even when you say that, what you're saying is that there's no such thing as a physical horizon. So when they come up with, how did you first get the measurement of the R value, the radius? Yeah, we just looked at the horizon like Al-Biruni did hundreds of years ago, whatever. And this basically proves that if you want to find out what's the radius of the Earth by looking at the horizon, that's impossible, because it's not physical. It's not a geometric thing. It keeps on changing positions. So even when they say that this is can be explained on a globe using refraction, what they're saying is that they can't really calculate anything at all using photos or anything of that nature. Because you can't. There's no such thing as a fixed horizon.
Yeah. And they bring in a variable that can be measured to prove some statement.
Yeah, you can't measure the radius using pictures from space. You can't measure it. Well, you can measure it, presumably, if you would actually force the line. It's one experiment that flat earthers would love to make. It's forcing the line. Is you keep on planting hundreds and hundreds of vertical, pylons, let's call them, and then you connect them and you measure the exact curvature. You could measure the presumed curvature that way, but nobody's done it. All we have is just pictures. And when they keep on screaming refraction, that means that when they say they figured out the radius using pictures, they've debunked themselves.
Yeah.
It's impossible. They can't say anything. If they want to use refraction, then they're destroying themselves. If they don't want to use refraction, then they're done because it's 10 times bigger than what it should be. And that's the end of it.
A fraction is a few on the mile. It could be a few yards. It's very not can't be miles. Maybe a small percentage of your distance can be a refraction if you account for it. But you can prove a curve with it.
And plus, they can't prove that the water in the horizon bends. I mean,
no.
There's almost no way in which you can explain this using refraction.
Yeah.
Wait, the rig with no wig. You there? I haven't seen anybody have those many tags, and he's neither a glober nor or maybe he's a glober, I guess. I don't know, his tags are just really strange. Caught my attention. Oh, he's gone. I see. Why do people leave when they're called out? Like, this is not the goddamn school class. The teacher is not gonna beat you up. Like, seriously. Jesus. It's like school indoctrinates individuals and get them used to shutting up and saying nothing when they question things, and they somehow create a mechanical response in this fashion to anything else in life. And no matter where you go, no matter to whom you end up talking to, you'll just behave in the same fashion. Because it's been mechanically ingrained in your mind. You can't get rid of it. I mean, you can get rid of it, but it's too hard. Like, we can barely get new people to say anything at all nowadays. Like, what's going on? People's balls drop off, to quote Joker. What is happening? Now I feel like an idiot talking alone inside of a goddamn camera. Nobody's talking. I gotta fill up the space. I guess you get used to it as a flat earther. I'm really curious if these guys that got voice muted are actually here. I guess they're not. No Globers for discussion. Globes, not globes, you're there? Right, I guess not. The others are muted. Taskmaster. Nope, he's broken mic gang. Chong? I know Chong is here. Come on, Chong. You gotta be here. Really? What the hell? COVID lockdown got into Discord channels? What are these guys doing? Are they lockdowning everybody? Okay. I guess everybody's AFK. And that's the problem when you go on and you talk as a stupid guy by yourself. Everybody's like, yeah, dude, go on, talk. Be the dumb shipple. And then you're like, fuck. Okay. I was like, you end up being a goddamn comedian. It's like, oh, George Carlin resurrected. I was about to say Bill Hicks, but we all know Bill Hicks is Alec Jones. I won't get into that. Uh-oh. I detected new person. New person goes by the name of Jean-Luc. Jean-Luc. I guess I pronounced your name correctly. Are you there, Jean-Luc? You just entered. It's been 15 seconds since you entered. You gotta be in here. There's no physical way in which your brain and body entered this channel and then suddenly went AFK. There's no way. Well, fuck me, I guess there is a way. I'm gonna die.
I think you just freaked him out.
Oh, you don't want to debate the shape of the earth? I'm not gonna eat you. This is not school. Okay, not today. Not today. What are my favorite conspiracies? I don't know. I guess the most important one is actually Flat Earth, but there's a lot of other stupid conspiracies that you can look into. Some are really crazy. You know, some people like to go very nuts with these ideas. Like, if you want nuts ideas, listen to Witsit. That's one. I kind of like people going insane with all kinds of theories. It's fun. But, favorite conspiracies? I guess I can't even name them out because YouTube is gonna detect them. Probably you know exactly what I'm talking about by saying that. I hope. Yeah, I believe that there were no planes during 9/11. I'm one of these people. Like you can see, there's a video that Spacebusters made. It's kind of a 10-minute compilation from specific POVs on the Twin Towers. And in some of them, you can see there's no airplane. It's as if it's been CGI'd with a hologram in the air, and you can only see it from specific angles. I don't know exactly how that could be a thing, but it's apparently there are videos in which you can't see any planes. That's a thing. I don't know. You can make whatever you want out of it.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff, right? Seeing three skyscrapers fall down in like 6 hours or 8 hours, free fall.
Yeah, World Trade Center 7 is the most amazing one.
Right.
That's like, first time I heard about it, I was like, okay, this is clearly something wrong. Something is going on. That's a fact. That was the first thing that got me into everything. When I saw that building come down, I was like, sorry, why does everybody forget about this? Why do they keep on telling us, never forget the Twin Towers, but always forget the Building 7?
Yeah, Building 7. So have you heard about the Dutch dude? He was an expert in demolition, and they had this program, and they kind of tricked him, right? So they showed WTC7, and he was like, "Well, this is controlled demolition." And then they told him, "Well, this is WTC7, right? It fell down the same day." And he was like, "You sure? Are you sure?" Because he was an expert. He was an expert, right? And I'm talking about because he died a year later, right? So he was an expert in demolition. He went all over the world taking down buildings. And then he said, well, they worked kind of hard then, right? They did a fast job with this one. So,
I mean, that is actually a very good job. Like, most of them are, I'm sure you know, they go level by level. Like, one level goes down, and then it's like, boom, goes down, stays for like 1 second, and then goes again and again and again. That one just collapsed free fall speed. That's like every single level breaks its own central resistance point at the same time. This is physically impossible to be caused by goddamn fires. There's no way. Like, no way.
Yeah, so he got a lot of flack for that, and then a year later he was dead. It's weird, right?
Yeah, just like Karen Mullis died before the...
Oh, yeah.
pervasive bug virus.
Yeah, the Mexican beer.
Mexican beer. Yeah. Let's call it Mexican beer.
Yeah.
Everybody comes up with something new. It's like, how do we call CNN? Just call it Communist News Network. Just, they are debating us for using the words. Fine, just come up with anything new.
Yeah, they're telling us. I got some push messages like yesterday that the people that know a lot about Mexican beer bugs, right? The line of jobs, they tell us, well, we see more room for relief, right? We can let go more rules now. So it's getting summer.
I've seen videos of the so-called dead people in India from the beer, and they're laying down in those white goddamn shields or whatever, and one of them starts moving around because he's just, I guess his skin was itching or something. And I'm like, I guess that's just, like in the first millisecond, my brain is like, yeah, you know exactly what's going on. And in the second millisecond, I'm like, okay, what will the stupid idiot find explanation for this? And I was, yeah, sure, there's a parasite in his brain and he kept on moving his body although he's dead. I mean, I won't be amazed if somebody actually comes up with such a thing. Some people are simply so drunk by this beer. It's so much beer in their brain. They can't. Right. You can't make this shit up. It's incredible.
Well, the thing is with those videos, man, it's as if they want us to see and then argue with the people that believe in the beer, right? So it's just another divide and conquer tactic for me. I mean, why would such a thing be on camera and on the internet? I mean, it's just so blatantly obvious that they want to create so much diversion and confusion, right? So just let everybody fight with each other, and then the people that shouldn't be, right, that shouldn't be in power, can do whatever they want. It's always the tactic: divide and conquer, order out of chaos.
Yeah, right. For example, this is exactly what you're saying. This is what I realize is happening between different generations. Usually, the parents are very well. They're following very strictly what the mainstream media is saying, and the newer generations, like the ones that are more connected to all kinds of things, even if they're not really red-pilled, they still get a little bit of this and that, and both sides of the stories, and thus creates a specific veil of reality that they have in their minds. And therefore, when you go on and you talk with your parents about it, when you're a 15-year-old kid, you'll start clashing with your own parents. And I was like, man, these people are genuinely destroying families within. They're making us destroy ourselves from within.
But they use us against each other, right? Because I was talking yesterday to a guy who was like maybe a bit younger than me, and he was like, yeah, I'm gonna take the injectable because then it will be over, right? If everybody doesn't take it, we will be back in this in October, November, right? So I'm definitely gonna take it, and if everybody takes it, then we're done with it. I'm like, dude, man, how is this not getting through your thick skull that they're basically using what it's called? It's extortion at this point, right? They will tell you.
Right. Not going on, I just said right. Oh. Rip, I guess you lost connection. Well, here I am again, monologuing like an idiot. Yay. Well, I guess I can keep on with Roger's idea. I guess he was about to say that people that believe that when we take those substances in us and they're gonna work, therefore it's all gonna end. No, it's not. Even they say it is gonna last for top 6 months. Like, that's green in the face. What else do you want? They're basically telling you that, yeah, sure, we'll try to make it in like 1 year, let's say. And if after 1 year not everybody got the substance, then we'll do it again. Oh, you had it last year? We don't care. You gotta take it again. This is not gonna get. And even if everybody takes the substance, they're gonna be like, oh, here's beer 21, not beer 19, beer 21. Or maybe they'll come up with beer 2020. It's gonna be like, yeah, we know we're calling it 2020, but we're sure it's gonna come. That would be funny as hell if they actually do that, but I don't think they will. Welcome back, Roger.
Yeah, so I was talking about extortion, right? They squeezed us like so much, then people yearn for this freedom they took away, right? Because they tell us we're living in a free world. They took it all away, and now people are yearning so much for a little bit of more air, right? More stuff to do, like going out to bars or dinner, right? So they just extort you, like and they're throwing out numbers saying, well, so much percent did take it, and if this number stays this same, then we're back at it in October, la. So they're scaring you with these numbers again, right? It went
because you just mentioned the numbers. Yesterday I saved a new site. It's called well, I can't say the name. It's Beer Charts Quiz. And it's a really cool site because I don't know how many of you know it. It's not like for you to look. Oh. Okay, I've been punished for swearing. Yeah, okay, so I guess I have to. Yeah, I can't give the link, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Rip. Yeah, well, anyway, the it's really good because you can send it to friends and people close to you, and they can simply just it gives you graphs, and it asks you, when do you think the lockdown began? And it's a pretty powerful thing because you realize how there's really no proof that these things actually do anything at all. And you have the proof, you have the graphs, you can check them out, and you'll see that they're completely genuine. You can look up the dates, and you'll see they check out. And it's cool. It's also very cool because it takes like 2 minutes. That's how you might change somebody's mind in 2 minutes.
No, man. I and this is what they want, right? They want people that that are like sick of it. They want them to throw their hands up and like, okay, I'm done with it. I'm not going to bother anymore. Let the people believe what they want to believe. This is what they want, right? Just to divide and conquer, make people tired of it.
Yeah, well, there was a video that presented why you want to go with small steps so that people agree with what you want to do, and it was presenting how somebody would go to people's houses and they would have big banners of please drive slowly. Like they would have two types of banners. One that is like, I don't know, 5 foot by 5 foot or something, or whatever, pretty big one. And another one that's 1 foot by 1 foot. And they would ask everybody, well, look, this is a roadway that we get a lot of casualties in here. Would you like to put this? Probably might do something, make people slow down. Virtually speaking, everybody that was asked about the big panel, everybody said no. From all the people that were asked about the 1 by 1 foot one, about 80% of the people said, sure, why not put it there? Then they left it for 1 or 2 weeks to be there in their garden or whatever, next to the road. And after 2 weeks, they came back and they said, this is pretty good, but we could also make it a little bit bigger. And then they came up with, the other one that was the bigger one. And about 70% of those 80% from the beginning that agreed with this one too. Well, you do the math, I guess it's about 60 or 50 something percent from the very beginning ones. So from 0% flat in asking the end product, if people agree with it, nobody got it. But if you're going with small steps, you exponentially get everything a lot quicker and you actually end up doing stuff. And that's, I think that we're still not even seeing what they want to do. Like the whole beer situation, I think it's still just, it's nothing. They really would. The plans that I think that the plans that they have are really, really way bigger than this. Probably the next pandemic, as Billy Boy calls it, might be global warming. Maybe. It could be. I don't know. Because they've been pushing this stuff for dozens of years. Could also be genuinely another beer stuff, whatever. Maybe even both. Well, that would be something. Anybody in here have any proof of the globe Earth?
Yeah, you could imagine they're saying, well, because of climate change, we have this new bug, right? So we need to blot out the sun. We need to blot out the sun because this bug is killing us all.
It's actually incredible. I gave a kind of a speech during class a couple of weeks ago, and it hit me. New ideas hit you when you actually speak them out. And as I was talking about the way we perceive those very rich people, I just realized that virtually speaking, every single billionaire, an incredibly powerful individual in the 20th century, not the 21st, the one before, everybody that had that much power was considered by default an evil being. Nowadays, everybody that's a multi-billionaire that has all the power and the strength and the money in the world is suddenly a philanthropist. It just hit. I was like, don't people understand that there is a complete 180-degree shift with regards to everything? These people, 80 years ago, everybody would have spit on their faces, and now we all think they're philanthropists and they love us so much. And if you dare say anything bad about them, you're a goddamn conspiracy nut moron. It's like, this is so strange because people think that we somehow want to hurt them by telling them, yo, your money and taxpayer money goes to them and you're being fraudulently, well, they're stealing your money. And everybody's like, no, you're insane. I don't want to hurt people. We don't want to hurt people by telling them all these things. We just want to help people out. It's like, why everybody? I genuinely don't understand why people are so offended when we're telling them that they're being used. They love it. They just know, how dare you call me a slave to the system? No, I'm not. I don't know. I guess they think they actually do something in the system. It's incredible. Like, they're so closed in this cage of selfishness, and I don't really like to use the word ego, but I guess you can say there's too much ego in those people. And sometimes I'm like, probably they don't really want to kill us directly, but they just want us to maybe become infertile, like not be able to reproduce anymore. Well, maybe if they achieve that, at that day after 10 years, I don't know, when people end up wanting to reproduce and suddenly billions of women find out, oh shit, we can't do it. Maybe, but probably not even then, they'll be like, they'll come up with some new beer and they'll say, it's because of this beer, that's what's causing it. I mean, they can just come up, you can't make this shit up. They can come up with anything at all just to hide everything. When you think about it, I keep on thinking that probably something in the future will make people wake up. Maybe. I hope something will be there. But they're so good at hiding everything that it's I don't even know what could make people actually wake up. Probably the only thing might be a direct physical pain, like clear one, as in, I don't know, virtually anything that's normal that you end up doing on the streets, and you get up, you end up being beaten by cops or by the army, or you want to go to get medical assistance and they ask for beer tests and whatever. Maybe if this ends up being extreme, maybe then people will be like, well, F you. Seriously, like, we've had enough. It's been more than a year. It's close to a year and a half since the beer began. If you want to say that it's transmitting itself so easily and yet not everybody has had it already, you're insane. It's physically impossible. It's one of these two. Make up your mind, Fauci. It's like you keep on saying, everybody keeps on saying, yeah, it's so easily transmissible. And at the same time, yeah, it's just those many millions of people that have been infected. Everybody else has not yet been infected. How? Really? When are people gonna be? When is it gonna end? In 100,000 billion years? That's when the last human on Earth is gonna get the beer? That's how long it takes? And if you don't want to say that and you want to say that it's not spreading that fast, okay, then you're saying that is not such a big of a deal. Why do you treat it as if it's such a big of a deal? And then there's the people that have the substance in their body and the people that don't. And the people that have the substance in the body don't have to get tested, but if they have or they don't have the beer in their bloodstream or whatever, to board the plane. And yet the science says that if you got the juice in your veins, that doesn't mean you won't get the beer in you. It also doesn't mean that you'll stop spreading it. You'll actually do the same thing on and on, but if you get the beer, you might not die from it. And I'm like, okay, then why in God's name do you have to make different laws for them and us? If it doesn't stop the spread of the beer, and if it doesn't stop you carrying the beer, what's the fucking difference? I mean, is it that hard to think about this? Why can't people just spend 5 minutes in a goddamn day and look at these things up objectively, just analyze them? I mean, people are that dumb that they like my mom genuinely said that because we had 0 influenza cases. What, Maurice? Okay, he's gone. So she said, is one of these people that says because we didn't have influenza, that's because the masks work. I almost goddamn I broke my head almost hitting it on the goddamn table. People genuinely believe that influenza cases are at absolute 0 because masks and quarantining works. Yet, masks and quarantining does not work when it comes to the beer. Am I missing something? How? Do we live in a virtual reality? What is this? How? What happened? When did people become so stupid? Did I miss a meeting? Were there some goddamn psychologist meeting up and he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna lower the IQ of everybody. Did I miss the meeting? When did this happen? It's like you're presented, they're so smart that they realize how dumb we are and how well they can use us. They literally give you the proof that they're full of BS, and they give you that proof to use it as proof that they're not full of BS. It's inconceivable. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. I don't even know what in the funny thing is that this is precisely what's also going on with whatever you talk about, whether it be the beer or the shape of the earth. It's like I always end up asking people, do you genuinely believe we're wobbling, spinning on a monkey ball, whatever this might be, in space-time, and you can't feel any of it? So you're spinning on a vertical axis at about 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. Then there's about 66,600 miles next around the sun. Then it's I don't know how many dozens or hundreds of thousands of miles with the sun around the galaxy. Then the galaxy is going at nut speed. And then they say the galaxy is also expanding itself, because that's how we came up with the idea of the Big Bang. So you virtually end up having about a gazillion number of vectors of insane proportions, and yet you can look at your wine in a glass and it's not moving. And people, whenever they say that they believe that, I just go to everybody and say, look me in the eyes. And I get really close to them, like 2 inches, 1 inch from their eyes. And I'm like, look me straight in the eyes and tell me that you genuinely believe you're spinning at that speed and you can't feel anything. I have never got a single person that didn't feel ashamed as hell when I asked them that. I swear to God, you guys should try to do it. Like, if anybody wants to do that, just stare in their eyes, stay 1 inch away from their eyeballs, and ask them and say, look me straight in the eyes and swear to God you genuinely believe that. They will shit their pants. Not one person was able to say that. It's the most ridiculous claim. You gotta be utterly insane. Like, you need a reward. Your IQ is so small that if you were able to convert it in money, you would buy my country. It's incredible. How? Look at you. Look, mate. I don't know. It's insane, and they know it. The fact that they can't look you in the eyes and they can't say it, it's because they know it. Everybody knows it's bullshit. We all know we're not goddamn spinning. Yeah, about the curvature of the Earth, some people genuinely think they saw it, but the spinning, that's absolutely insane. Nobody's ever felt anything. Nobody will ever feel anything. And yet we end up saying that we're spinning at that speed. It's incredible. It's incredible. Well, yeah, when you look at it from a perspective of a flat earther now, of course it's insane, but when they're that indoctrinated, they can't even begin to understand what stupidity they end up verbalizing. It's just incredible. They genuinely believe that we're spinning at that speed. It's insane. It's insane. Yeah, right. Rotation, translation, and precession. And yet you can't feel anything. Nor can you measure it. There is no visual experiment you could do or optical experiment to prove it, as Einstein said it himself. And mechanically, yeah, Foucault's pendulum, yeah. Sure. And the sad thing though is that when you know these things and you try to explain it to people, you just feel like you can't do anything. There's this, I guess it's in an inherent passion, I guess, for the truth that some people simply don't have. And we would like other people to have it, but they don't have it. And you keep on trying on and on and on and on for days, months, years with people around you. Try to explain them these things. No, nothing sticks to them. It's like they want, I don't know. After so much time, when people hear us saying all these things on and on, I guess there should be a point where you're like, dude, this guy genuinely believes the earth is flat. Well, they say believe. We know it, but, you know, they always say we believe it. He just keeps on saying it. He literally lost all his friends, and everybody thinks he's crazy in college and or in his job, whatever. And he keeps on saying it. There has to be something about him. I mean, I don't know. People just don't even think. Why? How is this guy? How does he keep on saying all these things? Why doesn't he stop? Why does nobody that knows the earth is flat, why don't they stop? Nobody asks these questions. And you like have friends that are years and years old. You've been friends with somebody for almost an entire life, and they're like, dude, I'm not gaining money, energy, time, anything out of you looking this shit up. I'm not. I'm genuinely not. We're not making any money by spending time, energy, intelligence, and anything that we have at all in trying to wake people up. And yet, I don't know, they don't even think about it. Nobody thinks about it, actually. Yeah, and actually I get back to one of the points I wanted to mention earlier, that maybe if we end up getting destroyed by this cabal, whatever, maybe that's fair. Maybe the fact that these people are gonna end up being destroyed because they didn't look it up, I guess you can make the case that they do deserve it. I mean, they've had years and years upon years, everything at their hand. They had the internet, their phones, computers. They knew us, particularly the people that were close to us, for example. Right? Everybody that got red pilled into all these things. At the end of the day, it's their fault. Like, we've done everything. Sure, some people could argue that you can also keep on doing more, but really, after all, it's not our fault. Why should they end up well? So maybe you could argue that if they end up getting destroyed, that's fair. And I guess it is fair. Not everybody's supposed to enter the kingdom of heaven. Or not everybody's supposed to know the truth. Or not everybody's supposed to wake up. Why should everybody do it? Doesn't matter. But that's the funny thing, because even though we might feel like this will be this way, we still keep on trying to wake people up. We keep on doing these things on and on and on, and we never stop. It's not like we know for sure that it's gonna end up well, but we just want to do it. You know, to the question of why would we lie, I guess you can actually answer that in a couple of ways. Like, for example, all the people that believe all the conspiracies perpetrated by controlled oppositions. Take them, for example. Objectively speaking, they are lying, right? So in a sense, you could end up lying objectively to people, even though you really think that's the truth and you want to say the truth. But people just think that we've been brainwashed and whatever, and we don't know. We don't know what's really going on. But it's so stupid because we were exactly like they were. We came from their places. Every single globe earther. We were a globe earther. All of us. It's not like you've been indoctrinated. Yeah, no, I've been indoctrinated with your stuff from before. I know everything you know. It's not like you're special. I don't know. Oh, and also, I do think that good always prevails and truth prevails. But that doesn't mean it's gonna end up well. I mean, truth can prevail and the good can prevail by, I don't know, 99.99% of the world population ends up being dead and the remainings are the ones that know the truth. There you go. The truth won, but at what cost? You know, that could be a thing. Still, yeah, evil loses, but how exactly? Anybody in here that wants to talk about the shape of the earth? Anybody have any proof that the earth is a spinning globe? Nobody? All right. Nobody's joining the contest. We'll keep on waiting. Yeah, sure, you can debate me if you want. You can be a glober. I'll give you 100 minutes to make your case. And then you can look it up on time. You can give me 30 seconds to debunk it. You can use anything you want. Those 100 minutes, you can use them for anything you want. I'll debunk it all in 30 seconds. On clock. Gebreiker. Gebreiker. I don't know what their name is. You there, sir? I can see that you're on the fence. Well, apparently that's all I can see. Man, I want to debate some Globers and nobody wants to do it. God, it hurts. Oh, you there? He's still not there. Rip. Got nobody to debate. Sad life. Why is everybody AFK? Hold up. Is anybody in the lobby? Cool. Only flat earthers. Okay. So nobody's in the lobby. No globe earther. Well, there are some globe earthers, but nobody wants to talk. And that's about it. Very interesting. I should look up on YouTube. Wait, what are the channels where you can watch the live stream on YouTube? Maybe we can call out some people that are watching. That'd be interesting. Call them out. Let's see if we can call them out. All right. And everybody in the goddamn live stream is a flat earther. Really? Cool. Yeah, so unfortunately we have nobody to debate with. Cool. Yeah, so Helio has one. Right. Let's see on Helio's stream. Yeah, apparently it's not live. So there's that. Well, something happened. Somebody left. That's at least a new event. Yay! Amazing. Someone got in. Oh. Double headshot. And here comes the silence again. That's about it. There's nothing new to say. I just want to heal a Grober. That's what I'm here for. I want to hear the proof that the Earth is a spinning globe.
Yeah, we don't have any.
Oh, shit. Well, I guess that was a nice try, at least.
Yeah, but they'll tell you, don't you know? Everybody knows it's a spinning ball, don't you know?
Yeah, lol, just open up Google. It's like, what shape is the Earth? It's a globe. Yay, I got my facts. I know the truth. Look, NASA shows me we're spinning. Yay! It has to be true because everybody believes it.
Yeah, exactly. Google does all the thinking for us.
Thank you, Google. We love you. Let's debate drugs. Anybody want to debate drugs?
I think God made cannabis, right? And probably these other sort of so-called drugs, mushrooms. I think God made those things, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm one of these people that thinks only psychedelics are good for us. Any other drug, it's just bullshit.
Alcohol's not a drug, right?
By definition, maybe it is. The reason why a lot of people would put in the word maybe, it's because it has so much economic relevance, whether or not it's a drug, and medical relevance. But I would still say alcohol, there's not really any reason why somebody would drink just to get drunk.
Right.
Sure, I've done it many times, but nah. You get to know what those people try to suck you into, but nope, not really relevant. Not changing your life in any way, shape, or form. It does change your life in a way, shape, or form by destroying your body. That's something. If you want to take that into consideration, it's pretty good at doing that. Getting you sick. Very efficient. And it's also sucking up money out of your wallet. Also very efficient in doing that.
Yeah, I think it basically just like dissolves your insides when you drink it, man.
It's,
you know, you use it as a cleaning chemical, man.
Oh yeah, sure. That's really good.
Yeah, alcohol. They don't they use that to clean stuff, like rubbing alcohol, man.
Yeah, no, I use it all the day. It's really efficient. When you want to clean your monitor or your desk or something, it's really good.
Yeah. If you drink enough alcohol, you might feel the earth wobbling.
Yeah, right. You gotta be really high to see the earth spinning. Like really high.
Yeah.
And to see the curvature really goddamn high. You gotta be stoned as hell. And only when you're that stoned, you will see the curvature, baby boy.
I wonder what they were smoking with the people that came up with the globe model.
I don't know.
They were smoking cockroaches.
Probably. What's up, man?
How you been?
I'm just chilling here in this crazy clown world, man. How about you, man?
Well, just working in the crazy clown world.
Yeah. Yep, this is totally clown world.
sometimes it's funny. Listening to how stupid people are, it's actually entertaining. It makes me feel sad, but in the same time, it's goddamn funny as hell. It's the funniest thing ever.
It's kind of like how most of my neighbors that are older, they got the vaccine, man.
Hey.
It's kind of funny, kind of sad, you know.
I'm honestly in a point where if I spend 1.5 years trying to warn you about it and you still do it, I'm just gonna be like, go F yourself. I don't give a shit about you. Goodbye. Yeah. I already burned most of my life trying to help you understand. If you're that dumb, then wish you good road.
It's these same people that think they're on this spinny wobbly space ball, man. They got the vaccine against a virus that's never been isolated, you know. They've got no sample of it, you know. But, you know, they went and got immunized to I mean, a great question is what's in the vaccine? But yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of the older people in my area, like I'd say about 85% of them, they got this vaccine, man.
Yep. What's fascinating is that most of my college are getting it.
Wow.
It's incredible. But you know, I'm actually kind of glad that this is happening, because if I want to go on a date, I'll be like, okay, what's the best way to find out if she's stupid or not? Did she take the substance? Yes or no? And you know, you can filter literally 99% of the world population. Well, I'm exaggerating, but you get the point. And so you find out, you get so much information in 5 seconds. You're like, yep, I know exactly all I'm supposed to know about that, but it's fine. It's best dating ever. It's like, did you take this? Did you do that? What do you think about this? And that's it. That's everything. In the past, it was hard, man. It was like everything's fine. Nobody's really a slave. You gotta spend 2 years with the other person to find out if they're full of shit or not. Nowadays, it's actually pretty good, because you just see what their beliefs are about what's going on, and that's it. You know everything you're supposed to know.
Yeah. What I'm shocked that you know, I'm shocked that actually persuaded people. It's so tacky. I mean,
yeah, well, they're good at it. Like you can call them anything you want. You can call them pedophiles. You can call them, you know, you can call them. Go on.
Oh, it sounds like a plot to like a bad movie. Like they got everybody taking the government vax.
Yeah, right. But they're smart. Like they know how to do it, and they're doing it very efficiently. They're really good at it.
I think they use those flashy colors on the screen. You see these colors, they flash in a certain...
Yeah, there is... I just found out about a US patent, which is on manipulating the frequency of specific components in a monitor, or the frequency at which images flash at you. And by changing that, you can generate specific feedback, emotional feedback in the viewer. And they've had this for like dozens of years. I mean, generally, it could just as well be that the refresh rate of what you're seeing is changed so that they control what you feel.
Yeah, I saw that patent before, man. Yeah, they flash the colors for the nervous system, take over to hijack the nervous system.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Spooky stuff, man.
And when you show it's like, this is not a conspiracy, that's a fact. This is the US patent. It is a fact. We're not making this shit up. It's there. They just know. Some people. Yeah, some people just cannot face it. It's, I don't know.
Yeah, they've been flashing these symbols and colors and patterns, so seems like they got control of people's minds.
Oh, it doesn't only seem, it is that way.
I mean, it's something out of a really bad comic book. I can't believe they really pulled it off. They got most people, pulling up their arm and taking, they like to call it the jab. It's just a jab.
I still think that this jab is really not supposed to do that much bad stuff. I think there's others that are gonna come and it's gonna be way worse.
Yeah.
Right,
But this is worldwide, man.
Yeah, I still think that it's different from country to country. I kind of have presumably, for some time I've had this feeling that in the US it's the worst. When it comes to anything, money printing, economy, politics, anything you name it, it's in the same time the best and the worst. It's like
you got the, GMO foods here.
Oh yeah, it's just full of it. It's full of it. At least in Europe, you might get you could still end up getting some bio stuff. Probably they just put the bio word on it, which is still GM, but well, I guess you just get the bio word on it, so you actually believe it is. Who knows anymore?
It's strange. You can get a vaccine that's anywhere from 79 to 94% safe and effective for a virus that you have a 99.99% recovery rate. So it could be like, let's say, 92% safe. What does that mean?
It means it's 7% more fatal than the actual problem.
I mean, it says right there they could wipe out 7% of people, man.
It's like side effects. They mention 1 billion, and one of them is death. And we're like, yeah, base, dude, nice.
Yet everybody heard their whole lives growing up, there's no cure for the common cold, and then they're like, oh no, we got to get the corona vaccine. And they want us to believe they just rapidly pulled this thing out of their ass, this corona vaccine. So I guess we have the cure for the common cold now, right?
I haven't taken a single pill. Like maybe supplements, of vitamins and other stuff. Only that. But not, if I had a fever or anything, I didn't take anything for the last year and a half. This summer, and actually last summer too. Winter, actually. The last 2 winters, I had no problem. Nothing. If I ended up having a little bit of a fever in one day, next day it would be gone.
Yeah, I haven't been sick either, but they say you can still carry this invisible enemy, asymptomatically.
Of course you can still carry something that doesn't exist. What do you mean? Look, I'm carrying a huge blue elephant. Of course I can carry it. It doesn't exist. That's why you can carry it anywhere.
You see, Corona is just an idea, kind of like the globe.
Try saying that to people, see what feedback you get.
Oh yeah, they think I'm crazy. It's so funny when I see global pandemic, because they're both fake.
Right.
It's like double fake. I've been saying to my friends, I say, you can't make this stuff up because they already did.
Okay, that's good. I didn't hear this one before.
I just stumbled into it because, you really can't make this stuff up, except I guess they already did, So that's why you can't make it up, because they already did, man. The whole thing's made up, though. Have you seen they have an orange, and they photoshopped the orange to illustrate the concept of Corona? I don't know if you've seen that, man. They took an orange, like a fruit, and they run it through Photoshop, and that's that big scary spongy monster on the TV.
I've seen it.
Yeah. I mean, that's just apparently a Photoshop picture of an image, a photoshopped image of an orange is terrorizing the world.
It's funny that I asked people, do you have any real picture of the virus?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, sure. I'm like, no, that's not a virus. That's a goddamn CGI, mate. And they're like, ooh, no, that's real. And I'm like,
Oh yeah, I knew right away. I mean, to me, it was instantly fake, man. But people seem to be buying it up, man.
The only real virus pictures we have are you can even barely see them on an electron microscope. Like, they're so small. I don't even think you can visualize them moving and doing the things. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've never actually seen them do what we believe they do, because you can't. It's that small, you just cannot. The only way you can see something...
I've failed to find...
Yeah, right. Same. I've been trying to look that up for months, couldn't find anything.
What they sometimes show when just disease in general, like germ theory, they show like some kind of damaged tissue or cell, and they're like in small print underneath, in small print that this is a cell that is not well, and they're blamed that on a virus, but they never found an actual photograph of one.
Spacebusters did a great video on it. He presented that. Well, okay, let's talk about a house on fire, right? So when a house catches fire, it burns down, and then the firemen come. Firefighters. They're the ones that are causing it, because you always see firefighters when a building is in flames. That's their logic. And then when you think about it, oh damn, okay, this really doesn't make any sense. Their whole logic is that, okay, if we see this whenever there is a problem in the body, that means they caused the problem. No. Like, really, it's not. When the cops show up to a fight, it's not the cops that caused it. Like,
yeah, it's a great example, man. Correlation does not equal causation.
Yeah, if only people knew that.
Well, I thought they knew a lot of things before, but then all the rules have changed, man. Now there's a cure for the common cold, and it just blows my mind. You don't need to have symptoms to transmit it. It's all the rules have changed.
Yeah, right.
Stuff they told everybody for their entire lives, for generations. They just mixed up all the rules for this special case thing. And the only way out is everybody has to take this vaccine, right?
Yeah, it's just the clown world.
Yeah, you got that right. I don't know. I bet if you go to the center of the world, there's a clown there living in a clown tower.
I would like to go north.
He's probably got a bunch of levers there and stuff behind the curtain.
Yeah, dude, this is exactly what I wanted to say. I ended up talking to a guy randomly on Telegram, and he was exactly saying that he was one of these people that went nuts with stupid ideas. He was like, sure, when you go north, you're gonna find all kinds of hot chicks there waiting for you. Yeah, the earth is flat. Here you go. He's like, no, that's not gonna happen. But that's a nice dream. You can keep on dreaming that. That's pretty cool.
Isn't that funny how they've been conditioned to ridicule the earth being flat, but there's no actual indicator that it's a spherical ball. There's no nobody can see it wobbling. There's no parallax in the sky. There's no sign that we're moving.
Well, there are chemtrails in the sky which are completely flat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
What
a great,
about those?
actually, it's a great example of perspective, man. A little grid in the sky. You know how they have the grid on the floor, well, anyway. But, there's not a single indicator that the world is moving in any way, other than there is the one exception is when there's like a volcano or an earthquake, and when there's an earthquake. But I mean, that's pretty much an isolated exception in an isolated area. But there's otherwise no indicator the world's moving. But if you say, hey, maybe the world isn't moving, then they ridicule you.
Right.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, certainly I do. I mean, everybody that is a flat earther gets it. We all get it.
Yeah, you gotta just believe me. And they made space to be real cool, right? But people don't even research space. Like they say, these scientists say, they claim there's methane on Uranus, And I told somebody that yesterday, and he wasn't fazed at all. And I said, you didn't get it? I said, they say there's methane on Uranus, and he didn't get it at all. And I was like, dude, it's just a big joke. I mean, there's Pluto on Pluto, man. It's like a deception that's incomprehensible to the average normie's mind. But it's the same thing as coronavirus, and it's just apparently it's just incomprehensible that they would make it up.
Yep.
The first thing I thought of is they made it up. Another thing, they made it up. It's the first thing I thought of. And how about that Wuhan thing? They had people laying in the streets, right? Well, that was the big excuse to roll out this worldwide medical tyranny. The people that were laying in the road in Wuhan. But then they never, anywhere else, that never had anybody laying in the streets anywhere. I have yet to see somebody, I mean, you do have people down on their luck or something, like financially, but I have not seen anyone laying on the road from this coronavirus.
By the way, I guess we got somebody that thinks the Earth is a globe. MBHB, are you there? You have control.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome, sir.
Do you feel the Earth moving, man?
Yes. I can see the Earth is moving from satellites in space.
No, the question was, do you feel it, not see it spin from another place?
Well,
do
the
you
Earth
feel it?
spins so fast that we can't feel it because we're getting stuck to the ground because of gravity.
Are you saying to not trust your senses, but to just believe the world's moving?
Well, how? So, okay. If you see the moon, right? The moon rotates around us, but we also spin. So the Earth is spinning while the moon is rotating. Same with the sun.
And what's your proof for that?
It's just like proof of that is it's just like you can just look at space, man.
I can just look at images from space. I have a couple of questions for you. Have you ever looked at an image of a unicorn?
Yes,
if not, have you ever watched science fiction movies? And if you say that that's CGI from New Age stuff, have you ever seen 2001 Space Odyssey, which was done in 1968, a year before Apollo 11?
I have watched some of that movie.
Yeah, so wouldn't you be able to say that you could easily fake those?
Well, that's just CGI.
What?
That's just CGI.
You think NASA is CGI?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think NASA?
Well, they're also filming a movie where they're going to the International Space Station and filming it there.
Okay, so you think NASA's lying?
Okay. What?
Sorry,
What?
kind of cutting up.
I feel like. Well, actually, can you please quickly unmute my friend Tokyo? Because he also believes that the Earth is round.
All right. Can anybody unmute Tokyo? Can anybody give him VC? Or if you want to take him to the VC channel. Anybody here can hear me that has gold?
Yeah.
Or is a mod?
Yeah. Because he also believes that.
Okay, let's see.
Hey,
what we
B,
have.
can I ask you? Did you get your corona jab yet?
No.
Okay.
Why not?
Because I'm 13.
Oh.
Oh.
I hear that you're old enough now. They said that people 12 and older can get the jab.
I live in Australia.
Well, you don't sound 13. You sound like you're 30.
Are you looking forward to getting the vaccine when you're old enough?
I think I need it.
Why would you think that?
Because I don't go outside very often.
I'm sorry, your microphone is a bit choppy.
Yeah, you're really.
Often. So I don't think I need it.
But why not?
Are you on Wi-Fi, Bean?
Yes, I am.
Could you try getting closer to the point source of that Wi-Fi?
No. I thought, but I can use my computer instead. Is that better?
I mean, you're cutting up pretty hard. That's why I'm asking you.
Can you hear me now?
Decent.
No, that's good enough. For, I think wait, what was your question again?
You literally got me. I have no idea what my I don't think I had a question. I was just saying to go closer to Wi-Fi. I guess Smurf was asking you something.
Oh, that's right. I was about the coronavirus vaccine, wasn't
it?
Yeah. Can you guys quickly unmute Tokyo?
Yeah, right. By the way, we should. So, 2 observations I'd like to bring. Let's not call it what it actually is. Let's call it Mexican beer, okay? Because YouTube. If you use the actual words of what the pervasive of the virus is, right?
Yeah.
YouTube might detect it and ban the video because this is live on YouTube. So it's pretty good to just use stupid random words that we all, because we have a pretty decent IQ, will figure out what it means. And also, second of all, let's just forget about it and talk about the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I've only ever seen Corona in the store and on the beer shelf.
Right. Roger, can you give or maybe check Tokyo for VC? Because apparently he's Bean's friend and he would like to talk. Probably he's like his friend that has more knowledge about the Earth. And maybe he wants to debate.
Yes.
Roger?
I think he's just
okay. Hold up.
I'll tell you guys the Earth is round.
So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can you look at pictures, Bean? Bean.
You cut.
Well, if you can hear me, you can look at the live stream voice text, then tell me on which Earth do you live, on which globy Earth. If you live on the 2017 one, on the 2001, on the 2002 one, the 2015, the 2012, or the 2014.
I love it. It's so good.
I would really appreciate to have that answer. So because I'm so confused, man. It's a little bit weird, how the Earth is like a shape-shifting reptilian,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, Bean, what he's trying to say is that if you actually look up, retrospectively speaking, images and videos of the Earth from space, you'll see that from a general time perspective.
One second. So, which is the
Tokyo? It's above me. Two people above me.
The other guy? Is this Mr. Bean?
Yeah, it's Bean and his friend is Tokyo.
Bean, can
I
you
guess
fix
that's
your
it.
mic? Because it's really choppy, man.
Oh yeah, the same question is for Tokyo as well, by the way.
Okay. I don't
Fix your mic, man.
Tokyo, you're unmuted. You can talk.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah. Yeah, so coming from my perspective, the Earth is completely round.
Sure. Wow.
Because of the atmosphere. How would that work?
Yeah. Cool story.
Oh, well, my question would be to you, how could the atmosphere work? But if you ask me first, I'll answer the question, then you can provide your evidence.
Let us go to curvature, right? Because we're going into the weeds immediately. So, who measured the curvature, Tokyo?
What?
Curvature. You know what curvature is?
Okay then. But if we think of it as, let's say, so what do you think about Google? Google is...
No, that's not a proof, man.
So...
Curvature.
Where's the curvature?
No, Tokyo, we're
Where's
just
the-
asking...
What does that mean?
We're
question
asking
is-
you...
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you think you're on a ball and you don't know what curvature is? Bro.
We know what curvature is. We do math.
So fix your mic, Mr. Bean. It's undoable. Okay? Can't hear
Gentlemen,
anything
sorry,
you say.
Roger.
Oh,
Your
hello,
mic is not very
CBR.
good today, Roger.
Hey, Jen, welcome, buddy.
Yeah,
Hello,
nice to
Jen.
hear you guys. I won't be interrupting again. I just want to interrupt Roger. Your mic is not good today. Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up?
I can agree with that.
Okay, so it's better now.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, so Mr. Bean, fix your mic, right?
Yeah, you had your mask on. He had his mask on, guys. He had his mask on.
Watching 24/7.
Only Jim can do this.
Bro, that's so unfair.
Yeah, that's